Ito and Lynn, with love, for all the laughter. A shattering of shop windows, the bomb in the baby carriage, was wired to the radio. These are the days of miracle and wonder, and don't cry, baby, don't cry, don't cry. Paul Simon, The Boy in the Bubble. Hateful empty masks, full of beetles and spiders, yet glaring out from their glass eyes with a ghastly affectation of life. Thomas Carlyle, Sartor Resartus. Part 1. Nowhere safe. 1. At 7 o'clock on that night in March, during a thunderless but heavy rain pounding as loud as an orchestra of kettle drums, Sarah Holdsteck finally left the offices of Paradise Real Estate, carrying her briefcase in her left hand, open purse slung over her left shoulder, right hand free for a crossbody draw of the gun in the purse. She boarded her Ford Explorer, threw back the dripping hood of her raincoat, and drove home by way of familiar suburban streets on which the foul weather had settled a strangeness, an apocalyptic gloom that matched her mood. Not for the first time, in the past 2 years, she felt as if somewhere ahead of her, reality itself must be eroding, washing away, so that she might come to the crumbling edge of a precipice with nothing beyond but a lightless, bottomless abyss. Silver needles of rain pleated the darkness with mystery and threat. Any vehicle that followed her more than 3 blocks elicited her suspicion. The Springfield Armory Champion 45 ACP was nestled in her open purse, which stood on her briefcase, within easy reach on the passenger seat. Originally, she hadn't wanted a weapon of such a high caliber, but she had eventually realized that nothing smaller would so reliably stop an assailant. She had spent many hours on a shooting range, learning to control the recoil. She had once lived in a gated community with an around-the-clock security guard in a paid-off 12,000-square-foot residence with a view of the Pacific Ocean. Now she owned a house 1/4 that size, encumbered by a fat mortgage, in a neighborhood with no gate, no guard, no view. Starting with little money, by the age of 40 she had built a modest fortune as a Southern California real estate agent, broker, and canny investor. But most of it had been taken from her by the time she was 42. At 44, though bitter, she was nonetheless grateful that she hadn't been rendered penniless. Having clawed her way to the top once before, she'd been left with just enough assets to start the climb again. This time, she would not make the mistake that had led to her ruin. She would not marry. On the street where Sarah lived, storm runoff overwhelmed the drains to form shallow lakes wherever the pavement swaled. Her Ford cast up wings of water in a false promise of magical flight. She slowed and swung into her driveway. Lights glowed in some windows, controlled by a smart house program that, after nightfall and in her absence, created the illusion of occupancy and activity. She remoted the garage door and, while it rolled up on its tracks, put her open purse in her lap. She drove inside, the drumming of rain on the roof relenting as the welcome electronic shriek of the alarm system inspired a greater sense of safety than she had felt since setting out for work that morning. She did not switch off the engine. With the doors still locked, she kept her left foot hard on the brake, her right poised over the accelerator, and she shifted into reverse. She used the remote control again and looked from one of the SUV's side mirrors to the other, watching the big segmented door descend. If someone tried to slip in under it, the motion detector would sense the intruder and, as a safety measure, retract the door. If that happened, the instant the roll-up cleared the roof of the Explorer, she would take her foot off the brake, stomp the accelerator, and reverse at speed into the driveway, into the street. With luck, she might be quick enough to run down whatever son of a bitch had come after her. The bottom rail of the door met the concrete with a soft thud. She was alone in the garage. She shifted the SUV into park, applied the emergency brake, switched off the engine, and got out. The last exhaust fumes threaded the air. The Ford shed rain on the concrete floor and ticked as the engine cooled. After unlocking the connecting door to the house, she stepped into the laundry room, turned to the keypad, and entered the 4-number code that disarmed the security system. At once, she reset the alarm to the at-home mode, which activated only the sensors at the doors and windows, leaving dormant the interior motion detectors, allowing her to move freely through the residence. She hung her raincoat on a wall hook, where it dripped onto the tile floor. Purse slung from her left shoulder, briefcase in her right hand, she opened the inner laundry room door and went into the kitchen, realizing, an instant too late, that the air was redolent with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. A stranger, with a pistol, stood at the dinette table on which rested a mug of coffee and Sarah's copy of that morning's Los Angeles Times, with its banner headline, "Jane Hawk indicted for espionage, treason, murder." The barrel of the weapon was elongated by a silencer, the muzzle as dark and deep as a wormhole connecting this universe to another. Sarah halted, shocked, not merely because her home had been violated in spite of all her precautions, but also because the intruder was a woman. 20-something, with long black hair parted mid-forehead and tucked behind her ears, with eyes as black and direct as the muzzle of the gun, with no makeup or lipstick, and no need of any, wearing wire-rimmed glasses, dressed in a black sport coat and a white shirt and black jeans. She looked severe and yet beautiful and somehow unearthly, as if death had undergone an image makeover and at long last revealed her true gender. "I'm not here to hurt you," the intruder said. "I just need some information. But first, put your purse on the counter and don't reach for the gun in it." Although Sarah suspected that it would be foolish to hope to deceive this woman, she heard herself say, "Whatever you are, I'm not like you. I'm just a real estate agent. I don't have a gun." The stranger said, "2 years ago you purchased a Springfield Armory super-tuned Champion with a Novak low-mount fixed sight, polished extractor and ejector and feed ramp, and a King extended safety. You ordered it with an A1-style trigger precisely tuned to a 4-pound pull, and you had the entire weapon carry-beveled, all its edges and corners rounded so that it won't snag during a quick draw. You must have done a lot of research to come up with an order like that. And you must have spent many hours on a shooting range, learning to handle the piece, because then you applied for and received a concealed carry permit." Sarah put the purse on the counter. "The briefcase, too," the intruder directed. "Don't even think of slinging it at me." When she did as told, Sarah's gaze fixed on a nearby drawer that held cutlery, including a French chef's knife and a cleaver. "Unless you're a champion knife thrower," the stranger said, "you'll never be fast enough to use it." "Didn't you hear me say I don't mean you any harm?" Sarah turned from the cutlery drawer. "Yeah, I heard, but I don't believe it." The woman regarded her in silence for a moment, and then said, "If you're as smart as I think you are, you'll warm up to me. If you're not that smart, this will get ugly when it doesn't need to be. Sit down at the table." "What if I just walk out of here?" "Then I'll have to hurt you a little after all. But you'll have brought it on yourself." The intruder's face, the strength of its features, the clarity of its lines, its refinement, was as purely Celtic as any face in Scotland or Ireland, but those eyes, so black that the pupils and irises were as one, seemed to belong in a different countenance. The contrast was somehow unsettling, as if the face might be a mask, its every expression unreliable, while the truth, that otherwise might be read in her eyes, remained secreted in their darkness. Although Sarah had promised herself that she would never again be intimidated by anyone, after a brief staring match, She sat where she'd been told to sit. 2. The tropical stillness of the storm succumbed to a sudden wind that cast shatters of rain against the windows. Jane Hawk sat across from Sarah Holdsteck and put her Heckler & Koch 45 compact on the kitchen table. Sarah looked weary, which was not surprising, considering all that she had been through in the past 2 years. Weary, but not defeated. Jane was familiar with that condition. Your Springfield Champion is a sweet weapon, Sarah, but don't carry it in your purse. Change the way you dress. Get in the habit of wearing a sport coat. Carry the gun in a concealed shoulder rig where you can draw it quickly. I hate guns. It was a big step for me just to get one. I understand. But switch to a shoulder rig anyway. And get real about security systems like the one you had installed here. Skirling wind rattled rain hard against the glass, disquieting Sarah, so that she looked at each of the 2 kitchen windows as if she expected to see some face of inhuman configuration conjured by the storm. Returning her attention to Jane, she said, "Get real about my security system? What's that mean?" Do you know that all alarm companies in any city or region use the same central station to monitor the systems they install? I thought each company monitored its own. Not the case. And certain government agencies have secret, basically illegal, back doors to all those central stations across the country. Do you understand what I mean by back doors? A way into the company's computer the company doesn't know about? I used a back door to your security provider and reviewed your account. Learned where your alarm keypads and motion detectors are located, the password you use when you accidentally trigger an alarm and call in a cancellation, the location of the battery that backs up the system during a power failure. Useful stuff for any bad guy to know, though he'd still need the 4-digit disarming code. 2 words belatedly brought a scowl to Sarah's face. Government agencies? I've had enough of them. Which are you with? None. Not anymore. Sarah, the alarm company isn't supposed to have that disarming code. It's something only the homeowner should know. You should program it yourself with the primary keypad. But, like a lot of people, you didn't want to bother following the steps in the manual, so you asked the installer to program it for you. Which he did, and noted it in your account file, where I found it. As if the weight of her mistake pressed on her, Sarah slumped lower in her chair. I've been living defensively for a long time, but I don't claim to be perfect at it. Maybe you need to be better, but you don't want to be perfect at it. Only the insane are perfect in their paranoia. Sometimes I think I've already gone half crazy the way I live. I mean, the worst happened more than 2 years ago. Nothing since. But in your gut, you know, at any time he might decide you're a loose end that needs to be tied off. Sarah glanced again at the windows. Would you like to lower the blinds? Jane asked. I always do want to come home after dark. Go ahead. Then sit down again. Having closed the blinds, Sarah returned to her chair. Jane said, I got in here using an automatic lock-picking gun supposedly sold only to police, turned off the alarm with your code, reset it in the at-home mode, and settled down to wait. I'll change the code myself. But who are you? Instead of answering, Jane said, You are on top of the world, selling high-end houses, damn good at it, never a complaint from a client. Then, suddenly you're hit with 3 very public lawsuits, all within 2 weeks, alleging fraudulent activities. The allegations weren't true. I'm aware of that. Then came a seemingly unrelated IRS audit, but not an ordinary audit, one conducted with the assumption of criminal intent, accusations of money laundering. The memory triggered indignation that drew Sarah up straight in her chair. The IRS agents who came to pore through my books, they were armed, as if I was some dangerous terrorist. Armed auditors aren't supposed to flaunt their weapons. Yeah, well, they made damn sure I knew they were packing. To intimidate you. Sarah squinted, as if to focus more intently on Jane's face. Do I know you? Have we met before? Doesn't matter, Sarah. What matters is that I despise the same people you despise. Like, who would that be? From a jacket pocket, Jane produced a photograph of Simon Yegg and dealt it across the table, as if it were a playing card. My husband, Sarah said. Ex-husband. The vicious shit. I know why I despise him, but why do you? Because of the crew he hangs with. I want to use him to get to them. In the process, I can make him profoundly sorry he did to you what he did. I can humble him. 3. Tanuja Shukla was standing in the deep front yard, in the rain and the dark, soaked and chilled and lonely and wildly happy, when the assassins arrived, although of course she didn't at once realize they were assassins. 25 and obsessively creative from early childhood, Tanuja had been writing a novelette in which a rain-drenched night provided atmosphere, but also served as a metaphor for loneliness and spiritual malaise. After watching the downpour from a window of her second-floor study, she seized the opportunity to immerse herself in the elements, the better to know what her lead character felt during a long journey on foot in a storm. Other writers of literary fiction with elements of fantasy found most research unnecessary, but Tanuja believed that a skeleton of truth needed to provide the structure underlying an author's muscular invention, the fantasy, and that the two must be bound together by tendons of accurate facts and well-observed details. Her twin brother, Sanjay, who was 2 minutes younger than Tanuja and considerably more acerbic, had said, "Don't worry. When you die of pneumonia, I'll finish writing your story and the last pages will be the best of it." Tanuja's jeans and black t-shirt were saturated, at first clinging like one of those weighted blankets meant to alleviate anxiety, but then seeming to dissolve so that she felt as if she were unclothed except for her blue sneakers, naked in the storm, vulnerable and alone, exactly how the character in her novelette felt. As she mentally catalogued the physical details of this experience for later use in fiction, she was more content than she had been all day. The house stood at the end of a 2-lane road on 3 acres in the eastern hills of Orange County horse country, though there were no longer horses on this acreage. White-painted wire-infilled board fencing encircled the property. 60 or 70 yards west of the house, a gate of the same materials barred entrance to the long driveway. The stormfall drummed the earth and chattered like an infinite number of tumbling dice against the blacktop, and on a nearby 100-year-old live oak, each of the thousands of stiff oval-shaped leaves was a tongue that gave voice to the rain, raising a chorus of whispers that together were like the roar of a distant crowd, all serving to mask the sound of an approaching engine. Because the Shukla place was the last residence before the blacktop dead-ended in a turnaround, the light approaching from the south tweaked Tanuja's curiosity. No visitor was expected. In the murk, the seemingly soundless conveyance appeared to be borne on a tide of mist that roiled off the pavement, headlights chasing before them flocks of shadows that winged across eucalyptus trees on the farther side of the 2-lane road. The vehicle halted at the gate, not facing inward but athwart the driveway, as though to block that exit from the property. When doors were thrown open, interior lights came on, defining the proportions of a large SUV. The driver doused the headlights, and when the last door closed, the vehicle as good as vanished. Tanuja had stood so long in the deluge that her eyes were fully dark adapted. Because the plank gate was painted white, she could see it even at that distance, less as a gate than as some pale and cryptic symbol, a mysterious hieroglyph floating portentously on the night. She also discerned 3 half-visible figures clambering over that barrier. Outside of the gate stood a call box on a post. Visitors were meant to press a button and announce themselves, whereupon the gate could be opened from the house. That these new arrivals eschewed the call box and instead climbed the planking suggested they were not visitors, but intruders bent on mischief, or worse. In her dark clothes, with her black hair and maiden of Mumbai complexion, Tanuja would be difficult to spot as long as she avoided the outspill of light from the house. She turned and dashed to the massive oak, which gathered rain and channeled it along leafways, from which it drizzled in 100 thick streams. She paused and glanced back and saw 3 big men hurrying up the driveway, their hooded jackets and determined stride suggesting satanic monks abroad on some infernal task. Hers was not a life of high drama, other than the scenarios that arose in her mind and found expression in her writing. She had not before experienced such hard pounding of the heart as shook her now, as if contained within her breast were both hammer and anvil. She sprinted from the oak and around the south side of the house, staying clear of the light from the windows. Onto the back porch. 2 doors. The first opened into the kitchen, the second into the mudroom, but of course both were locked. She fumbled a key from a pocket, dropped it, snatched it from the porch floor, and let herself into the mudroom, where she had left her smartphone before venturing into the storm. Slender and athletic, Tanuja was usually as graceful as a dancer, but now, shedding rainwater, she slipped on the vinyl tile flooring and fell. A door on the left connected the mudroom to the kitchen, and one directly ahead accessed the downstairs hallway. She thrust to her feet, sodden shoes slipping as if she were a skater on ice, and opened the door and saw Sanjay. He had stepped out of his study and gone into the foyer at the farther end of the hallway, where he'd just now opened the front door. Too late to call out a warning. Tanuja hoped that she had misread the situation, that her overactive imagination had invoked menace where none existed. The first man at the door was known to her, Lincoln Crossley, who lived 2 houses south of them, a deputy with the sheriff's department. Link was married to Kendra, who worked as a bailiff at the county courthouse. They had a 16-year-old son, Jeff, and a Labrador retriever named Gustav. They were good people, and for a moment Tanuja was relieved. Rather than wait for an invitation, however, Crossley and the 2 men behind him crossed the threshold the moment the door opened, crowding Sanjay backward, their boldness disturbing. None of them wore a uniform, and whoever the 2 strangers might be, Crossley's behavior was not protocol for an officer of the law. Tanuja couldn't discern what Link Crossley said or what Sanjay answered, though she heard the deputy speak her name. She eased the mudroom door almost shut, watching through a narrow gap, feeling like a child, a small, uncomprehending girl who by accident stood witness to a mysterious and disquieting adult encounter. Crossley put one arm around Sanjay's shoulders, but in that move, Tanuja read some quality darker than neighborly affection. He was much bigger than Sanjay. One of Crossley's associates drew a pistol, quickly crossed the foyer, and ascended the stairs, apparently with no concern that his boots and jacket streamed water on the carpet and the hardwood floor. When the 3rd man closed the front door, stepped out of the foyer, and disappeared into the parlor as though on a search, Tanuja opened a drawer in a mudroom cabinet, retrieved a flashlight, grabbed her phone from a countertop, and fled. She crossed the porch, vaulted the railing, and hurried across the backyard into the wind and rain, not daring yet to switch on the light, her fertile imagination spawning terrors of extreme violence and rape and intolerable humiliation, even as it also crafted desperate scenes in which she might by various means save herself and her brother. 4. Long, lingering resentment pinched Sarah Holdsteck's mouth and pinked her cheeks, the knuckles bone-white in her clenched fists, as she spoke about what she'd endured more than 2 years earlier, when she'd been sued by 3 clients in 1 week, which turned out to be the least of the assaults against her. Because the woman's anguish at having been betrayed and played for a fool had not faded with time, Jane found it painful to watch her. Sarah's attorney of 15 years, Mary Wyatt, had assured her that those legal actions were frivolous, that among the accusers there was an appearance of collusion with intent to defame, and that she should not worry unduly. 3 days later, with no explanation, Mary dropped her as a client and declined to accept her phone calls. Another attorney took her on, and the following day changed his mind. While a third lawyer tried to persuade her to settle the suits out of court, a 6-unit apartment building that she owned appeared on an EPA list of structures standing on ground contaminated by highly toxic chemicals, and 3 days thereafter she received a health department summons to appear at a hearing into the dangers faced by tenants of her property. By this time, IRS auditors had been in the offices of her accountant for 6 business days, examining her books in search of evidence of money laundering. Now, she poked a finger at the photo of Simon Yegg on the table in front of her. It was a Friday evening. This treacherous snake sat me down for what he called a come-to-Jesus meeting. He claimed my problems were the work of friends of his who he wouldn't name. The smug bastard wanted a divorce. He gave me a property division ultimatum. He'd keep everything he brought into the marriage just 18 months earlier, and take 70% of my assets, graciously leaving me start-over money. In return, he'd make the lawsuits go away, have the IRS audit conclude quickly in my favor, and get the apartments taken off the list of contaminated sites. "You believed he could do all that?" Jane asked. Everything happening to me was so bizarre, surreal. I didn't know what to believe. The change in him was shocking. He'd always been so sweet, so loving. Suddenly he was condescending, cruel, contemptuous of me. I told him to get out. I said it was my house before we were married, and it would always be my house. What happened to make you back down? Sarah looked at one blinded window and then at the other, not because anything of the night could be seen, but perhaps because she was embarrassed to meet Jane's eyes. I didn't know he had 3 people with him. They came in from the garage. 2 men and a woman. He gave me to them, and he left. Gave you to them? Sarah opened her fists, regarding her hands as if repulsed by some filth that only she could see. The men held me down. After a silence, Jane said, "Rape." "No." They stripped me naked, cuffed my hands, indifferent, as if I wasn't a woman to them. Not a person, just a thing. Her voice had gone flat, deflated of all emotion, as if she had so often examined this memory that she'd worn away its sharp edges and its ability to distress her. But the truth of its enduring effect could be seen in the paleness of her lips, the color burning in her cheeks, and the stiffening of her body, as if in defense against a hard blow. They took me to a bathroom, she continued in a voice eerily detached from the cruelty she described. The woman had filled the tub with cold water, also with ice. Cubes from the kitchen ice maker. A lot of ice. They forced me to sit in the tub. Hypothermia is an effective torture, Jane said. Iranians use it. North Koreans. Cubans. When they don't want to mark the victim. One man sat on the toilet. One brought a chair. The woman sat on the tub, edge of the tub. They talked movies, TV, sports, like I wasn't there. If I spoke, she zapped my neck with a taser, then held my head out of the water by my hair till the spasms stopped. How long did this go on? I lost track of time. But it wasn't just one session. They did it to me on and off all weekend. Jane listed some symptoms of hypothermia. Uncontrollable shivering, confusion, weakness, dizziness, slurred speech. Cold is its own kind of pain, Sarah said. She closed her eyes and bent her head, and might have been mistaken for a woman in prayer if her hands had not cramped into fists once more. Jane waited in patient quiet, Sarah in the chilly silence of mortification, until Jane said, "It wasn't primarily about the pain. Sure, they wanted you to be miserable and afraid, but mainly it was about humiliation, making you feel helpless, submissive, using shame to break your resolve." When at last Sarah spoke, her voice trembled as if the needled cold of that long-ago ordeal pricked her bones again. The men? When they had to. Jane spared her from the need to say it. When they had to urinate, they did it in the tub. Finally, Sarah raised her head and met Jane's eyes. I never could have imagined such a thing, treating anyone with such contempt. Because you'd never dealt with their type before. I have. The character of the tremor in Sarah's voice changed, no longer occasioned by a memory of cold or humiliation, but by a virulent and righteous anger. Will you do to Simon what those three did to me? I don't work that way, Sarah. He deserves it. He deserves worse. Will you ruin him? Possibly. Take his money? Some of it, anyway. Will you kill him? If I force him to tell me what I need to know, other people will probably kill him for ratting on them. Sarah considered that prospect. What's this all about? You don't want to know. But if you hope to get your self-respect back, entirely back, you need to help me. Outside, rain and wind. In the mind of Sarah Holdsteck, a different but equal turbulence. Then she said, What do you want to know? 5. Tanuja Shukla, thrashed by fear, but driven by duty, owing her brother no less than everything, hurrying through the dark stable where no horses had been kept for years, hooding the flashlight with her left hand, even though distance and foul weather made it unlikely that one of the men in the house, glancing out a window, would glimpse the pale beam. Rain beating on the roof like the booted feet of marching legions, the earthen scent of the hard-packed hoof-imprinted floor, the musty but sweet smell of old straw mouldering in the corners of the empty stalls. What had once been the tack room, where saddles and bridles and other horse gear had been stored, now contained a riding lawnmower, rakes and spades and gardening tools. A long-handled axe could serve as a weapon, but it wouldn't be enough to help one slender girl drive off or chop down 3 men, even if she had the stomach for such violence, which she didn't. Because the tack room was without windows, she no longer hooded the flashlight beam. She swept it quickly across bags of fertilizer, terracotta pots of all sizes, redwood stakes for tomato plants, cans of spectricide wasp and hornet killer. From the shelf, she took a container of hornet spray, removed the safety cap. The can was about 10 inches tall, weighed maybe 1.5 pounds. It contained a lot of poison. A cadenced wind now brought complex rhythms to the rain as Tanuja returned to the open door of the stable, where she switched off the flashlight and put it on the floor. Hindu by birth, but not by practice, she had not believed in the faith of her mother and father since she'd been 10, which was the year they perished in the crash of a 747 while on a flight from New Delhi to London. Yet now she sent up a prayer to Bhavani, the goddess who was the benign aspect of the fierce Shakti, Bhavani, the giver of life and the great font of mercy. Provide me with strength and allow me to triumph." She plunged into the cold rain, vigorously shaking the can of spectricide as she ran toward the house where Sanjay was perhaps in mortal danger. Sanjay had slid into existence and taken his first breath close behind her, following her from womb to wicked world. Therefore, she must always be his rakshak, his protector. 6. A crystal bowl, like a gypsy's instrument of foretelling that had failed to predict the current threat, seemed to float on the translucent, milky quartz tabletop, bright with a fullness of ripe roses that shed petals as portentous as blood drops. Sitting at the kitchen table, held there at gunpoint, Sanjay Shukla was both fearful and exhilarated. He was sufficiently self-aware to marvel that, in such dire circumstances, a thread of delight was woven through his dread. His sister wrote a kind of magic realism, and her new novel, only in stores 3 weeks, had earned all but universal critical acclaim. Sanjay, too, had been declared an author of promise for importing into the literary novel certain qualities of hard-boiled detective stories. Sometimes he worried that he'd not experienced enough of the dangers and roughness of the world to be able to write neo-noir fiction as effectively as he wished. Yet his parents had died when terrorists blew up an airplane. Yes, his and Tanuja's Mausi, their mother's sister, Aunt Ashima Chatterjee, and her husband Bert, during their guardianship of the Shukla twins, had embezzled 2/3 of the inheritance before their niece and nephew could induce a court to declare them adults at the age of 17. But none of that was the kind of noir ordeal that would have made a good movie with Robert Mitchum. Therefore, Sanjay often wished that he had more gritty experience of threat and violence. Now, here he was, staring down the barrel of a pistol held by a neighbor who previously seemed as straight arrow as Captain America. A second gunman, a stranger, stood near the door to the mudroom. A third man, whose caterpillar eyebrows nearly met over the bridge of his nose, placed on the table a small cooler, from which he produced a packaged hypodermic needle with cannula and a stainless steel box about 9 inches square, 7 or 8 inches deep. He handled the box with cotton gloves, evidently because it was cold enough to take the skin off bare fingers. Sanjay was less alarmed by the pistol than by the syringe. A gun was an easily understood threat, but the needle injected an element of the unknown. It made him think of illness, disease. He wasn't sick, and even if he had been, these men were not here to heal him, which meant they might be here to infect him. That made no sense. But people did a lot of things that made no sense. Sanjay also thought of truth serum, movie scenes involving interrogation, but that didn't compute either, because he didn't have any valuable information to withhold from anyone. He had asked them what they wanted, what they were doing, what this was all about, but they had ignored his questions, even though he answered theirs. Maybe they intuited that his answers were not truthful, which was why they responded to his inquiries only with silence. He'd told them that Tanuja was on a date with her boyfriend, and that he didn't know when they would return. He hoped that his sister, who didn't currently have a boyfriend, who had been outside somewhere, standing in the rain, engaged in one of her eccentric quests for authentic details to enhance her writing, had seen these men coming, realized their malicious intent, and gone for help. Because conducting an agitated, one-sided conversation would only make him seem desperate and likely to make a break for freedom, Sanjay matched their silence with silence, and slumped in the chair, as if sliding into hopelessness, just a skinny Indian boy with a pair of goalies no bigger than chickpeas, if he had any goalies at all between his legs. The more certain they were that he'd submitted to them, the more likely he might surprise them and escape. The man wearing gloves opened the metal box, from which wafted a pale, odorless mist, as if perhaps the contents rested on a bed of dry ice that began to evaporate when exposed to the air. The guns and syringe were frightening, but the shared attitude of the three intruders was even more intimidating. The sense of authority with which they invaded the house and forcibly escorted Sanjay to the kitchen and pressed him into this chair and pushed aside the bowl of roses, slopping water on the quartz. The arrogant silence with which they responded to his protests and questions. Their faces, without expression, their stares direct and pitiless, as though they regarded him as belonging to a different and inferior species from them. Link Crossley was not himself, lacking his usual humor, and there was something machine-like about all of them. The metal box appeared to contain numerous sleeves of silvery insulation, each perhaps an inch in diameter and 7 inches long. As the gloved man removed 3 of these and put them on the table, his frown brought his caterpillar eyebrows together as if in an act of bristling conjugation. Crossley put his pistol on the counter by the refrigerator and from a jacket pocket produced a length of rubber tubing, of the kind that phlebotomists used as a tourniquet to make it easier to find the vein of a patient from whom blood was to be drawn. The unhurried movements of the mute and solemn men, like mimes, engaged not in entertainment but in the conveyance of some truth with a terrible consequence. Razor-keen light gleaming off the edges of the stainless steel box as it was pressed shut. A few last feathery emissions from the smoking ice, as ephemeral as the secrets of the deceased issuing from the death-throttled throats of spirits. Moment by moment, the scene became more dreamlike, yet hyper-real in its detail. The gun on the counter seemed to be an opportunity. If Sanjay chose the right moment when the men were distracted, twisted his chair to the left, reared back from the table, bolted up, moved fast, he surely could reach the pistol before the deputy seized it, though it was important to remember that Link had police training. Crossley also produced a foil packet that might have contained an alcohol-saturated pad to sterilize the skin before pricking it with a needle. Sanjay's attention was drawn again to the 3 silvery tubes. Caterpillar Man peeled open the Velcro closure on one, and into his hand slid a glass ampule containing a cloudy amber fluid. The fragile thread of delight woven through Sanjay's dread had withered away. In the past few minutes, he had experienced enough threat and violence to inspire his writing for the rest of his career, assuming that he lived long enough to have one. As Caterpillar Man pierced the membrane of the ampule with the needle and drew the amber fluid into the barrel of the syringe, the man standing near the mudroom holstered his gun and approached, perhaps to restrain Sanjay should that be necessary. He yawned, as though he must be so experienced in this work that it bored him. For an instant, it seemed as if a thick jet of glistering gastric acid erupted from his mouth. But recognizing the smell, Sanjay turned his head to follow the stream of hornet-killing insecticide to its origin. Only 5'4", 100 pounds, wet and no doubt cold, Tanuja seemed to be a towering menace when she entered from the downstairs hall, her pretty face contorted by wrath, as if she were a terrible manifestation of Kali, goddess of death and destruction, minus 2 of Kali's 4 limbs, a can of spectricide held at arm's length. The highly pressurized container did not provide a spray, but instead produced a thick stream that projected up to 20 feet from the nozzle. Ironically, it was Link Crossley who had once mentioned that wasp spray and bear repellent were effective home defense weapons. The first man, gagging on the insecticide and unable to get his breath because of the volatile fumes, stumbled toward the kitchen sink, perhaps to rinse out his mouth, which would make things worse. Lithe as a dancer, Tanuja pivoted toward Lincoln Crossley, who reached for the pistol on the counter, and she triggered the can again. At a distance of only 8 feet, the stream splattered forcefully into his eyes and nose, rendering him temporarily blind and in even greater respiratory distress than her first target. As the man in white gloves cursed and dropped the ampule with the hypodermic, Sanjay slid out of his chair and under the table and onto his hands and knees to get out of the line of fire. Now, all 3 of the men were wheezing, coughing, issuing wordless cries of misery, colliding with furniture and one another. Pushing between steel-legged chairs, crawling out from under the table, Sanjay heard his sister call his name. He saw her at the door between the kitchen and garage, which was when gunfire erupted. The glass window in the microwave shattered. A round ricocheted off the refrigerator. An upper cabinet door pocked and cracked, and the dishes within exploded in a rattle-jangle of shrapnel. If not blinded, with tears and insecticide flooding down his face, Link Crossley must have seen a world blurred beyond all recognition. He drew breath in raw gasps, exhaling explosively as each inhalation contained more suffocating flatus than air, swaying in place as if his legs were rubberizing. Yet he held fast to the pistol, firing at phantoms evoked by his stinging, bloodshot eyes. Crawling frantically, Sanjay stayed wide of the gloved intruder, who was lying on his right side, bearded with vomit. Hands clutching his stomach, the man now foamed at the mouth as though rabid. The guy who had been by the mudroom door, having taken a few ounces of the hornet-killing concoction straight in the mouth, and having reflexively swallowed it, sprawled on his back, clawing his throat with such urgency that his fingernails scratched bloody furrows in his flesh, perhaps desperate for air, perhaps poisoned and dying. Beside him lay a smartphone, which must have slipped out of a jacket pocket when he fell. Although frantic to escape the kitchen and the blind man's Hail Mary gunfire, Sanjay had the presence of mind to confiscate the phone on his way to the open door through which Tanuja had vanished. After dogging it into the laundry room, where his sister had put down the spectricide and waited at the entrance to the garage, Sanjay clambered to his feet. In his terror, he heard himself praise her with a Hindi expression of their dads, "Shabash!" which meant well done. Switching on the phone as he followed Tanuja into the garage, he said, "I'll call 911. "Screw that," she said. "We're out of here." 7. Now confident that it wouldn't be thrown at her, Jane poured a second mug of coffee, brought it to the table, and put it in front of Sarah Holdsteck, the fragrant steam rising in serpentine ribbons. As she refreshed her own mug, she said, "Though you've agreed to help me, first there's more you need to hear." "Which must mean my situation is even worse than I think." "Simon never told you he'd been married 3 times before?" Sarah was surprised for a moment, and then not. "He said he'd sworn to stay a bachelor, but with me he wanted it to be forever." "His 3rd wife said he has a silver tongue." "Yeah, and a heart of iron." Jane returned the Pyrex pot to the coffee maker. "He seems to choose his wives for 2 reasons. First, they resemble one another. Slim brunettes with blue eyes, 5'6", give or take an inch." "The other qualification?" "Money. They inherited it, or earned it, as in your case and another. Not enormous fortunes, but serious money. 3 other wives with 4 different divorce attorneys. Yet in every case, they wanted zip from Simon, while giving him 50 to 70% of their assets." "After going through one hell or another." In her chair again, Jane said, "Pretty much the same hell. People sued them. All kinds of federal agencies suddenly came after them, and at the height of the chaos, ice-cold baths, or the equivalent, and a dose of intense humiliation." "They all broke, like me," Sarah intuited, not as if she thought the weakness of the 3 previous wives somehow exonerated her, but as if depressed by the news of Simon's repeated triumphs. "Count yourself lucky, or wise, that you gave him what he wanted after a weekend of abuse. Anyway, Your only other choice would have been to kill him. I wish I had. But I was a different person then. So timid. Not timid, Jane said. Naive. His third wife endured 8 days. Ice water baths, brutal sessions in a superheated sauna, sleep deprivation. And then came the vicious gang rapes you escaped. 3 men at a time and never the same 3. She broke. She lives simply now on what he allowed her to keep. She's become agoraphobic, so afraid of the outside world she never leaves her little bungalow. When Sarah drank some coffee, the mug rattled against her teeth. I don't know what outrages the other 2 wives were subjected to, Jane said. But even with his first, Simon didn't need her money. He was already an entrepreneur with a few highly profitable businesses, largely because of his connections with people in positions of power. Sarah folded her hands around the warm mug and closed her eyes, and seemed to be listening to the torrents of rain pummeling the house. But perhaps instead she heard only moments of the past, her ex-husband's sneering voice. In time, she said, I always knew my money was the least of it. What mattered most to him was my total mortification, my shame, my submission. That's why I think he let me live. So he can know I'm out here, changed forever and suffering. Because Sarah was smart enough to understand the implications of 2 final revelations, Jane gave her facts without interpretation. 2.5 years after the divorce, his first wife treated herself to a vacation in France, accompanied by her cousin. On their 3rd day in Paris, both women disappeared. Their remains were found 2 days later, in an abandoned building in an arrondissement where they would never have dared to go, where even police are reluctant to patrol because of the Iranian and Syrian gangs that operate there. They'd been robbed and beaten to death with lengths of iron pipe left at the scene. In the case of his second wife, 3 years after the divorce, she'd recovered enough confidence to have a boyfriend. They went hiking in Yosemite. At a point where the trail narrowed with a steep drop to one side, maybe one of them slipped over the edge. Maybe the other reached out to halt the companion's fall and was pulled off balance. However it happened, both ended up dead on the rocks 300 feet below. Sarah seemed to want the coffee only for the warmth that the mug imparted to her hands. So I've got 6 months to a year. Unless I kill him in self-defense, or someone else kills him because of the information I'm able to pry out of him. I already agreed to help you. I know, Jane said. I've told you this only because I want you to get more serious about carrying that concealed pistol, about your security system, about your life, and how fragile it remains. 8. The rising garage sectional like a mausoleum door setting free those who had been thought dead and entombed, the sudden cataracts of rain against the windshield, the wild night of shaken trees and wet whirling leaves and wind-worked forms of mist galloping out of the west. All of it now became a celebration of life. Behind the wheel of the Hyundai Santa Fe Sport, Sanjay Shukla was intoxicated by their escape, but also harrowed by the recent violence. As he accelerated toward the distant gate that would swing open automatically at his approach, he switched on the headlights. "Lights off!" Tanuja cried with such conviction that he obeyed without question. "They blocked the driveway with their SUV." "So we popped the brake, shifted into neutral, push it aside. But there might be a fourth son of a bitch with it." "Shit." Sanjay wished he'd thought to take the poisoned man's gun instead of his smartphone. Simultaneously, he and his sister declared, "The horse gate!" Sanjay swung the Hyundai off the pavement, left onto the front yard, and rollicked across the uneven lawn, which had been an unmown meadow of tall grass in the days when their father had kept horses. The equine gate on the south side of the property had been a second construction entrance during the building of the house. It was wide enough for a vehicle. A simple hinged section of fencing gave access to a riding trail that wound through the eastern hills. In the gloom, the great black limbs of the spreading oaks were unmoved by the storm, but the willowy branchlets whipped the night and cast off beetle-shaped leaves that skittered across the windshield and were flung into flight by the wipers. The land sloped down, and below them, like the sunken ramparts of some lost city, the faint white boardwork of the ranch fencing welled out of the watery darkness. Sanjay braked, intending to get out and release the gate, but Tanuja threw open her door. "Got it!" and plunged into the rain. As Sanjay watched her ghosting through the murk, Tanuja seemed small, childlike, as though the night was shrinking her, his Choti Benji, his little big sister. Suddenly, he feared losing her for the first time since they'd escaped the clutches of Ashima and Bert Chatterjee to become emancipated minors by order of the court. For the 7 years prior to that, they had been two against the world, and so they appeared to be again, inexplicably. For fraternal twins, they were remarkably alike, slender but athletic, with glossy black hair and eyes darker still. Both were talented guitarists. Both were unbeatable bridge players at 14, but grew bored with cards at 18, when their writing began to consume them. She would marry one day, and perhaps so would he, and while he'd be happy for her, on the day that they parted he would feel as though he'd been cleaved in half. The gate swung open, and Tanuja returned to the Hyundai. Sanjay drove into the rugged land where the horse trail promised adventure for the equine gentry to which their parents had once belonged. He turned downhill, toward the county road, lights still off, hoping the 1,000 voices of wind and water would mask their engine noise, in case a guard remained in the SUV at the main gate. "They were going to inject me. You too, if they found you." "I saw the syringe. But inject with what?" she asked. "With nothing good." "With this, whatever it is," she said, revealing 2 of the sleeves of silvery insulation that contained ampules, which she had evidently snatched off the table while Sanjay was crawling under it. He said, "It's crazy. Link Crossley being with them." "It's just as crazy without him." The land sloped gently westward. A narrowing of the horse trail bracketed them with weeds that tapped and scraped at the vehicle, as if, with brittle fingers, the resurrected residents of an ancient burial ground were protesting this intrusion on sacred soil. Could Ashima and Bert be part of this? Tanuja wondered. What would they have to gain? What little they didn't already steal from us. And revenge. Not after 8 years. They're lucky they avoided prison, and they know it. Out of the rain and fog and formless dark, order appeared as 2 parallel lines. At first pale, perhaps illusory, they acquired reality, crisp edges. The double white line defining the center of the county road. The slope terminated in the flat expanse of blacktop. Sanjay turned left, away from their house and the SUV that blocked access to it. He braked at once, however, because a Range Rover stood across both lanes, leaving too little room to drive past it either fore or aft. The headlights were not on, but the blinkers silvered the falling rain in front of it and bloodied the rain behind. Doors opened, and 2 men got out of the vehicle, shadowy figures, solemn and methodical and unhurried, like those who had forced their way into the house. Sanjay shifted into reverse, backed up at speed, wheeled hard right, fishtailed the Hyundai 180 degrees, braked, shifted into drive, switched on the lights, and fled north, past the SUV blocking their driveway. The road dead-ended in a turnaround, where the fall-off from the pavement was so gentle that there were no guardrails. "They have all-wheel drive like we do," Tanuja warned. "But maybe not nerve enough," Sanjay said, as they crossed the graveled shoulder and angled down a weeded slope, broom straw and brambles shredding against the undercarriage. The mist thickened in the realm below, born out of the depths, and in its ascent was shaped by the wind into stampeding forms that flung themselves at the Hyundai and flared around it. Phalanxes of eucalyptuses stood guard against descent, penetrated by the herded fog but seemingly impenetrable to all else. Having walked the land for years, Sanjay knew the architecture of earth, rock, and flora. To him, this wilderness wasn't wild, but a palace of elegant chambers and passageways. He steered between jams of rock, across a canted threshold of stone, onto a slope of rain-jeweled ribbon grass, and toward the trees, as if the wall they presented was as insubstantial as the fog that seethed between them. "Sanjay, no!" Tanuja warned as he maintained speed. "Yes. Yes? Yes!" "Jav!" she cried, an obscenity he had never before heard her use in any language. She braced herself for impact. At the last moment, he thought he'd angled toward the wrong point in the tree line, but then the unbroken rampart of forest was revealed to be an illusion. The trees to the left were older growth, 20 feet downhill from the younger specimens to the right. The distance differential made them appear the same size and age, and the abrupt drop in the land hid the truth that one long phalanx was in fact two. The Hyundai plunged. Sanjay swung the vehicle hard to the right. It didn't roll. He drove behind the younger stand of eucalyptus, which was a natural windbreak, 3 trees deep, rather than a full forest. He continued north along a narrow escarpment, trees to the right, a black void to the left where the land descended, more steeply now, 300 or 400 feet, to the canyon floor. They'd had no option other than an off-road escape, but he knew that this escarpment narrowed until it terminated in an outfold of canyon wall. They needed to go down into less hospitable territory. Twin luminous globes appeared behind them, haloed in the mist, shimmering witchily in the rain, nothing of their source revealed, like some otherworldly visitation. But of course, they were the headlights of the Range Rover. Sanjay wheeled the Hyundai off the ridgeline, into the void. 9. Gaining Sarah Holdsteck's trust had taken Jane Hawk much longer than she would require to get answers to the few essential questions that she had come there to ask. She popped a pill with her coffee. Sarah raised her eyebrows. "Acid reducer," Jane explained. "Taken with black coffee. Coffee doesn't reflux on me. The mess the world's in, the arrogant elitists who screwed it up, who believe in nothing but power, like your ex-husband, that's the acid, why I need this. You have an extra one of those?" Jane shook a tablet from the bottle and passed it across the table. "So Simon occupies the house you used to own." Sarah swallowed the pill. "I hear he has a live-in hottie. I know about the hottie, but there are some things about the house I couldn't get from research. I need you to tell me. Anything. Whatever. But maybe it's time I knew your name." "Elizabeth Bennet," Jane lied. "Like in Pride and Prejudice? Is it? Do you sometimes go as Elizabeth Darcy?" Jane smiled. "Not that I recall." "All right, Lizzie. What do you want to know about the house?" A few minutes later, Jane changed the subject. "I also need some info about certain of his personal habits." When a sudden acceleration of wind drove raindrops against the house with the hard snap of a nail-gun barrage, Sarah didn't startle as before, or glance at the blinded windows. In a quiet, steady voice, she spoke dispassionately about Simon Yegg, apparently now convinced there was a chance that some justice would be settled upon him. Jane's last item concerned family. "You ever meet his brother?" "Simon has a brother?" "A half-brother. Same mother, different fathers." "His dad died when Simon was 8. His mom 6 years later." "No. She divorced the father. He later died in a fire. Mother's not dead." "Damn. Did the man never say a word of truth?" "His tongue's not made for it." You know a Booth Hendrickson? Never heard of him. He's the half-brother, born in Florida, raised in Nevada, California, tall, salt and pepper hair, pale green eyes, talks like he's Boston society, $5,000 suits. Rings no bell. He's very high up in the Department of Justice, only a couple rungs below the Attorney General. Through a network of associates, he seems to have a lot of power in other agencies. Sarah digested that revelation. Her souring expression suggested that she might be glad to have taken the pill Jane had given her. Other agencies? Like the IRS? Not just the IRS. He's a unique cross-agency player. What? He and Simon ruin naive women and split the proceeds? I doubt Hendrickson wants a dime. He does it for his brother. How touching. They have different last names. They don't advertise their relationship. Hendrickson has much bigger interests of his own that he wouldn't want compromised by Simon, but they're close, and I was able to link them. You said you're after Simon because of who he hangs with. You mean Hendrickson? Yeah. I'm going to get at Hendrickson through Simon. After Hendrickson? Others just as corrupt as those two. Jane got to her feet and picked up the heckler and holstered it. It'll be best for you if you never tell anyone about me or what we discussed. Who would I tell? I don't trust anyone anymore. That'll change if you let it. You're smarter now about who might be rotten. Just remember the pistol rig, a new security code. Code tonight. The rig tomorrow. I won't be going to Paris either, or Yosemite. Jane went to the back door that led to a patio. Behind her, Sarah said, "Oh my God." Jane turned. She saw in the woman's face something that was disconcertingly like awe. "I know who you are. Black hair, not blonde. Black eyes, not blue. But it's you." "I'm nobody." Sarah didn't say that Jane, once a decorated FBI agent, was now at the top of the Bureau's most wanted list, the object of a media frenzy. She pointed to the banner headline on the Los Angeles Times. "There's no truth in the news, is there? Not about you, not about anything. We're living in a world of lies." "There's always truth, Sarah. Under an ocean of deceit, there's truth just waiting." The woman's weariness gave way to an earnest look, to an air of edgy enthusiasm that troubled Jane. "Whatever they've done, you're taking it to them. Whatever they're hiding, you're digging it up." She rose from her chair. "People, some people anyway, sense we're being manipulated about what to think of you, but we don't know why they want you to be so hated. I wish I had what you have, could do what you're doing." "I'm nobody," Jane repeated, though not in the interest of denying her identity. "I could be dead tomorrow, if not tonight." "You won't be, though. Not you." The fervor in the woman's voice, a shining something in her eyes, chilled Jane for reasons she could not entirely understand. "Yes, me," she said. "Dead sooner than later. Or something worse than dead." To discourage a response, she stepped outside with her last word and closed the door. She crossed the concrete patio, hurried alongside the house and into the street, toward the car that she'd parked a block and a half away. The singular chill persisted in her bones, colder than the late March rain. She cast a shadow under the street lamps, which was good. The sharp wind stung her face, and the blown rain blurred her vision, which was also good. The darkness, that of the lowering storm clouds, and especially that of the star-shot sky fixed eternal above the storm, made her feel small and fragile, which was both good and right. 10. They switchbacked down the canyon slope at precarious angles more felt than seen, in a mist that curdled and became less animate as the wind diminished with their altitude, and as the walls of the declivity drew closer on both sides. The special off-road tires churned through sodden weeds and sandy mud, spun and slid sideways on wet-layered shale that splintered and sluiced out from under the Santa Fe Sport. Storm runoff followed ancient channels, foaming torrents that, in the crossing, surged against the wheels, as though to tip the Hyundai out of Sanjay's control and roll it into ruin. Where there was no shale or stone of any kind, he feared that the hundreds of feet of compacted soil, saturated by hours of relentless rain, would begin to move under their vehicle like an immense beast from 1,000 millennia in the past, avalanching them into the lower darkness and burying them there beyond all possibility of escape or rescue. Despite the focus demanded of him by the terrain and weather, from time to time Sanjay glanced upslope, or Tanuja encouraged him to do so, and always, above them, finding its way toward them, was the Range Rover, with its sinister passengers. If their pursuers were not drawing steadily closer, neither were they falling much behind. As he could see them by the lights that guided them, so the lights of the Hyundai encouraged their pursuit. When the gauntlet of trees and brush and mud and rushing water had been navigated, they arrived at the canyon's bottom, where thousands of storm spates converged to form a temporary brown river surging and tossing southward. Sanjay switched off the headlights before turning in the same direction that the river raced. "Maybe they'll think we went north," he said. "They won't," Tanuja disagreed, although she was not by nature a pessimist. "Without headlights, we'll have to go slower. They'll catch us sooner." "I don't intend to go slower, Tani," he assured her. In the formation of the river, the descending water had washed debris from its banks, even objects as large as rotting sections of long-fallen trees, which tumbled and wallowed along in the filthy currents. Furthermore, over many thousands of years and countless storms, the land here had been smoothed until the banks, short of flood tide, were almost as navigable as causeways. Although the Hyundai could no longer be seen by those farther up the canyon wall, Sanjay was at first all but blind, the way ahead obscure. The brown water was dimly visible on their right because of its agitation and its freight of pale flotsam, but also because its churning generated lush garlands of vaguely phosphorescent foam that flowered upon it and gave definition to its sinuous form. "We'll leave tire tracks in the soft earth," Sanjay said, "but in this rain, those ought to wash away in a minute or two. And where there's scree instead of mud, we won't leave tracks at all. They'll have to go slower than they want, looking for where we might have turned away from the river and gone uphill again." "Suddenly you've got a chuska for danger," Tanuja said. "I've got no taste for it at all," he objected, "but I sure am obsessed with staying alive." 11. Waiting for the heater to bake the chill out of her bones, Jane Hawk sat behind the wheel of her Ford Explorer Sport, staring at a nightscape distorted by rain shimmering down the windshield. Through that fluid lens, the street lamps appeared to quiver, receding like great scaffold-mounted torches along some shadowy road that led to death and onward to damnation. She had purchased her current vehicle from an all-cash black-market dealer who worked out of a series of barns on a former horse ranch near Nogales, Arizona. The Explorer Sport had been stolen in the United States and reworked in Mexico, where, among other improvements, it had been given a purpose-built 825-horsepower 502 Chevy engine. If you had to go on the run, hunted by law enforcement and national security agencies at the federal, state, and local level, it paid to have been an FBI agent who had learned how various criminal enterprises operated and where to find them. At Jane's request, the navigation system had been stripped from the Explorer. If those searching for her got a lead on the vehicle, a GPS would give them her location with such specificity, mile by mile, that they could take her as elegantly as a bird of prey snatching a field mouse from a meadow. To avoid carrying other locators, she had no smartphone and no computer. The hot air streaming from the dashboard vents warmed her but failed to alleviate the deeper chill, which wasn't physical. It had gripped her when Sarah Holdsteck regarded her with fervent admiration, if not even reverence. Jane didn't want to be anybody's hero. She had undertaken this fight for two selfish reasons: to restore her husband's reputation, because Nick had not committed suicide as the evidence indicated, and to save the life of her only child, 5-year-old Travis, who'd been threatened when her investigation of Nick's death led to the discovery of a conspiracy in some of the highest offices of government and industry. The roots of that cabal spread day by day through a nation of people unaware of their extreme peril. She had accepted that she might die during this endeavor. Even if she exposed and destroyed the conspiracy, she'd almost certainly afterward be murdered as a matter of revenge. Her enemies were people of great power and wealth, unaccustomed to defeat, and they would not endure it with grace. Travis was hidden away with friends where he wasn't likely to be found. Were she to be killed, he would be raised with love and proper guidance. Her chances of survival, slim as they were, depended on staying tightly focused, on keeping her purpose narrow and her motivation personal, proceeding with confidence tempered by humility. Although the future of freedom hung in the balance, she was no Joan of Arc, and didn't want to be weighed down by a grand obligation, like the one that had inspired the Maid of Orleans, at the insistence of adoring crowds to put on armor and pick up a sword. Charismatic crusaders of that kind were doomed, even in triumph, destroyed by exalted ambition if not by pride. And what Jane's enemies could do to her, if they brought her down, would be far worse than being burned alive at the stake. She turned on the windshield wipers and drove away from the curb. A difficult task awaited her, and time was running out. 12. The dreary rain, like a forewarning of despair to come, the claustrophobic closed-coffin darkness of the night, the half-seen python-muscled river in its serpentine flow to the right of them, like some pagan god of fate whose forward slithery rush compelled them to follow, heedless of all consequences. Tanuja Shukla made no claim to psychic powers. The future was as unknown to her as to anyone. But as they neared the southern end of the canyon, where the surging cataracts would flood between the piers of a bridge and under the county road, the exhilaration of their apparent escape gave way to a vague presentiment of disaster. Sanjay's strategy seemed to have worked. The imprudent speed with which he'd driven headlong into the gloom had brought them a few rocky moments when the ground under the Hyundai had become briefly treacherous, when they were startled by massive entanglements of tumbleweed and other loose brush, as big as the SUV itself, that blew down from higher ground and against the vehicle with a skreek and clatter as of some beast born of myth and mist. But for several minutes now, the headlights of the Range Rover had not cleaved the night and rain behind them. Their pursuers evidently had turned away from the river to follow a false trail, or had fallen so far behind that turnings in the land concealed them. Yet, as Sanjay drove out of the mouth of the canyon, up a slope of gravel, onto the county road, and turned right onto the bridge, Tanuja braced herself for a crisis. It arrived at once in the form of a big Chevrolet crew cab pickup jacked on outsized tires. They were headed west, and the truck came from that direction. They had every reason to expect that it would cruise past them, driven by someone as innocent as they were. Instead, it angled to a stop on the bridge approach. The back doors on both sides were flung open, and men jumped out into the rain. There was no turning back into the canyon, nor could they do a 360, because less than 2 miles to the east lay the dead end and the house that they had so recently fled. If Sanjay had slowed in the face of this emerging threat, they would have been lost. But even as the pickup skidded to a stop and the doors began to open, he accelerated. The Santa Fe Sport shot forward, and for one mad instant, Tanuja thought her brother meant to ram the Chevy head-on. The man who jumped down from the starboard side of the truck held a shotgun in his right hand. He looked surprised to see their Hyundai rocketing toward him, his face pale and wide eyes glittering with reflections of their headlights. He wasn't fast enough to bring up the shotgun in a two-hand grip, and wasn't smart enough to fling himself out of harm's way. The Hyundai clipped the open door, and the door checked the gunman hard, knocking him off his feet and backward as they careened past. "Holy shit!" Tanuja declared on impact. The Chevy blocked too much of the roadway, and Sanjay could not get past it on the pavement. He steered down a graveled slope, the angle of descent seeming even more severe than it was because they had lost one headlight in the collision, the single remaining beam lending a cockeyed aspect to all that lay before them. He fought the steering wheel as the back end of the Hyundai slid clockwise. With the vehicle horizontal to the shoulder of the highway above them at a scary slant that encouraged Tanuja to brace herself in expectation of a roll, Sanjay drove west across the face of the incline, well past the pickup, perhaps out of shotgun range, before angling uphill and returning to the blacktop. Tanuja looked at the starboard mirror as her brother glanced at the rear view. Speaking over each other, she said, "Here they come! Here they come!" as he said, "We can outrun a freaking crew cab pickup!" "They're just letting that guy lie there on the road," she said. "Maybe he's dead." "He's not dead," Sanjay said. "The door hit him hard." "Not that hard." "I don't care if he's dead. He was going to shoot us." "Who are these crazy bastards?" "Rakshasa," Tanuja said, referring to a race of demons from Hindu mythology, an element of fantasy she had used in a novelette. "Hoods, goons, torpedoes," Sanjay said. "But working for who? Doing what? Why us? And how the hell did they know where we'd come out of the canyon?" Bullets of rain fragmented off the windshield as the Santa Fe Sport topped 90 miles per hour and, even with all-wheel drive, seemed to risk hydroplaning off the rain-swept blacktop. They were still in a rural area, but the road undulated and curved through a miles-long downgrade toward the densely populated lowlands of Orange County. The crew cab pickup had ceased falling farther behind, but wasn't gaining either, when in the distance a pulsing light quickened out of the dark and mist, the source hidden beyond the far fall of the highway, at first as eerie as an alien close encounter a la Spielberg. White and red, red and blue, white and red. "Hey, cops!" Sanjay said. "We're okay, Tunny. It's the cops." "Lincoln Crossley's the cops. A sheriff's deputy, same thing," said Tanuja, and she remembered Link temporarily rendered sightless by insecticide and firing his gun blindly, even though he'd been as likely to hit his two companions as to kill either her or Sanjay. She groaned as a patrol car topped the distant rise, the light bar on its roof flaring brighter. The siren could now be heard even over the roar of rain and engine. "We are so screwed!" "We aren't screwed," Sanjay disagreed. "We are so screwed!" "What do you know? You write hopeful fantasy, magic realism, whatever. I'm the noir guy, and I say we're not screwed." "Chodu," she said. "We are not Chodu." "We are so Chodu," she insisted, as the siren swelled louder. 13. The storm relented from a downpour to a fitful drizzle by the time Jane parked around the corner and almost 2 blocks from her destination in the city of Orange. She walked from there, carrying a zippered tote bag. If the authorities ever made a connection between her and the metallic gray Explorer, a vehicle description would be put on the National Crime Information Center website with an alert to every law enforcement agency in the nation. Thereafter, she would be in constant jeopardy while driving it. She would need 2 or 3 days to get new license plates and a DMV registration from her current source for forged documents in Reseda, north of Los Angeles. It might be safer to abandon the SUV than to use it during the interim between an NCIC listing and the receipt of new plates and documents. Better, instead, to be discreet, to park out of any line of sight from the place she intended to visit. The guy she needed to see wasn't part of the conspiracy against which she'd set herself. She didn't expect him to betray her. But like snakes, molting out of their old skins, people so often shed her expectations of them that she had learned to be ready for anything. The building was as she remembered it, flanked by parking lots, presenting an imposing two-story Southern Classic Revival face of white-painted brick with raised portico, balustrade, and tapered columns. At 9 o'clock, cars stood in both parking lots. Avoiding the front entrance, she went around the west side of the establishment, where the grand facade gave way to the stucco so prevalent in Southern California that it suggested the primary goals of local architecture must be impermanence and ease of eventual demolition. At the back of the property was a wide detached garage with 4 roll-ups. Between the structures lay a motor courtyard. The main building featured an ordinary back entrance, but also a pair of sliding doors, behind which lay a freight elevator that was accessible only with a code entered in a keypad. She tried the door at the stoop, and found that she didn't need her lock-release gun. She stepped into a vestibule. A door directly ahead of her would open to a ground-floor hallway, where there would be people whom she didn't want to encounter. She tried the door on the left. Stairs led to the second floor. Behind the door on the right were stairs to the basement. She descended quickly. She came into a long corridor. A series of flush-set, 18-inch diameter frosted glass lenses shed a cold white light with a faint blue tint. The white walls were of a smooth, glossy laminate. Shiny gray vinyl served as flooring and baseboard, curving up to meet the walls. The space had a science fiction-y feel, as if she'd entered a time tunnel or an interstellar vessel. The freight elevator access to this level was on her right. She opened the door across the hall from the elevator, switched on the lights, saw a dead man, and went into that room. 14. As in a vivid but incomprehensible nightmare, the relentless pursuers came from behind them like a demonic posse with a death warrant, and police raced head-on toward them, the modulated siren shrilling. The land was still lonely and forbidding on both sides of the highway. The rain abruptly diminished as though a long drum roll had ended, and the pending event to which it called attention would now occur. Sanjay respected the police and prided himself on remaining calm in difficult situations, but 25 years of experience had not prepared him for a night when known reality dropped out from under him as if it had been a trapdoor. Although it wasn't like him to rely on intuition rather than reason, he sensed that the insanity would only escalate from here. "Hold on," he warned Tanuja, as in the headlights wet pavement glistened toward a crossroads. He pumped the brakes, made a hard right turn onto the new 2-lane, nearly spun out, oriented the Hyundai, and accelerated. "What are we doing?" his sister asked. "I don't know." "Where are we going?" "I'll know it when I see it." "Will I know it when you see it?" "Someplace we can get off the road, out of sight." The blacktop wove through low hills and vales of ancient live oaks, immense and spreading, dark and dripping. Numerous curves, in conjunction with the trees, repeatedly screened their SUV from those in pursuit of them. Although Sanjay knew this back road well, he couldn't think of a bolt hole anywhere along its course. He was a guy who could focus as tightly as a laser, but he was first to admit he was a poor multitasker. He saw no need to chew gum and play basketball at the same time. He didn't even like basketball. He could pilot the Santa Fe Sport at high speed along wet pavement through treacherous curves with confidence, monitoring pursuers in the rear view and side mirrors. But an answer to the question, where next, eluded him. As always, Tanuja was a critical component in the 2-piece puzzle that was the Shukla twins. She said, "We're coming up on Honeydale Stables. That's the place." "That's the place," he agreed. And here came the turnoff to their right. A single-lane driveway of cracked and potholed blacktop lined with oaks, bisecting a once rich meadow gone to weeds, flanked by ranch fencing, collapsed in places by the work of termites, rot, and dry rot. Sanjay hung a right, killed the headlights. He let their speed fall without using the brakes, and avoided revealing their position with a red flush of tail lights, in case their pursuers might be closer than he believed they were. After about 30 yards, the private lane descended, and they were beyond view of the highway behind them, coasting into a valley that lay in a moonless, starless murk. The dilapidated fencing and colonnade of oaks guided them in the gloom, and the wild grass to both sides was not as dark as the pavement. They passed near the ruins of the once great house, in which the owners had perished in a fire 3 years earlier, a rubble of broken masonry and infallen timbers. 2 stone fireplaces with chimneys stood largely unscathed, oddly threatening in the night, like shrines to a primitive god that had slaughtered his own idolaters. Wind had been at work on the night of the fire. Flames jumped the extensive stables, and more than half were destroyed. The owners' breeding horses and the horses of others who'd paid to board their mounts at Honeydale were saved by the ranch manager, but the business died with its owners. After a contentious battle between heirs, the estate was eventually settled, but though the property had been on the market for a year, it hadn't yet sold. Sanjay drove behind one of the intact stables and parked and switched off the engine. "When they realize they've lost us, they won't backtrack to look. They'll figure we're long gone." Tanuja rolled down her window. The rain had stopped. The wind had died. Cool night air brought with it a faint scent of char that the recent downpour had stirred from a half-collapsed stable nearby, but she heard neither a siren in the distance nor the growl of engines. "Who'll believe us, Sanjay?" "Not the sheriff. Something's corrupt there." Referring to their parents, Tanuja said, "That's why dear Bap and Mai left India. So much corruption there. Why they brought us here so long ago. I still miss them every day." Sanjay agreed. "I always will." The world lay in eclipse under the shrouded sky, and a palpable night tide seemed to pour through the open window, pooling thickly in the Hyundai. Sanjay felt strangely as if he were breathing both air and darkness, but exhaling only air. "Maybe the sheriff isn't rotten," Tanuja said. "Just some of his deputies." "Or maybe he is rotten." "Most cities in the county have their own police." "But we don't live in one of those cities." "Well, we have to go to somebody." Although Sanjay had not started the SUV, although neither he nor his sister had touched any control, the computer screen in the dashboard brightened, startling them. The navigation system became active. A map appeared. It featured a thick serpentine line labeled with the route number of the county road they had recently departed. Leading off the thick line, a thinner one wasn't labeled, although it could be nothing but the private driveway leading to Honeydale stables. On the map, a red indicator blinked at the end of the driveway and to one side of it, where the Hyundai currently stood. "What's happening?" Tanuja asked. Sanjay threw open the driver's door and got out. He took a few steps forward to stand by the front bumper, listening to a stillness disturbed only by the arrhythmic ticking of the cooling engine, the dripping rainwater from saturated trees, and the occasional haunting question of an owl. As his sister exited the passenger door, Sanjay looked up at the sky, wondering, if someone knew the registration number of this vehicle and therefore was able to obtain the unique signal that its locator broadcast as part of its navigation system, could that someone find them? Did the vehicle's transponder continue to transmit even when the engine was off? Could a satellite serving their navigation system see them by that transmission? And could their GPS be switched on remotely to taunt them? He didn't know the answers, but the glowing screen in the dashboard seemed to say, "You can't hide." He heard an engine in the distance. More than one. Tanuja looked at him across the hood of the SUV. "Sanjay?" As the engine noise grew louder, he hurried around the front of the Hyundai and grabbed his sister's hand. "Run!" 15. The cool air carried on it an astringent chemical odor, and under that a fainter and less pleasant organic smell, on which Jane chose not to dwell. The slightly tilted stainless steel table with blood gutters had been used and methodically scrubbed clean. It stood empty now, as was the clear plastic collection reservoir under it. The decedent had been transferred to a second steel slab, this one without gutters, where he lay naked under a white shroud that exposed only his neck and head, and one arm that had slipped out from under the sheet and hung off the table. The hard, pitiless light rendered every enlarged pore as a crater, every wrinkle as a crevasse, so that his pale face had the texture and contours of a tract of desert tortured by heat, eroding wind, and tectonic forces. He would look much better in the morning, after the esthetician had painted a semblance of life and an illusion of sleep over his grim features. Attached to the foot of the table was a file holder. She found a photograph of the deceased, as he had been when alive and healthy, a guide for the esthetician. His name was on the back of the photo, Kenneth Eugene Conklin. She returned the file to the holder and placed a call with her disposable phone. In a viewing room upstairs in the funeral home, the proprietor answered.
Gilberto Mendez.
You once said you'd die for my husband if it came to that. No need to die, he beat you to it. But I could use a little help.
My God! Where are you?
Keeping company with Kenneth Conklin.
I don't believe this.
I'd put him on the line to vouch for me, but Ken's in a funk.
I'll be right there.
When Gilberto came through the door a minute later, dressed in a black suit and white shirt and black tie, he looked 20 pounds heavier than he'd been 2 years earlier, but still in good shape. He had a round, brown, pleasant face. His wife, Carmela, called it a gingerbread man's face. At 36, with receding hair, he'd begun to resemble the father from whom he'd inherited the business. Closing the door behind him, referring to Jane's jet-black hair and dark eyes, he said,
You aren't you at all.
It's just a wig, colored contacts, and attitude.
Well, you've always had attitude.
He came to the farther side of the table, the dead man between them, and Jane said, How are you doing, Gilberto?
Happier than I deserve to be.
Makes me feel good just to hear that.
We're having our 4th baby in June.
Another girl?
A boy. God help him, with 3 older sisters.
Like having 3 guardian angels.
Maybe you're right.
Jane indicated the graven face of the man on the table. At your dad's funeral 2 years ago, you said you were going to sell the business. When Gilberto smiled, he looked boyish, sweet. Even then, his eyes were the saddest Jane had ever seen.
I joined the Marines to escape this, Gilberto said. But the way it turned out, this work is a calling, not just a business. My dad said what it's about, above all else, is preserving the dignity of the dead, about not letting death rob them of it. That didn't make sense to me then. After I'd been to war, it did.
With tenderness, as if he were a nurse and the decedent a sick friend, he lifted the uncovered arm onto the table and pulled the shroud over it. He said,
Nick never would have killed himself.
He didn't.
So this mess you're in, it's because you want the truth?
I've learned the truth about Nick. It's way beyond that now.
The things they say about you on the news, murder, selling national secrets, treason. No one who knows you would believe it.
There's not much news in the news anymore. The lies they tell don't leave a lot of time for the facts about anything.
Whose rocks did you overturn?
She said. Some of them are in government, some in private industry. They play a lot of the media like so many harmonicas. From the moment Gilberto had mentioned Carmela's pregnancy, Jane had not been able to stop thinking about the wife, the 3 young daughters, and the boy waiting to be born. She said, "You've got so many responsibilities. I never should have come here. I better go." In a quiet voice, almost a murmur, suited to conversation with grieving loved ones in the viewing rooms on the main floor, he said,
"How's your boy? How's Travis?"
After a silence, she said, "He's struggling with the loss of Nick. But he's safe, hidden away with people who care about him."
"It's necessary to hide him, is it?"
"To stop me from investigating all this? They threatened to kill him. But they'll never get their hands on him. Never." When Jane picked up her tote bag to leave, Gilberto said,
"Why do you think Semper Fi doesn't mean anything to me anymore?"
"That's not what I think, Gilberto."
Always faithful means always faithful, not just when it's convenient.
"Family first," she said. "Be faithful to your family."
Nick was family, like a brother. I wouldn't be here today if not for him. Makes you family too. Put down the tote. Respect me enough to tell me what you need from me. If it's too damn crazy, if it's jumping off a cliff, I'll say no.
She did not put down the tote bag. "I was going to ask you to pose as a chauffeur and drive a car."
What else?
"We'd be kidnapping this creep who works in the Department of Justice. My only remaining lead. He surfaced in the attack that killed the governor of Minnesota last week. I learned he's coming here when I backdoored the computer of his brother's limo company. He has information I'm going to have to break him to get, but I don't need you for that. You pick him up as if you're his assigned chauffeur, you drive him to me, you leave. That's it. If all goes well. Which maybe it won't." He said,
"I'm a good driver. Never had a ticket."
"Kidnapping, Gilberto. They put you away for a long time."
I'll just be driving, playing a chauffeur, a piece of cake. Part of what I already do is be a chauffeur. I drive the hearse.
16. The California live oaks didn't grow close enough together to constitute a forest, but their crowns were of such immense diameter that across the vale and up a long slope, the figuration of their massive limbs arched over Tanuja and Sanjay like the vaulted ceiling of some elaborate nature-built cathedral in which the god Pan might come upon them, goat-legged and horned, playing his panpipes. But as they hurried away from Honeydale stables, the closest thing to music was the singing of countless tree frogs that, in Tanuja's estimation, was ominous as never before. Such frogs always celebrated following a rainstorm, but they were acutely aware of intruders in their realm and fell silent during the passage of any human being. This chorus, an almost frenzied jubilation and not once interrupted, seemed to suggest that nature and her creatures knew that the Shukla twins were so soon to be dead that they were already hardly more than spirits and of no concern. The blessing of a writer's imagination was also a curse. With only wild grass and no deep brush to hamper them, on terrain presenting no foot-twisting fissures, they were restrained from a flat-out run only by the darkness and the fear of falling off an unseen edge. They reached the top of the ridge in good time and paused and looked back to the south, high enough to see over the trees. For a long moment, gasping for breath, they stared at 2 sets of headlights in the distance, neither pair of beams currently on the move, both focused on what must have been the Hyundai Santa Fe Sport that they had abandoned. "Who are they?" she wondered.
"Not just sheriff's deputies. Someone bigger wants us."
"Bigger who? Wants us for what?"
"Damn if I know, Tanny, but we've got to keep moving."
Together, they turned from the southern vista. North-northeast, beyond another ridge, the darkness relented to an eerie light. In fact, 3 conjoined and distorted bubbles of light, one blue, one red, one yellow. The blue like a gas flame, but constant in shade and brightness. The red not reminiscent of fire, but intense and darkish, and steady, like the ruby color of a lit glass cup on a votive candle rack. A canted brim of canary yellow, as if the blue and red were borne on it like the twin crowns of a tipped hat. For a moment, it seemed to Tanuja that she was being drawn through this extraordinary and fearsome night towards some ultimate mystery and revelation, as might be a mystified character in one of the stories in her preferred genre of magic realism. But then she realized from where the lights arose. She said, "It's neon glow from Coogan's Crossroads." The Crossroads was a restaurant, but less a restaurant than a tavern, and less a tavern than a tradition, the iconic gathering place to which the residents of the smattering of tiny communities in the remote East County canyons were drawn for companionship, especially on weekend nights like this.
"Probably half a mile," Sanjay said.
"We can get help there."
"Maybe," Sanjay said. "Maybe."
"There's sure to be at least a couple people we know."
"We knew Lincoln Crossley, or thought we did."
"The whole world can't have been corrupted, Sanjay. Come on." With the threat of their pursuers no longer immediate, they descended the ridge, angling north-northeast toward the neon aurora, adopting a less reckless pace overland now that they had a place to go and the hope of help. The clouds were slowly unraveling. Through the ragged rents and thinning veils came a suggestion of moonlight. The only thing that could go wrong now, or so it seemed, was for one of them to stumble in the gloom and fall and break a leg. Sanjay held Tanuja's left arm as together they proceeded with caution. 17. Maybe they kept the dead man between them because Jane still had second thoughts about involving this father of four in such a dangerous enterprise, and because Gilberto, for all his talk of Semper Fi and a debt owed to Nick, had doubts of his own. Solemn and silent on the table, the decedent was a barrier to impetuous action, a reminder that they might die in the course of a kidnapping. Jane's love for Nick was so intense that his death had not diminished it, and though Gilberto's gratitude and admiration were less piercing emotions, Jane's late husband served as a touchstone by which they both could test their commitment to what was good and true in a world of darkness and lies. But a touchstone had value only if they acted with reason, from a sense of duty, rather than because sentimentality overtook them. Jane knew, perhaps so did Gilberto, that a touch, a hug, even a handshake in the early minutes of this reunion could twist honest sentiment into sentimentalism, inciting him to make a fateful decision on the wrong grounds. "I appreciate you'd do this just for me," she said, "just for Nick. But if they discover you helped me, they won't care that all you did was drive. They'll take you out. You need to understand what they've done, what they want to do, how much they have to lose." She looked at the dead man's face, so eggshell white after his embalming, lips fixed, as if they had never formed a smile, eyelids paper-thin, as though half worn away by all the distressing sights against which, in life, they'd been closed. Nick had been cremated. She preferred fire, too, if, after her death, a body could be found. "These bastards, this conspiracy, cabal, whatever you want to call it, they have a computer model. It identifies people likely to steer civilization in the wrong direction, people in the arts, journalism, academia, science, politics, military." Gilberto frowned.
"Wrong direction? How does a computer decide what's the wrong direction for civilization?"
"It doesn't. They decided when they designed the damn computer model. All it does is identify targets. They say, just erase enough carefully selected people, those likely to achieve positions to influence others with wrong ideas, then, over time, we'll have utopia. But it's not about utopia. It's all about power. Absolute power. Gilberto had come back from war with an enduring sadness, from which was born a gentleness and a desire to avoid all conflict. But anger enfolded the gentleness now, and his mouth was set tight when he said, "Just erase. Erase. Always the nice words for murder."
Joseph Stalin reportedly said, "A single death is a tragedy, 1,000,000 deaths is a statistic." You have a problem with that?
They're gonna kill 1,000,000?
Eventually more. 210,000 per generation in the U.S., so 8,400 a year.
They told you this?
One of them did. You'll have to take my word for it. He's not available to confirm it. I killed him, in self-defense. Although he'd been to war, Gilberto was shaken. War half a world away was different from battles in the streets of his own country. He put his hands on the steel table and leaned into it for support. Jane said, "The people they kill are on something called the Hamlet list. Once they identify the targets, they go after them when they're most vulnerable, when they're away from home at a conference or traveling alone, and can be drugged, sedated one way or another."
Sedated?
They don't want it to look like murder. They sedate them and program them to commit suicide. Nick was on their Hamlet list. He cut his throat with his Marine Corps knife, his K-bar, sliced so deep that he severed a carotid artery. Gilberto stared at her for a long moment, as if to determine what brand of crazy she had embraced.
Program, then?
Life is sci-fi these days, Gilberto, and it's not a feel-good family movie. Do you know about nanotechnology?
Microscopic things. Maybe machines so small they're invisible. Something like that.
In this case, constructs made from a few molecules, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, suspended in a serum, injected into the bloodstream. They're brain-tropic. Once they pass through the capillary walls into brain tissue, they self-assemble into a larger network. A web-like control mechanism. Within hours, total control is effected. The subject doesn't know anything's happened. He seems himself. No one sees anything different about him. But days later, weeks, whenever, he gets a command to commit suicide. And obeys.
"If I didn't know you," Gilberto said, "I'd think you were a candidate for a psych ward."
Sometimes lately, I've felt like one. Nick didn't know what he was doing. Or maybe he knew and couldn't stop himself, which makes me sick. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath. Suicides of successful, happy people have soared for 2 years. People with no history of depression, with every reason to live. Sometimes they take other people with them. She opened her eyes. You must have seen the story about the woman in Minnesota, Teacher of the Year, not only killed herself but also the governor and 40-some others. I know, for a fact, she was controlled by these people, as Nick was.
You have proof of all this?
Yeah. So who do I trust with it? The FBI isn't entirely corrupt, but some people in it are part of this conspiracy. Same with the NSA, Homeland Security. They're salted everywhere.
Go to the press?
I tried. Thought I had a trustworthy journalist. He wasn't. I have evidence, a lot of it. But if I give it to the wrong person and he destroys it, everything I've endured has been for nothing. And there's even worse than the Hamlet list. Much worse. Not everyone they inject is programmed for suicide.
Then what?
Some people under their control seem to have free will, but they don't. They're used ruthlessly, as programmed assassins. Others are flat out enslaved and used as cheap labor. She hated death, the thief that had robbed her of her mother and her husband. But when she looked at the corpse between her and the mortician,
The cold, wax-pale face suggested an enduring peace that might be envied by those who lived with a nano-web woven across and through their brains. I've seen men, guarding an estate of one of the Arcadians, as they call themselves. A pack of men in slacks and sport coats, normal at first glance, but like trained dogs, living in conditions as crowded as kennels. Their personalities and memories wiped away. No internal lives. Programmed to carry guns and provide security, to track down and kill intruders. They're like machines of flesh. If she had any doubt that he believed her, it was resolved when he made the sign of the cross. Machines of flesh, she repeated. There are high-end brothels for wealthy, powerful people who fund this conspiracy. I managed to get into one, and out alive. The girls are beautiful beyond words, but they have no memories. No awareness of who they once were, or of a world beyond the brothel. No hopes, no dreams, no interests except staying fit, desirable. Programmed to provide any sexual pleasure, totally submissive, never disobedient. No desire is so extreme they won't satisfy it. They're soft-spoken, sweet, apparently happy, but it's all programmed. They're incapable of expressing anger, sadness. Somewhere deep inside, what if there is something left in one of them, some palest shadow of real human feeling and awareness, some thread of self-respect, some fragile hope? Then her body is a prison, a life of unrelieved loneliness and a solitary hell. I've dreamed of being one of them. I wake up shaking as if with malaria. I'm not ashamed to say I'm terrified of ending like that, stripped of all free will. Because once the control mechanism assembles in the brain, there's no removing it, no way out, except death. 18. A dragon's egg moon emerged from a nest of shredding clouds, harried southeast by a high wind that had no presence here at ground level. The oaks were widely separated now, each the majesty of its domain, black-limbed and cragged and crooked, like the scorched but stalwart survivors of a cataclysm, or oracles warning of some dire event impending. The land grew less hospitable to grass, and the last upslope was patterned with faint tree-cast moon shadows on a carpet of wet pebbles and scraggly clumps of flattened sedge. In spite of the inexplicable danger in which Tanuja and her brother found themselves, she could not help but see the story potential in this bizarre situation. Even as she hurried toward the crest of the last hill, a novel was germinating, a contemporary take on Hansel and Gretel, a brother and sister transported from the primeval woods of Germany to the semi-desert wildlands of Southern California, their adversary not a witch who lived in a house made of bread and cake, but instead some fearsome sect or wicked fellowship. What she had always liked most about Hansel and Gretel was that they kicked ass. After Gretel shoved the witch into the oven and bolted it shut, she and Hansel filled their pockets with the vicious hag's fortune of pearls and jewels. Gasping for breath, she and Sanjay reached the crest, where the source of the red, blue, and yellow auras that drew them through the darkness now flared bright below them. The sole structure in sight, a commercial building made to resemble a log house, advertised itself with a double row of neon tubes around the roofline, and in the enormous sign at the front, the words Coogan's Crossroads blazed within the glowing outline of a giant cowboy hat. At least 20 vehicles were parked in front of and beside the establishment. Faint country music found its way into the night from a barroom jukebox. Tanuja followed Sanjay down a slippery slope of rain-sodden, half-collapsed masses of foot-snaring areola grass and onto the east-west two-lane that made a crossroads with a north-south route. As they entered Coogan's parking lot, a few bars of Macarena by Los Del Rio issued from a pocket of Sanjay's jeans, bringing him to a halt. As the ringtone repeated, he fished out the smartphone that belonged to one of the men who had invaded their house. "Don't answer it," Tanuja warned. I won't, Sanjay said. I took this so we'd eventually be able to get a lead on who they are. Who's calling? What's their number? No ID, Sanjay said. Although he did not accept the call, a connection was somehow affected. A long chain of binary code, like a centipede racing along a switchback path, flowed down the screen from top to bottom. The code vanished. The blue background blinked to white, and two black lines, labeled with route numbers, portrayed the crossroads at which they had arrived. A blinking red indicator could have represented nothing else but the position of the smartphone. Shit, Sanjay said. They just located us. How's that possible? I don't know. Tanuja looked toward the north-south route, dark at the moment and untraveled. They'll be coming. The building featured a plank porch, elevated on 2-foot log piers. Sanjay ran to it and threw the phone between two plants and a decorative fringe of cushioned spurge, into the dark space far back under the porch. Engine noise arose, and swiftly grew louder. Out of the south, from the direction of the ruins of Honeydale Stables, a wash of light, undulating with the contours of the road, swelled behind a windbreak of eucalyptuses. Tanuja and Sanjay, of the same mind without the need to speak, ran to one of the parked vehicles, a truck with a 30-foot bed, tall slat-wood sides, and an arched canvas canopy fitted to a metal frame. They scaled the tailgate and swung into the dark cargo area, where just enough light entered to suggest that they were aboard a landscaper's truck, more than half full of large ferns and rapis palms growing in soil-filled 10-gallon plastic nursery buckets. They crouched 4 feet from the tailgate, beyond where the neon radiance might reflect off their faces, the fronds of the young Australian tree ferns cascading over and around them. A moment later, the engine noise peaked. Headlights swept the parking area, one pair, and then another. First past the landscaper's tailgate was a sheriff's department cruiser, employing neither its sirens nor its light bar, braking to a stop at the steps to the plank porch, where the yellow-striped pavement warned against parking. Close behind the squad car came the Chevy crew cab on jacked tires, the front passenger door caved and incompletely closed and rattling, held shut by the man riding shotgun. The pickup pulled into an empty slot between two SUVs. The driver killed the engine and got out with 2 other men. Evidently, the injured man had been left back at the bridge to fend for himself. The driver went around the north side of Coogan's Crossroads, the other 2 around the south side, evidently intending to rendezvous at the back of the tavern, where there were a kitchen entrance and an emergency exit. 2 uniformed deputies got out of the cruiser and climbed the steps to the porch, stood there for a moment, surveying the parking lot, and then went inside. We're so chodu if we stay here, Tanuja said, just as Sanjay said, They don't find us in there. They'll check these vehicles. One at a time, they slipped over the tailgate and out of the landscaper's truck. They expected to be on foot again, a dismal prospect with miles between them and any pocket of civilization in which they might be able to hide and buy time to think. Plus, they would be unarmed, at night, in coyote country, just when those prairie wolves might venture forth, sharp-toothed and merciless, in the wake of the rain. Then, a crackle of police band radio static drew their attention to the cruiser, and alerted them that its engine was idling. We can't, Sanjay said. Tanuja said, In like 3 minutes they'll know we're not in Coogan's. She hurried to the black and white, and Sanjay followed. The window in the driver's door had been rolled down. The voice of a dispatcher sought assistance on an 1180 in Silverado Canyon, whatever an 1180 might be. Tanuja got behind the wheel and popped the emergency brake as Sanjay slid into the other front seat. She reversed, away from the tavern. 19. The unforgiving light in the windowless basement room, the air as cool as that in a meat locker, the chemical smell, the underlying odor best left unanalyzed, the funeral director's voice soft with respect and sympathy, and the settled sorrow in his eyes. He repeated what she'd told him regarding anyone injected with a nanotech control mechanism.
No way out except death?
By turning her words into a question, he was asking not for her to confirm the fate of those injected, but for her assurance that she truly believed, even in the face of her massed enemies and the unprecedented threat she had described, that there was a future for her, some way out of this other than death. If her sole hope was to save the life of her child at the cost of her own, if her truest analysis of the situation convinced her that she could bring down the conspirators only with a mortal sacrifice, she was not like the Marines with whom he had gone into battle. They had fought for their country, and no less for one another, but they also had gone into every fight with the conviction that survival was likely. As the wife of a Marine, Jane understood Gilberto's concern. A warrior couldn't be without fear, for the fearless were often also reckless, putting the mission at risk. However, neither should anyone enter combat with the expectation of certain death, because no fighter fought well in such a state of diminished spirit. "I need to live for Travis," she said. "I will live for the pleasure of seeing those arrogant creeps ruined, their power ripped from them, imprisoned for life, although I'd much rather see them lined up against a wall and shot. I'm not fearless or nihilistic. I'll make mistakes, but I won't throw my life away, or yours."
Sorry to make you say it.
I would have done the same if I were you.
So who's this Department of Justice guy we're kidnapping?
Name's Booth Hendrickson. She zippered open her tote bag and took from it a manila envelope, which she passed to Gilberto. "Study this photo till you're sure you'll recognize him, then destroy it."
"When do you need me for the job?"
"Tomorrow, at 10:30 in the morning. You'll pick him up at the private aircraft terminal at Orange County Airport." As if the dead man's pallor were caused by what he heard being discussed, eyes closed as though in prayer, he lay between them like some priest without vestments, distressed and rendered supine by the weight of the crimes that they were confessing.
"Our hearse can't pass for a limousine,"
Gilberto said. "I'll have a limo for you. His brother owns a limousine company, in addition to a lot of other things. He'll feel safe getting in one of his brother's limos, with one of his brother's drivers." She talked him through how it would be done, then took from the tote a leather shoulder rig with a weapon in the holster, a polymer frame Heckler & Koch .45 compact, like the one she carried. "I don't see any way you'll need a gun," she said, "but this is the devil's world, and he never rests. It has a 9-round magazine with semi-staggered ammo stacks, allows for a nice grip." Instead of accepting it, he said, "I have a gun of my own. I like the feel of it. I know its quirks. But it might be traced back to you. This one has no history. Take it. Use it, if you have to." She put the rig and pistol on the shrouded chest of the dead man. From the tote, she took a spare magazine and a sound suppressor for the Heckler. She also put those on the corpse, and then added a disposable phone. "You'll need a burner phone during the operation. The number for my burner is taped to the back of yours." Gilberto said,
"Even if you win some kind of safety for you and Travis, even then you lose."
"Maybe."
"Because you can't put the nano-genie back in the bottle."
"No one could uninvent the atomic bomb either. But here we still are."
"At least for today."
"None of us ever has more than this moment. Tomorrow becomes today, today becomes yesterday. The best I can do for my boy is give him enough todays that he can make a past for himself that will have had some meaning in it." She zippered shut the tote bag. She came around the mortician's table and put one hand on the back of Gilberto's neck and pulled his face to hers until their foreheads touched. They stood that way in silence for a long moment. Then she kissed his cheek and left the room and left the building and went into the night, which always held the promise of being the last night of the world. 20. Tanuja was driving fast and well, not perturbed by her lack of familiarity with the vehicle, but the events of the evening were so extraordinary, whipsawing her emotions so violently. She felt almost as though reality was plastic and being remade around her, as easily as she might reimagine it in fiction. The land on both sides of the police car like a blackened alien sea, the wild rolling hills not hills at all, but the humped backs of Devonian beasts, swimming as they swam 400 million years earlier. Because he had written a few stories featuring police, Sanjay knew where to find the controls for the siren and the light bar. Tanuja used them only in the no-passing zones, when she needed to encourage slower traffic to pull off the road and let her pass. They dared not use the car for long, and Tanuja wanted to get as deep into the communities of West County as possible. The more populous the territory, the more options they would have, although at the moment she couldn't grasp what one of those options might be.
"We've got to hole up tonight. Think this through," Sanjay said.
"Hole up where? With whom?"
"Not friends. We don't know what we might bring down on them."
"Anyway," she said, "who do we trust? We don't even know why." After a silence, Sanjay said,
"Stop at the first Wells Fargo ATM. All I have is like $180. You?"
"Not a dime."
"They tracked our car's GPS, so maybe they'll also know when I use a credit card for a motel room."
"Is that possible? Tracking credit card use in real time?"
"I don't know what's possible anymore, Tanny. It seems like any damn thing is possible. So we need as much cash as we can get."
At 8:50 p.m., after withdrawing $600 from a Wells Fargo ATM, they found an office complex in Lake Forest that provided a deserted parking lot in which they left the police cruiser. As far as they were able to tell, they abandoned the car without drawing attention to themselves. Mottled sulfur yellow by the upwash of suburban light, rags of dark clouds unraveled across a sky in which an incomplete moon hung in a strange deformity, or so it seemed to Tanuja, as if the shadow that cloaked part of it was cast by a misshapen earth. The stars appeared misplaced, arranged in no familiar constellations, and the concrete underfoot seemed to move ever so subtly. In a few minutes, they arrived at a major thoroughfare on which traffic flashed and growled, along which crowded a smorgasbord of fast food restaurants and a riot of enterprises that included, half a block to their left, a motor inn that was part of a medium-priced national chain, and, less than half a block to their right, a less polished motel. Even from a distance, neither the brand name nor the generic option appealed as a refuge in which to spend the night, and, in fact, something about each seemed, if not sinister, at least foreboding. Tanuja assumed that this perceived menace was imaginary, a product of her anxiety and the disorientation that arose from being targeted for reasons unknown, until Sanjay said, "Even if we pay cash when we check in, I don't like this. It feels wrong. There must be somewhere else we can go." 21. From the funeral home in Orange, Jane Hawk drove south to a recently annexed portion of Newport Beach that featured several guard-gated enclaves of multi-million-dollar estates. One of these had belonged to Sarah Holdsteck until her former husband, Simon Yegg, wrested it from her. Jane parked at an all-night supermarket in an upscale shopping center. Carrying her leather tote bag, she set out on foot. The traffic, whizzing past on the parkway to her left, seemed like a sales lot in motion for Mercedes, BMW, and Ferrari. She walked perhaps a mile and a half along a sidewalk flanked by lush landscaping, encountering neither residences nor businesses, nor other pedestrians. There were only the imposing guardhouse gates fronting the exclusive communities, and, between them, glimpses of the moon-washed canyon above which those mansions had been built. Although the entrances appeared formidable, these communities were not surrounded by complete uniform barriers. Each homeowner had built an enclosure, iron staves, glass panels, stone, compatible with the design of his house. Where the community's common spaces met the canyon, there was either wrought iron fencing or nothing at all. If the canyon slope was rugged and steep, it was assumed that thieves wouldn't make the climb to burglarize a house when, should the job go wrong, the only hope of escape would be on foot. Having left the sidewalk to proceed cautiously along the grassy crest of the canyon, guided by moonlight and, when the lunar lamp was insufficient, by a small flashlight that she hooded with one hand, Jane found an unfenced transit point between the canyon and one of the community's common areas. Less than a minute later, she was on a sidewalk again, on a street behind the guardhouse gates. She wasn't concerned that she would be suspected of intrusion. There were more than 150 homes in the community. No single guard could be expected to recognize all the residents, not to mention house guests. If the lone patrol car happened upon her, she would smile and wave, and most likely earn a smile and a wave in return. Thanks to Google Earth and Google Maps, she had familiarized herself with the layout of the looping streets. She needed only a few minutes to reach the Yegg residence. The immense Mediterranean Revival-style house was clad in limestone, featured arched windows recessed in carved limestone surrounds, and had an entrance sheltered by a dramatic portico with massive columns supporting an elaborately detailed entablature. She approached the front door as though she belonged there. The windows were dark. According to Sarah Holdsteck, when Simon moved in prior to their wedding, he wanted no servants in the house on weeknights or weekends. 2 housekeepers worked from 8 till 5, Monday through Friday. It was unlikely that he would have changed this routine. With the exception of December, on the last Friday of each month, Simon played poker with 4 of his friends. The game moved from one of their houses to another on an agreed-upon schedule. In March, the card game occurred elsewhere than here. Petra Quist, the hottie who currently lived with Simon, a 26-year-old blonde with blue eyes, 20 years his junior, enjoyed a girls' night out on the last Friday of the month. The photos on her Facebook page ranged from icky cute to nearly obscene, and featured 5 other leggy, dressed-to-tease young women, her wrecking crew, with whom she went shopping and bar-hopping in a limousine. Judging by the photographs, their revelries weren't hampered by a 3-drink limit. Jane pulled the trigger of the lock-release gun 4 times before the automatic pick threw all the pins to the shear line and the door opened. She stepped inside as the house alarm shrilled. She had 2 minutes to enter the disarming code before the central station would summon the police. When Sarah had signed over the mortgage-free house to Simon, he'd made a point of telling her that he wasn't going to change either the locks or the alarm code.
"Any time you want, kitten. You come back and let yourself in and wait for me and shoot me 10 times dead when I come home. Think you could do that, kitten? No, I don't think so either. You talk big. The self-made real estate guru. But you're just a big-mouthed bitch, a gutless pussy, a stupid skank who by dumb luck made some money. All you ever were was an okay piece of ass, and now you're past your prime in that department, way past. If you go broke and have to sell your ass, kitten, you won't get any business if you price it more than $10.
Sarah remembered his abusive goodbye speech almost word for word, and though more than once she thought about doing what he had dared her to do, she knew that she would ruin her life if she killed him, or, more likely, the invitation was a trap. He would be ready for her, and she, an armed trespasser, would be shot dead. Nevertheless, his insults still stung 2 years later. Gutless, stupid, by dumb luck. And it was clear to Jane that Sarah, in spite of her intelligence and fortitude, had internalized those words and could not bleach them from the stained self-image with which Simon had left her. At the security system keypad to the left of the front door, Jane entered the 4 numbers that Sarah had given her and pressed the asterisk. The alarm fell silent. Yeg, the arrogant bastard, in fact had so little fear of his former wife that he'd kept his promise to raise no barriers to her return. After resetting the perimeter alarm but not the interior motion detectors, Jane began to explore the grand house. As reported in Petra Quist's Facebook postings, the hottie and her crew rocked the shit out of the club scene on such nights as this. They didn't stagger home until nearly midnight, and even then, reluctantly. She was never later than that, however, because her nuclear-powered love machine, whom she identified only as Mr. Big, didn't like to come home to an empty house. According to Sarah, Simon returned from poker night between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. Jane figured she had more than an hour to determine where and how she would incarcerate Petra Quist, so that she could have some quality time alone with Mr. Big, who might not be so big by the time dawn came. 22. Half a block off the main thoroughfare where traffic whisked brightly through the night, the trees stood wet of bark and dry of leaf half an hour after the passing of the storm. Nothing gurgled in the gutters any longer. The Mission of Light church stood full of stained glass glow, and from it issued muffled bursts of laughter and applause. A church had not been on Sanjay's mind when he'd told his sister that there must be some place other than a motel where they could take refuge. Yet, as they stood before it, the warmth of its light, the laughter, and the periodic applause seemed to promise safety. Sanjay, who wrote noir fiction and who, as a writer of conviction, therefore must believe in the essential darkness of the world and life, couldn't quite commit to this church. However, he knew that his magic realist sister would have no problem believing that here lay safety. He set aside his doubt and bias, putting his sister's welfare first. Besides, he didn't know where else they could go. They entered the building through one of 2 front doors that stood open and found the narthex deserted. Likewise, the nave offered empty pews, and no one manned the altar under an enormous white plastic cross that was lit from within. Children's voices came from a distance, a flutter of adult laughter, piano music, and then a chorus of youngsters singing. Sanjay and Tanuja followed the center aisle to the crossing and stopped short of the chancel railing when they saw a bank of open doors to the left. They went to one doorway beyond which, in the north transept, an exhibition hall had been transformed into a makeshift theater. Rows of folding chairs were occupied by as many as 200 people. A choir of 12 kids stood on 3 tiers to the right of the stage, the piano before them. On the stage were grade schoolers in a variety of costumes, including 3 dressed as white rabbits. Evidently, although Easter was almost 2 weeks away, they were presenting a production with a holiday theme. At least for the time being, the church had set aside such solemn considerations as crucifixion and resurrection in favor of lighter fare involving rabbits, girls dressed as daffodils, and 3 little boys costumed as eggs and standing in front of what might have been a papier-mâché chicken 3 times bigger than they were. Sanjay saw to the right a hallway entrance surmounted by a sign that promised restrooms. The hall appeared to be long, as if it led to more facilities than just the men's and women's lavatories. He took Tanuja's hand and drew her across the back of the room as music swelled and the rabbits began to caper among the daffodils. The audience was focused on the performers, but if a few shifted their attention to Sanjay and his sister, there was no reason for them to suppose that these 2 newcomers didn't belong here. Beyond the restrooms were classrooms where perhaps Sunday school was held and other instructions given. At the end of the hallway, another corridor opened on the left, serving a kitchen and church offices. Last of all, they came to a large storage room with eclectic contents, janitorial equipment, including vacuum cleaners and floor buffers, 20 or more 6-foot-long folding tables standing on end, securely racked. A full complement of life-size nativity scene figures, including 3 wise men, camels, a cow, a couple lambs, a donkey, and numerous other items. Sanjay led his sister inside and closed the door behind them.
"We'll wait here. The play must be nearly over. They'll all be gone soon."
"You mean stay the night?"
"We have restrooms. Might be food in the kitchen. Something the church staff has for lunch or snacks."
"It feels weird to stay here."
"It feels safe, Tani."
"Yeah, well, it kind of does," she agreed.
"We'll have time to think. Figure this out."
"But we could hide for a year and figure out nothing. And what if someone comes in here?"
"We'll tuck ourselves in behind the nativity figures. No one will see us, unless they come all the way to the back of the room."
They left the light on in order to make their way through the gauntlet of stored items, and they sat on the floor, screened by heavy cast plastic wise men and camels. In the distance, muffled piano and choir crescendoed, and after a second of silence, the volume and duration of applause suggested the performance might have come to an end. 23. In the parking lot of an office complex in Lake Forest, sitting behind the wheel of the abandoned patrol car, Carter Jurgen imports the contents of the vehicle's camera archives into his laptop. The fore and aft recordings on police cruisers are intended to protect officers, so the department can easily disprove accusations of police brutality and misconduct of which they are not guilty. As for the officers who recently used this cruiser, their offense is not brutality. Jurgen isn't affiliated with the sheriff's department. Ostensibly, he works for the National Security Agency, and therefore he lacks direct authority over those deputies, although his federal credentials compel them to assist him. If he were the boss of them, he'd charge them with dereliction of duty, with sheer stupidity, for letting the Shukla twins steal their car. What concerns him most is that both of the deputies who screwed up are among the adjusted people, those who have been injected with nanomachine control mechanisms, which is why they were called to support the conversion crew when everything went wrong at the Shukla house. All of them, in fact, are adjusted people, though they don't realize it, including Lincoln Crossley and the 2 men with him, who allowed themselves to be hornet-sprayed by a slip of a girl who's a foot shorter and weighs only half as much as any of them. Recently, Jurgen has begun to suspect that when the web-like control mechanism self-assembles across the brain, something of the adjusted person is lost, in addition to his free will. Maybe it isn't lost at once. Maybe it fades away slowly. But it seems to Jurgen that at least some of the adjusted are not as intelligent as they were before being injected. Well, no. Perhaps it's not that they're less intelligent. It is rather that the quality of their motivation has changed. They will do what they are instructed to do, but some, perhaps many, seem to lack the interest, the incentive, to do more than required. Maybe this is not a bad thing. In his estimation, a lot of people are too smart for their own good, motivated by the wrong aspirations and desires, such as money and status and the admiration of others. The new world coming will be shaped by those who, like Carter Jurgen, are most equipped to identify and correct all the errors to which human beings are so prone. It is likely the case that a fully corrected civilization can be kept stable more easily if a significant part of its population is motivated to perform only as they are instructed to perform, and are shorn of any incentive to achieve more than others. The determination to achieve can, after all, lead to an inclination toward rebellion. Bathed in the laptop's pale light, scanning through the video from the patrol car's front-facing camera, Jurgen arrives at the moment when the Shukla twins walk away into the night, across the lamplit parking lot, onto the public sidewalk. They turn west and hurry out of sight, oblivious that they have left this first crumb of evidence that will make it possible for him to track them down. Jurgen switches off his laptop, closes it, gets out of the car. Radley Dubose is waiting a few feet away, beside the Range Rover in which the two of them had unsuccessfully pursued Sanjay and Tanuja Shukla into the canyon. Radley appears angry enough and big enough to pick up the patrol car and throw it. He has a square Dudley Do-Right jaw and eyes as feverish-looking as those of Yosemite Sam. Though Dubose is a graduate of Princeton and dedicated to the cause, Jurgen thinks he is cartoonish.
"Whatever you're going to tell me," Radley Dubose says, "don't tell me anything if those little shits disabled the car's cameras and faded away like a couple ghosts. I've had enough of their smart aleck crap, the insolent little shits. I'd like to shove each one's head up the other one's ass and roll them down the street like a hoop."
"Maybe you'll get a chance to do it," Jurgen says. They went west on foot toward the boulevard. They get into the mud-spattered Range Rover. Carter Jurgen switches on the headlights, drives out of the parking lot, turns west, on the street.
"I mean," Dubose says, "they're two freaking writers of all things. Writers. You and I, we're hard-case pros. We break heads, get the job done. Why do a couple bookworm geeks think they're smart enough to keep pissing on us and getting away with it?"
"Maybe because they can," Jurgen suggests.
"Not anymore. Damn if they will. I've had enough. Let's make this happen."
Jurgen pulls to the curb and parks illegally just short of the intersection with the boulevard. They get out of the Rover and stand on the corner, scoping out the situation. The restaurants and bars are open, but the stores in the strip centers and the standalones are closed. Traffic races past and brakes and races again, spasming between signal lights at the intersections. Fewer vehicles than would have been here an hour earlier, more than will be here an hour from now. The first thing that intrigues Dubose is a motor inn to the south and a cheap-jack motel to the north.
"We already got word that son of a bitch Sanjay used his ATM card. He wants to pay cash at a motel rather than use a credit card."
The first thing that intrigues Jurgen is the traffic cameras mounted high on a street lamp, one aimed south, one north. Maybe they didn't get a room. Maybe they hitched a ride or went somewhere else. Before we start playing gumshoe, squeezing motel desk clerks, let's have a look at the traffic cam video. 24. Turning on lights ahead of her and switching them off behind, Jane toured the house, feeling oppressed by a surfeit of deeply carved moldings and decorative paneling and crystal chandeliers, exotic silk draperies with swagged valances and tasseled hems, French furniture featuring intricate inlaid patterns and scenes, gilded this and silver-leafed that. Where the floors weren't limestone, they were wide plank walnut. The many antique Persian carpets, Tabriz, Mahal, Sultanabad, were exquisite. Some lamps appeared to be Tiffany, others by Handel. In mad contrast to the overdone but harmonious decor, the riotous abstract paintings might have been by famous artists. Jane didn't know for sure. Like most modern art, they interested her no more than did the wind-tangled, rain-compacted, sun-bleached trash that time accumulated in vomitous-looking masses along California's cracked and potholed highways, as the once golden state stewed in government corruption on its way to bankruptcy. The house had been built by Sarah Holdsteck, but Jane suspected that the feverish decor was all Simon Yegg, comprising treasures accumulated from his for-profit marriages. She found what she needed in a subterranean level too grand to be called a basement. The garage, which could accommodate 8 cars, currently housed a Rolls-Royce, a Mercedes GL 550, a Cadillac Escalade, and a Lamborghini. There were cabinets of tools and a workbench and one of those wheeled boards on which a mechanic could lie to roll under a car, and a hydraulic vehicle lift, suggesting that Simon not only collected cars but enjoyed working on them. The rest of that level was given to a large wine cellar with a spacious tasting room and a home theater that seated 15. The ornate theater came with an authentic French facade, a receiving area with box office, a lobby with candy counter, and the main screening room, which itself measured about 35 by 50 feet. Underground as it was, windowless as it was, thoroughly soundproofed to prevent the loudest movie music and sound effects from disturbing people elsewhere in the house, the theater provided the ideal, if inappropriately glamorous, venue for a prolonged and vigorous interrogation. 25. Parked at the corner, the Range Rover is in the spillover zone of the Wi-Fi service established for a nearby office building. While Radley Dubose stands out on the corner, scowling north and then south and then north again along the boulevard, as though everyone and everything in sight profoundly offends him, Carter Jurgen sits in the driver's seat with his laptop. He accesses the National Security Agency's all but infinite virtual storerooms of data at their million-square-foot Utah facility. Although he is an employee of the NSA with the highest security clearance, Jurgen is not at the moment working for the agency or for the existing government of the country. He is serving the secret confederacy that intends to remake the nation into a utopia, and he dares not risk alerting his NSA superiors as to what information he is seeking, or for what purpose. Consequently, he enters by a back door, established by certain of his colleagues. In addition to snatching every phone call and text message from the ether and storing them for possible future review, the agency also, among other tasks, coordinates traffic and venue cameras from law enforcement jurisdictions nationwide. Once having accessed this program, it is possible to select any location within the borders of the United States and obtain a real-time view of events there. In this case, Jurgen does not want to see the current action captured by the cameras mounted atop street lamps at the intersection directly in front of him. Instead, he seeks the archived video that will show what happened there a few minutes after the Shukla twins abandoned the patrol car. In recent years, traffic cameras have become ubiquitous. Many reasons are put forth to explain the need for them: to study vehicle flow and design more efficient intersections, to discourage drivers from running red lights when a video record is being made to provide evidence of the violation, to preserve the security of the citizens in a time of terrorism, yada yada yada. There is some truth in all the reasons that are given, but from Jurgen's perspective, the best use of this ocean of archived video is to find people who don't want to be found, in order to do to them what they don't want done. And here, ta-da, are the Shukla twins on the laptop screen, standing on the northeast corner of the intersection in time past, exactly where Radley Dubose stands in time present. The dangerous young authors regard the street with confusion and indecision and fear, rather than with Dubose's smoldering rage. 26. Considering its metal shelves packed full of everything from cleaning supplies to Bibles, its wooden creche containing a swaddled baby Jesus with a bent halo wired to his head, its plastic livestock with unlikely expressions of adoration, and its life-size figures staring with realistic glass eyes, the windowless storage room was a strange place in ordinary times, and downright eerie at the moment. When the last voices faded, when no more doors were slammed, after no further car engines rumbled to life in the parking lot, when silence endured for 2 minutes, 3, Sanjay and Tanuja rose from their concealment behind the camels and passed among the wise men. Sanjay eased open the door and saw a pitch-black hallway brightened only by the light that spilled past him and imprinted his shadow on the floor, a swollen and distorted silhouette, as if it might not be just a shadow, but instead the image of some entity that possessed him, here revealed. He leaned out and looked toward the junction of corridors. The darkness and silence were complete.
"I think we're alone,"
Tanuja said. "Did you notice a rectory next to the church?"
"No. Maybe. I don't know."
"If there is, we don't dare turn on lights near any windows. The minister or someone might see." In case of an earthquake, there was an emergency flashlight plugged into a wall outlet by the door, perpetually charging. They were most likely distributed throughout the building. "It's too bright," Tanuja judged.
"Candles," Sanjay said. "A church can't be without candles."
They found 2 shelves of boxed candles, long tapers for the altar, others of various sizes. Crates of china and glassware that were evidently used at church dinners. They put a fat candle in each of 3 drinking tumblers.
"There ought to be some matches in the sacristy," Sanjay said.
"And in the kitchen," Tanuja suggested. "The kitchen is closer, and that's where we're going anyway." Sanjay switched on the emergency flashlight and hooded the lens with one hand and led his sister along the hallway, past the church offices, to the kitchen, while she carried the 3 candle holders. The 2 kitchen windows featured blinds. Sanjay drew them all the way down. With the flashlight, he searched the drawers for matches, but found a butane lighter with a long, flexible metal neck. Tanuja put the glasses on the kitchen table, and Sanjay lit the candles with the torch-like spout of butane flame. Then he switched off the flashlight. The amber glow that fluttered from the burning wicks was subdued, and surely didn't leak around the edges of the blinds enough to be noticed from outside. They had not eaten dinner yet, when Link Crossley and his 2 associates had come calling, and the subsequent events of the evening had stropped a sharp edge on their hunger. The first of 2 sub-zero refrigerators was mostly empty except for bottled water and Diet Pepsi. Among other items, the second fridge held sliced ham, bologna, various cheeses, tomatoes, mustard, mayonnaise, lettuce, and a half-empty bag of sesame seed rolls, the sandwich makings for 1 or more of church office employees. In one of the Sub-Zero's vegetable drawers, a bottle of good champagne lay hidden beneath a package of romaine lettuce, as though its presence in the church kitchen must be an embarrassment. Or maybe it had been nestled there for a surprise birthday celebration, because in another drawer, under 2 packages of bean sprouts, were 4 champagne flutes.
Sanjay said, "Grab 2 glasses. I'll open the bottle."
"Should we?" Tanuja wondered.
"Why shouldn't we?"
"We're not out of the woods yet."
"Think of it as a restorative."
"We don't even know whose woods we're in." He took the bottle to the sink, in case it foamed upon being opened.
"If I have to eat bologna, I'm washing it down with this."
Tanuja said, "Maybe there's not even a way out of these woods."
"The woods metaphor has been exhausted," Sanjay declared as he peeled the foil off the wire muzzle that caged the cork. "We're Hansel and Gretel, and you know how that story goes. They find their way out of the woods, their pockets stuffed with pearls and jewels."
Putting the champagne flutes on the table, Tanuja said, "We're reversing roles again. I'm all noir, you're Mr. Optimistic." Sanjay twisted the wire off the cork.
"Whoever is after us, they're not as bad as a wicked witch. They're not supernatural."
"There's something," she said. "They're not just any standard variety sociopath. They've got weird mojo." The cork squeaked against the glass. The hollow pop, in other circumstances festive, didn't sound so festive now. The bottle spewed laces of foam that fizzed in the stainless steel sink. Sanjay poured the champagne.
"We have some mojo of our own. We'll trick them into the oven and roast them all."
"Choti bai. The Hansel and Gretel metaphor has been way exhausted."
"I'm your little brother only by 2 minutes, Benji. Old enough to drink."
He put down the bottle and raised his glass.
To the indomitable Shukla twins. We are survivors.
Her eyes were wide in the candlelight. No joking, Sanjay. I'm scared. He was pained to hear those words, but it half broke his heart that, in truth, he could do nothing to reassure her. He could only clink his glass against hers and drink. After a hesitation, she sipped her champagne, too. Then she proposed a second toast. To dear Bap and Mai, always with us. He did not believe that their long-dead father and mother were always with them, but he never said otherwise to his beloved sister. Always with us, he agreed, and together they sipped the ice-cold and delicious champagne. 27. After a hesitation, the Shukla twins had walked north on the boulevard and continued to the far end of the long block. The high-definition video from the camera at the first intersection allows Carter Jurgen to frame distant objects and enlarge them without a significant loss of clarity. On his laptop, he watches Sanjay and Tanuja turn right, east, and out of sight. With Radley Dubose aboard again, hulking in the front passenger seat and glowering like an orc displaced from Tolkien's Mordor, Jurgen drives to the next cross street and turns east at the corner as the twins had done. Again, he parks illegally at a red curb. When he has the name of this street and marries it with the boulevard, he is able to access the NSA archived video from the 4 cameras that monitor the intersection. What we've got here, Jurgen says, is the only bird horror that Hitchcock left out of the movie. Dubose groans. Airborne diarrhea. Plenty of it, Jurgen confirms. Birds frequently perch on the cameras, and the earlier models don't have spiked cowls to thwart them. If in the vicinity there are trees that produce berries, the droppings are so acidic that they etch the plastic bubbles serving as a lens shield. Even after a heavy rain washes off the mess, the camera is peering through a cataract. Of the 4 traffic cams at this intersection, those aimed north and east provide only a milky blur of shadowy shapes. High-tech craps out, Dubose says. So much for government. You see a private sector answer? There's sure to be one, Jurgen says. The next intersection to the east involves secondary streets, where there won't be traffic cams. Carter Jurgen laments that a nation drowning in debt has its priorities so woefully wrong. It struggles to maintain 5,000-acre wind farms and in-depth research on the pernicious effects of loud dance music on the early sexual maturation of preteen girls, but is unable to install quite as many millions of high-definition video cameras as are required to maintain surveillance and control of a large and restive population. Street parking is not allowed in this block. Jurgen cruises slowly along the curb, surveying enterprises on both sides, enduring the horns of impatient motorists. Assholes, Dubose grumbles. They have another lane, room to go around us, but they gotta make a statement. If only this heap had a sunroof. Why a sunroof? If I stood up and shot one of the noisy bastards, that would give the rest of them something to think about. You like those old Warner Brothers cartoons? Jurgen asks. Squinting through the windshield at the businesses ahead of them, Dubose says, What shit are you talking about? Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck. I loved all that when I was a kid. Never seen them. Being a kid never interested me. Didn't have time for it. There was this character, Yosemite Sam. He wore a big cowboy hat, always sure that shooting a problem would solve it. Had his head on straight, Dubose says. He leans forward in his seat, his Dudley Do-Right jaw thrust at the windshield, his brow furrowed, bird-dogging a prospect. Here's a nice little paranoid corner grocery. The last business on the south side of the block is less a grocery than a convenience store. Jurgen pulls off the street and into a parking space. At the peak of the roof above the front doors, a cluster of security cameras maintains surveillance of approaches from the east and west, as well as from the street directly in front of the premises. There will be an additional camera or two inside.
Sure as shit, Dubose says. Something's wrong when Quickmart has the scene scoped better than the NSA and Homeland Security combined.
And Jurgen has to agree. 28. Although Jane didn't expect Petra Quist to return until almost midnight, she finished touring the house, stopped in the kitchen to leave an item from her tote, extinguished the last of the lights that she'd turned on, and by 11:10 was standing in the foyer next to one of the windows that flanked the front door. At 11:15, far earlier than she had anticipated, a super-stretch black Cadillac limo turned off the street and into the circular driveway. Jane stepped back from the window and watched as the chauffeur came around the front of the vehicle. He opened a back door and offered a hand to help the passenger disembark. In a short, sleeveless dress, wearing neither a coat nor a wrap in deference to the cool weather, Petra Quist emerged from the car. Although she appeared to be all long legs and slender arms, she came forth with none of the swan-like grace that could be seen in some of her Facebook photos, but instead like a marionette whose wooden joints were in need of some oil. When she turned from the driver and started up the portico steps, however, she repressed a girls' night out stagger and achieved that other kind of avian elegance common to cranes and storks, moving with a studied fluidity punctuated by fraction-of-a-second hesitations, as though her limbs might lock. It was evident that she expected the driver to be watching her with barely constrained desire. Maybe the chauffeur was, in fact, riveted by her fashion model legs and schoolgirl butt. More likely, he observed her with concern that she might fall upon the steps, bruising her face or splitting her perfect lips. In that case, he would be in deep trouble with the owner of the limousine company, who happened to be Simon Yegg, this girl's nuclear-powered love machine. Petra negotiated the steps with her chin high, as she might hold it when bringing a martini glass to her mouth. Jane picked up her tote bag and backed away from the entrance, into the open doorway of the nearby study, which smelled of leather upholstery and cigars cuddled in a humidor. She set the tote aside. From the sound of it, the party girl had difficulty inserting the key in the lock. Then the deadbolt clacked open, and the alarm sounded as she stepped inside. Closing the door, Petra said, "Annabelle, follow me with light," and the foyer chandelier brightened above her. Sarah Holdsteck had failed to mention that the computerized systems of the house responded to voice commands preceded by its customized identity, Annabelle. Evidently this feature had been added since her ex-husband had forced her out. Interesting. And curious. "Annabelle, disarm security. 5651 star." A disembodied female voice said, "Control is now disarmed." When Petra began to sing Rachel Platten's fight song and started across the foyer, Jane stepped from the darkness of the study. Pistol held at her side, muzzle toward the floor, she said, "Petra Quist, formerly Eudora Mertz of Albany, Oregon." The party girl halted among the prismatic patterns cast on the marble floor by the immense crystal chandelier, likewise prismed herself, as though she might have been pieced together from glass. Wings of golden hair framing her face, a complexion as smooth as the petals of a cream-colored rose, blue eyes so boldly striated that they gleamed like faceted jewels. In the short, custom-fitted dress that matched her eyes, with a rock-stud rolling purse from Valentino slung over her shoulder, she stood with one leg before the other, as if frozen in mid-stride. Jane said, "Voted most popular girl in the senior class. Main squeeze of Keith Buchanan, high school football hero. Then you're off to New York and modeling jobs. 3 years later, it's L.A. and commercials for national brands. occasionally an acting gig. If Petra was surprised or fearful, she didn't show it. Her expression said, "I'm dangerous, and I'm too cool for your school," a look that was perpetually popular in the high-fashion magazines. 2 years in L.A., Jane said. Then you're in Nashville, playing guitar and singing in the starter clubs. 18 months later, you're back here, just south of true La La Land. 26 years old and... Doing what? Petra issued a sigh of impatience. You've got no reason to be pissed at me. If Simon dumped you, chickie, save your ammo for him. Maybe I will. But I want you out of the way when he comes home. You and we're going down to the theater. Screw that. I need a drink. Jane raised the pistol. She had fixed a sound suppressor to it, not because a shot was likely to be heard beyond the walls of the mansion, but because the average person found a pistol even more intimidating when it was fitted with a silencer, announcing that the bearer of the weapon was a professional and not to be resisted. Either because an evening of drinking with the girls had rendered Petra incapable of discerning a threat, or because even sober she would have more attitude than common sense, she said, "If you want to have a bitch contest, honey, you better go into training for a year. Then come back and we'll get it on." She turned away from Jane and sauntered toward the living room archway, moving as seductively as when she climbed the portico steps with the chauffeur watching. No doubt, from experience, she knew that some girls coveted her no less than did most men. Perhaps she hoped that Jane was one such whose desire would make her vulnerable. As Petra stepped out of the foyer, lamps bloomed with light in the living room. In other circumstances, with the clock ticking toward Simon's arrival, Jane would have overpowered Petra the moment the woman disarmed the security system. She would have taken her by surprise with a spray bottle of chloroform, of which she had a supply that she'd derived from art store acetone and janitorial bleaching powder. Because she hoped to pry certain information from this woman, however, she needed her to be clear-headed, or at least no more muddle-brained than an evening of club-hopping had already left her. Trailing Petra across the living room, Jane said, "I'm not one of Simon's girls. And this has nothing to do with you." "Oh, good. Then piss off, why don't you?" "But if you force me to it, I'll hurt you." "So you'll double cap me? 2 shots in the back of the head? Why should I care? I'd never know it happened." "You're drunk." Petra Quist said, "I'm best when I'm drunk. Don't think I'm not. You hear a slur in my voice? No, you don't. Vodka clarifies. Peter Parker is bitten, so then he's Spider-Man and all. Ice-cold Belvedere and an olive? That's my spider bite." As Jane followed the woman through open double doors and into a hallway, a series of crystal ceiling fixtures brightened, a spectrum of primary colors burning bright along the sharp edges of the pendants. "Don't be stupid," Jane said. "Don't push me like this." "Kiss my ass. You probably even want to kiss it." In training, at Quantico, and during her busy years in the FBI, working cases involving behavioral analysis units 3 and 4, which dealt mostly with mass murders and serial killings, Jane had known all kinds of hard cases, men and women, and ultimately cracked every one of them. But there was something different about Petra Quist, something new and disturbing. The woman's restiveness under these circumstances was not entirely related to how much she had drunk, and dealing with her successfully might require understanding the deeper reason for her mulish and reckless stubbornness. Still walking in front of Jane, Petra said, "Why don't you grab my hair, throw me down, kick me in the teeth, bust me up? Are you all bullshit and no balls?" The vast kitchen, maple cabinets, black granite countertops, stainless steel appliances, designed to accommodate a caterer with a platoon of cooks and other staff, welcomed Petra with sudden light. "Or maybe you don't want to bruise my pretty body before you get a chance to use it." Jane watched, in silence, as the woman— no, the girl, perhaps in some way even still a child— took 2 martini glasses and a cocktail shaker from a bar supply cabinet, a bottle of dry vermouth from another cupboard, a jar of olives from the second of 4 sub-zero refrigerators. One by one, she placed the items on the first of 2 large center islands. "Or maybe you're some kind of prig," Petra said, pausing to look Jane up and down. "Some tight-assed prude. You don't do girls, don't do boys, don't even do yourself." "Well, chickie, you better damn well drink, 'cause I won't even talk to some self-righteous teetotaler, let alone get naked with her, or him, or it." She turned away from Jane and went to the 4th refrigerator. She opened the door and withdrew a tall, chilled bottle of Belvedere. As the refrigerator door swung shut, Petra returned with the vodka and stopped near the island and cocked her head, regarding Jane with perplexity and disdain. "Girl, you're fully bitchin', top to bottom. A face for the movies, a goddess body and all. But here you are, no makeup, lifeless hair, dressed 1 step up from thrift shop chic. Do you work just hours and hours every day, trying so hard to look ordinary? Are you so screwed up you want to be homely? You must have some crazy damn story. I want to hear your story and all. Tell me your story." With that, she spoke to the house computer. "Annabelle, lights out!" In the last luminous moment between the command and the response, Jane saw the girl swing the Belvedere, and in the instant that darkness fell through the kitchen, she heard the glass shatter against the granite top of the island. The broken rim of the thick-walled, long-necked bottle would make a disfiguring, even deadly weapon. 29. Here in the final hours of Friday, just 1 employee staffs the Quick Mart. According to the clip-on badge attached to the pocket of his white shirt, his name is Tong, and he tells them his last name is Phan, so he's Vietnamese-American. A neat, well-barbered young man of perhaps 22, soft-spoken, polite. Carter Jurgen imagines that Tong, like so many of his ethnicity, works hard at 2 jobs and intends one day to have a business of his own, though he might just as likely be working his way through his 6th year in college, aiming for an MBA or an advanced degree in computer science. Whatever Tong's flaws may be, stupidity isn't one of them. In spite of his humility, his keen intelligence is so obvious that it's almost a visible aura. Nor does he have any animus toward authority, because people of his community generally go to college to acquire useful knowledge, not to learn how to man the barricades in a rage against whatever. When Tong insists that he has no idea as to the location of the security system video recorder, Jurgen does not for a moment doubt him. Radley Dubose, however, would not trust the Pope's description of the weather if they stood together under a cloudless sky that the pontiff called sunny. Not for the first time, hulking on the public side of the cashier's station, Dubose shakes his NSA credentials in Tong's face, as a painted and feathered shaman might shake a brace of dried snakeheads at the superstitious members of his flock to scare them into submission. He warns of the dire consequences of refusing to cooperate with federal agents in urgent pursuit of a terrorist. In fact, the cables from all the security cameras, inside and outside the convenience store, are buried in the walls. Dubose himself is unable to follow them to the recorder. He bullies the clerk. "It'll be in a back room, in the office or storeroom or something. It'll be as obvious as a cockroach on a wedding cake." "We don't sell wedding cakes," says Tong. As if Dubose doesn't grasp that the American-born clerk's first language is English, which maybe he does not, his response is thick with frustration and contempt. "Of course you don't sell wedding cakes. It's a freaking convenience store. I'm talking metaphor." Or was it simile, Tong wonders. Was it what? Anyway, Tong says, we don't have cockroaches. We receive only praise from the health inspector." Entertained by this confrontation, Jurgen plucks a candy bar from a counter display, peels back the wrapper, and takes a bite with a pleasure akin to that of sitting stage-side in a fine dinner theater.
"This isn't about cockroaches, it's about—"
Daring to interrupt the big man, apparently having as much fun as Jurgen, Tong says earnestly,
"It's about not having cockroaches. We are very proud of our cleanliness."
Dubos's fists are like two 5-pound hams at the ends of his arms.
"I'm going back there and look for the recorder. Understand me?"
Before the clerk can respond, Dubose says,
"You have a gun under the counter?"
"Yes, sir."
"Do you know how to use it?"
"Yes, sir."
"Do you know how to leave it right the hell where it is?"
"At all times," Tong says. "That's what I prefer."
"Let me tell you, boy, if you ever pull a gun on a federal agent, you'll be in a shitstorm."
"I will let you tell me."
"Tell you what?"
"About the shitstorm." Dubose looks as if he will tear out Tong's lungs through his esophagus.
"Time's wasting. I don't speak stupid, and I can't wait around for a translator. I'm coming back there."
Tong Fan watches deadpan as Dubose steps to the end of the service counter, opens a gate, and goes through a door to a hall that serves whatever rooms lay beyond the clerk's domain. He looks at Carter Jurgen. "I'll call Mr. Zabotin and ask him where the recorder is."
"Who's Zabotin?"
Jurgen wonders. "Ivan Zabotin owns this Quick Mart franchise, and 3 others.
"Give him my congratulations on keeping this place cockroach-free,"
Jurgen says, and takes another bite of the candy bar. Tong Fan smiles and picks up the phone. 30. Faux frost of moonlight crystallizing on the window glass. Green numbers softly glowing on the oven clocks, like some enigmatic code by which the immediate future might be read. Otherwise, this seemed to be the ultimate darkness, the outer dark of souls in oblivion, the air scented with spirits, shards of glass splintering under Petra's shoes with a sound like grinding, gnashing teeth. Thin cries issued from her each time she slashed savagely, blindly, with the broken vodka bottle, counting on her familiarity with the kitchen layout to give her the advantage, until, by some stroke of benighted luck, she might find a face and gouge it and permanently blind her adversary. In the first instant of darkness, Jane had chosen not to fire her pistol. Even at close range, she was less likely to hit than miss, while the muzzle flare would reveal her precise location. Besides, she didn't want to kill this drunk and disturbed party girl unless she had no other choice. Instead, she backed off and shouted to the house control system that had so readily obeyed Petra, "Annabelle, lights on!" though to no effect. Quickly, by touch, she found the second large granite-topped island and sprang onto it, out of the pathways that the other woman knew so well. 3 feet above the floor, at the approximate middle of the 7-foot-long, 5-foot-wide slab, Jane poised on one knee, as if genuflecting, left hand flat on the polished stone to provide a sense of stability in the disorienting blackness. With the heckler in her right hand, she strained to listen as someone sightless might listen to the nuances of sound that escaped the notice of the sighted. In the cloud of astringent vodka fumes, Petra Quist cast aside any remaining prudence and forethought. Her anger escalated to an animal frenzy. She struck out even more wildly, grunting and cursing and flinging at Jane every obscene name in the vile lexicon shared by the worst woman-hating men. The thick, weaponized bottle clinked, clanked, clinked as it rapped off one thing or another, and then cracked harder against granite, spalling off chips that spilled across the polished stone with a faint, brief burst of fairy music. When Jane sensed that her stalker had passed by, she pivoted toward the ranting voice. Having recalled the precise wording with which Petra had first commanded the house, she rose to her feet as she said, "Annabelle, follow me with light." and a bright downwash cast away all shadows. At a corner of the island, Petra glanced up in surprise, her face distorted by rage. She remained beautiful, although this was far different from the comeliness that had turned heads during an evening of club hopping. This was, instead, a terrible and fearsome beauty, as Medusa might have looked under her serpent tresses, just as, by her stare alone, she excited a man into stone. Jane kicked, and the party girl cried out when her right forearm took the blow. The broken bottle flipped out of her grasp, its glass teeth glittering as it arced onto a gas cooktop, where it fragmented and rattled down into the cast-iron drip pans. The would-be slasher collapsed onto her back, rolled over, and scrambled up, even as Jane came off the island and slammed into her, driving her backward into one of the refrigerators. Petra didn't know how to fight, but she knew how to resist furiously, twisting, as torsional as an eel, clawing violently, if ineffectively, her nail-shop acrylics snagging and snapping off, thrusting her head forward, trying to bite Jane's face. A knee driven into Petra's crotch didn't half paralyze her as it would have a man, but a blow to the pelvis bruised her vulva and sent such a shock through her body core that she shuddered and briefly lost the ability to resist. Jane upswept a forearm under that perfectly molded chin, the full brute force of her shoulder hard behind it. Petra's eyes rolled to white, like those of a doll, and the back of her head rapped the refrigerator door, whereupon Jane stepped back just enough to allow the woman to slide down the stainless steel and sit on the floor, chin on her ample breasts, unconscious. 31. Perhaps the presence of Radley Dubose standing at the front counter in Quick-Mart does not discourage incoming customers as much as would a blood-smeared clown with a chainsaw, but Carter Juergen suspects that the number of those who suddenly decide to shop elsewhere is only slightly fewer than would have been put off by a psychotic circus performer. Radley is big. He appears arrogant and angry, and although he doesn't telepathically transmit the words National Security Agency, anyone with a minimum of street smarts realizes that he possesses the legal authority to kick ass and a desire to do so as often as possible. Ivan Zabotin, owner of the franchise, prefers not to have Tong Fan, the clerk, deal with people as important as federal agents. He takes 20 minutes to get from his home to the market, however, and though he is apologetic, his expressed regrets only further incense Dubose. Zabotin is a small man with a large head and delicate hands, which makes him seem strangely like a bearded child. Speaking clear but accented English, having emigrated from Russia where his parents must have been oppressed by the communists, and where he apparently came of age in the marginally less dangerous society that followed the collapse of the Soviet Union, he obviously fears and distrusts government. As he asks to see their credentials, studies that ID, and then escorts them toward the office at the back of the building, he smiles nervously and nods and is deferential without being so meek that his respect might seem to have an underlying note of mockery.
"Over there in Mother Russia you were what?" Dubose asks. "Some kind of oligarch?"
"Oligarch?" the startled Zabotin echoes. No, no, sir. My people, our living blood was sucked out by the oligarchs."
"You own a lot of franchises," Dubose says. "So how does that happen if you didn't arrive in America on a 300-foot yacht with $1 billion in dirty cash?"
Zabotin's legs seem to go weak, and he pauses at the door to the office. "My wife and I arrived with less than little. Worked hard, saved, invested. A Quick-Mart franchise is not $1 billion.
"You have 4 of them,"
Dubose says, in the grave accusatory tone of a star-chambered judge, as if the well-known cost of such a franchise is $250 million. Zabotin turns to Juergen, seeking relief from this unreason, but Jurgen meets the stare without expression, because neither he nor Dubose can convincingly fake sympathy. They never play good cop, bad cop. The best that Zabotin will get is indifferent cop, bad cop. Anxious to hurry them out of his establishment, Zabotin sits at a laminate-topped office desk and boots up the computer, explaining that the security system recorder is shelved in the walk-in safe, but the video from any of the 6 cameras can be accessed from here and played back on this monitor. Jurgen specifies the 3 exterior cameras mounted above the front entrance to the store and gives Zabotin the precise time at which the Shukla twins, on foot, turned the corner from the main boulevard earlier in the evening. On the desk stand framed photos of the owner and a woman who is most likely his wife, as well as others of their daughter, 2 sons, and the family dog. Among the photos are also a cast plastic model of the Statue of Liberty and a brass holder with a 6x4-inch starched fabric flag that is always at full fly. While the proprietor seeks the requested video and Jurgen stands at his side to watch, Radley Dubose, brow furrowed, picks up the framed photographs, one at a time. He intently studies the faces of the wife and children as if committing them to memory. Zabotin is acutely aware of Dubose's interest in his family. His attention flickers between the screen and the big hands that seem almost to fondle the photographs. Before Dubose puts down the photo of Zabotin and his wife, he licks the thumb of his right hand and carefully smears it across the glass over her face, as if to clear away a smudge and have a better look at her. But then, one by one, he returns to the pictures of the daughter and those of the 2 sons, all of them seemingly under the age of 11 or 12, and he repeats this unsettling act in a ritualistic manner, licking the thumb and wiping it over each face, as if by an unspoken bewitchment he is marking not merely their images, but they themselves, asserting some occult power over them. Dubose's behavior so disturbs Ivan Zabotin that his fingers fumble on the keyboard, and he must correct his errors en route to summoning the needed video. Although Jurgen finds his partner cartoonish, he is also never less than intrigued by the man. Sometimes Dubose might be Yosemite Sam, but at other times he more resembles a character from one of those edgy comic books like Tales from the Crypt. And here, on the screen, out of the West and out of the recent past, come the fugitive brother and sister, approaching hand in hand along the sidewalk, both of them looking this way and that, as if expecting to be assaulted from one quarter or another, as indeed they ought to expect. When they pass beyond view, Zabotin finds them in the video archives of the second camera, which covers the parking lot and the street beyond it, then locates them once more in the east-facing camera. They walk away into the dripping night, pause at the nearby corner to wait for the pedestrian control signal to flash from don't walk to walk, and then continue east across the intersection. On that southeast corner, they stop for a moment, perhaps surveying the way ahead, considering their options. Judging by the absence of business signs and a convocation of shadows in that next block, the commercial area gives way to some kind of mixed-use zone. The twins enter a crosswalk again, proceeding to the northeast corner of the 4-way intersection, where they continue directly east, past what appear to be 2 stately old houses. Although Zabotin has sprung for high-definition cameras, they are intended only for short-range surveillance. As the Shukla twins venture farther from the Quick Mart, they seem to deliquesce, as if they were never of real substance, but only a pair of rain spirits, now dissolving in the aftermath of the storm. The many reflective wet surfaces of the newly washed scene, flaring and scintillant in the rush of vehicle headlights, conspire with the shadows, which swell and shrink and shiver in the same sweeping beams, transforming the fugitives from flesh into fading mirage. In the last moment of visibility, the twins appear to turn left, off the sidewalk, moving toward a puzzling geometry of colored lights that are not a business sign.
"Scan backward and play those few seconds again," Carter Jurgen says.
Zabotin does as told, and Jurgen reviews that brief piece of video not once, but 4 times before, at his direction, the Russian émigré freezes the image at the penultimate moment. Jurgen taps the screen with a forefinger.
"These look like car shapes, but what are those weird lights beyond them?"
"Stained glass," Zabotin says. "Church windows."
"What church?" "Mission of Light."
Jurgen looks at Radley Dubose, and the big man says,
"Why would they go to ground in a church?"
"People in trouble have taken sanctuary in churches as long as there have been churches." Dubose shakes his head.
"Not anybody I know."
Eager to be done with this, Ivan Zabotin swivels in his chair to face Jurgen. "Sir, Mr. Agent Jurgen, what else, anything can I do for you?"
"You've been very helpful, Mr. Zabotin. All you need to do now is forget we were ever here. This is a matter of national security. Were you to discuss our visit with anyone, even with your wife, you could be charged with a felony."
That is bullshit, but Zabotin pales.
"A felony punishable by up to 30 years in prison." 35,
Dubose amends.
"Nothing happened here. Nothing to tell anyone,"
Zabotin assures them, his brow now stippled with tiny beads of perspiration. Jurgen and Dubose leave the Quick-Mart mogul at his desk and return to the front of the store. At the cash register, Tong Fan reminds Jurgen, "You owe for that candy bar you ate."
"I didn't like it,"
Jurgen replies, and he takes another of the same from the counter display.
"It tasted like shit."
Outside, he throws the unwrapped candy bar in a trash can.
"It really tasted that bad?"
asks Dubose as they head to the Range Rover.
"No, it was good," Jurgen says, "but I have to watch my waistline."
32. Time in flight. The longest clock hand having swept away almost half of the current circle of 60, the witching hour aloft on its broom and fast approaching. In the kitchen, a built-in secretary provided a place to plan menus. A wheeled office chair was tucked into the knee space. Jane rolled the chair to the unconscious woman, wrestled her into it, and secured her wrists to the chair arms with 2 heavy-duty hard plastic zip ties taken from the tote bag. The chair's 5 legs radiated from a center post. She zip-tied each of Petra's ankles to the post. There could be no automatic assumption of sisterhood in this world of deceit and violence, and only those who had the most shallow understanding of human nature could assume otherwise. Yet Jane took no pride or pleasure in what she had done to Petra Quist, even if the girl-woman had tried to do worse to her. Any predator sharp of tooth and claw did not require great courage when chasing down a lamb, merely persistence and a little luck. Petra wasn't exactly a lamb, though neither was she the dangerous wolf that she pretended to be. Her carefully crafted tough bitch image served as her armor, but her only weapons were attitude, a fearsome disregard for consequences, and what seemed to be an unquenchable, empowering anger. When Jane was done with her, Ms. Quist might have no armor anymore, nor any weapons. If from this night forward she had to face a world of rapacity and depredation without her usual defenses, she might not last long, in which case, though Petra had to an extent spun the thread of her own fate, Jane would have some responsibility for turning her loose disabled. In the end, there was no rational choice other than to accept whatever guilt might accrue to her by doing whatever must be done to Petra Quist in an effort to save Travis, as well as the innocents on the Hamlet list. Jane had no illusions that anyone got through this world unstained by the experience, especially not her. The mansion featured 2 elevators, one in the front hall, the other in the spacious butler's pantry between the kitchen and the formal dining room. She rolled Petra into the latter, and they rode down to the subterranean level. On poker nights, the man of the house, what passed for a man, usually arrived home between 12:30 and 1 in the morning. An hour would be enough for Jane to deal with this girl-woman and be ready to handle Simon Yegg. But what if Petra had returned early because she knew that he would not be out as late as usual? Instead of an hour or more, Simon might come home in half an hour, perhaps in mere minutes. When Jane wheeled her captive out of the elevator, the virtual servant, Annabel, brought up the lights. The marquee blazed with hundreds of small bulbs, and the name of the home theater, Cinema Parisian, flowed above the marquee in blue neon cursive. She maneuvered the office chair through the double doors with no problem, though it didn't move as well in the carpeted reception area as it had on the limestone floors. She pushed it past the box office, through an archway, and parked the unconscious woman by the candy counter in the lobby. Each of the wheels featured a flip-down chock that prevented it from moving. She engaged them all, so that Petra would not be able to roll anywhere if she regained consciousness. At the lobby door, Jane said, "Annabel, lights out." Absolute darkness collapsed upon her, but she manually switched on only the theater lobby lights before leaving Petra there alone. She took the stairs, rather than the elevator, to the main floor, turning on lights as she needed them. She revisited the kitchen only to get her leather tote bag. No need to mop up the shattered glass, the lake of vodka. Simon would not enter the house via the garage, and would not ascend from there to the kitchen either by the stairs or the elevator. Therefore, he would have no chance to be alarmed by this mess. According to Sarah Holdsteck, Simon's most recent wife, he always reserved one of his limousine company's cars and chauffeurs on poker night, because he enjoyed a few glasses of Macallan scotch with the game. The car would return him to the front door, as the other limo had delivered Petra, and if all went well, Jane would be there waiting for him. In the foyer, she used the keypad to set the security system's perimeter alarm and turned off the chandelier and stepped to one of the tall, narrow windows that flanked the front door. The street and lawn and phoenix palms enrobed in shadows, the curve of driveway trimmed by low lamps and hemmed with scallops of light like a radiant silken garment, the portico subtly though dramatically illuminated, everything as hushed and still as in a painting, an air of expectation over all. Carrying the tote, Jane doused the main floor lights behind her as she returned to the theater lobby in the basement. Petra Quist had come awake. In her restraints, she was as fetching as any object of desire in any bondage freak's best dream, though not a fraction as sweet as any of the offerings in the nearby candy counter display case. As though her situation did not concern her, she wore attitude like a porcupine's quills. "You're good as dead, you piece of shit." "Yeah, well," Jane said, "we're all as good as dead. Some of us just go sooner than others." She moved a small padded bench away from a wall and positioned it in front of Petra and sat on it. "Bad as I'm hurting," Petra said, "Simon's gonna hurt you 10 times worse." "Did I hurt you? Really? Where did I?" "Go screw yourself." "That's not advice I'd give you until there's been some time for the bruising to diminish." Petra spit at her but missed. Viscous saliva quivered on the bench upholstery. "You think you're really something, you know, but you're not." "I'm something. You're something. We're all something, though we can't always be sure what." They stared at each other in silence for maybe half a minute. Then Jane said, "How much do you hate Simon?" "You're so full of crap. I don't hate him." "Of course you do. He's good to me. He gives me everything." "So how much do you hate him?" "Why would I hate him?" Jane said, Why wouldn't you? 33. Although it had been wreathed in brightness on the Quick-Mart video, the church now stands dark, from foundation to bell tower to spire. Not a single vehicle remains in the parking lot. Some lights glow in the rectory next door, however, and a hooded porch lamp hangs over a plaque that welcomes visitors. Mission of Light Church. I am come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly. Rectory. Reverend Gordon M. Gordon. As Carter Jurgen rings the doorbell, Radley DuBose says,
"There better not be any damn sanctuary going on here. These Shukla brats have jerked us around long enough. Anyway, they can't get sanctuary in this place. There's nothing Hindu about this joint."
They aren't Hindu, Jurgen reminds him.
Their parents were.
Your parents were something too.
My mother was an Adventist for a while.
And look at you.
Yeah, but Hindu's different. It sticks.
It doesn't stick.
It sticks,
DuBose insisted. Let's just be cool with this guy, Jurgen says. Ministers, they're trained to make nice. This can be smooth and quick. DuBose stands in silence, like the stone representation of some Norse god of storms that might abruptly come alive and emblazon the night with thunderbolts. Smooth and quick, Jurgen repeats, everybody making nice. A man in his 50s answers the door. He wears suit pants and a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up and a loosened necktie. His full head of graying hair is well styled, and he sports a deep tan that, at this time of year, must have come from a machine. His smile is the kind that has closed 1,000 deals. The guy looks less like a man of the cloth than like a real estate salesman, but Jurgen nevertheless asks, "Reverend Gordon?"
"At your service. What may I do for you?"
Jurgen and DuBose go into their spiel, a matter of national security, fugitives suspected of terrorist connections, time is of the essence, and present their credentials. The Reverend's smile phases to a solemn expression. He ushers them into the quiet house and along a hallway and into a parlor, his bearing as somber as it might be when someone arrives with news of a parishioner's untimely death. Gordon M. Gordon perches on the edge of a brown tufted leather armchair, while Jurgen and DuBose sit forward on a sofa, as if all of them might at any moment drop to their knees. On the table, beside the armchair, stands a glass containing what appears to be whiskey and ice. On a footstool, a hardcover book lies open, face down. Not a theology text, not a volume of inspirational essays, but a John Grisham thriller. Reverend Gordon sees Jurgen notice the drink in the novel.
"For some time now, I've been afflicted with insomnia. Well, since Marjorie passed away 2 years ago. That's my wife. As fine a woman as ever lived. Married 30 years. A glass of spirits and a good tale are the only things that relax me enough that I can sleep."
"Well, sir," Jurgen says, "neither Scotch in moderation nor any amount of Grisham is a vice. I'm sorry to hear about your wife. 30 years is a long blessing, though."
"It is," the Reverend agrees. "It's a long blessing."
"I was going to ask if Mrs. Gordon might be off to bed, because what we've come to discuss isn't for everyone to hear."
"Not to worry, Mr. Jurgen. The children are gone. I'm alone except for Mr. Grisham and a sip of Scotland's finest."
A tad too brusquely, DuBose says,
"There was a well-attended event at the church earlier this evening. What was that about?" "The first Easter season play. A silly one, pure fun, for the children. Nearer the Sunday, we'll have a serious passion play."
Jurgen holds out his smartphone, on which he has summoned a photo of the Shukla twins. "By any chance, sir, did you see these two at the performance?" Leaning further forward on the armchair, Gordon squints at the phone. He smiles and nods.
"Yes. A handsome couple. Quite striking. I didn't see them until more than halfway through the evening, as they were getting up to visit the restrooms. I didn't know them, but I assumed they were guests of one parishioner or another."
In a moment of well-rehearsed cop theater, Carter Jurgen gives his partner a dour and meaningful look, and Dubose returns it. When they are sure the Reverend sees the look and is intrigued, a little alarmed, they turn to their host, frowning. Jurgen says, "Reverend, it's important to think about your answer and be sure it's accurate. Did you see these two leave the church after the performance?"
"No. I realized later that I never learned who they were with or if they might be interested in joining the Mission of Light."
"So they could still be in there?" The minister may understand the meaning of life, but Jurgen's simple question apparently mystifies him.
"In the church? Why would they be in the church?" "Seeking sanctuary," says Dubose.
"Hiding out," Jurgen clarifies. As if he briefly forgot what they'd said on his doorstep that gained them entry, Gordon opens his eyes wide and furrows his brow.
"Oh my. Fugitives with suspected terrorist ties?"
Dubose says,
"Do you lock the church at night?" "Yes. The church, the attached chancellery and event building. It's necessary these days. There was a time in my youth when the front doors of churches were open 24 hours a day, but these days, open doors invite vandalism, even desecration." "We need to search the place."
Dubose sounds impatient, but he's mostly acting as if he agrees with Jurgen that this will go smooth and quick, if only they just give Gordon the chance to be as nice as his Bible tells him to be.
"We need the keys."
"Just us?" Gordon asks.
"Shouldn't we involve the police?"
"Local police don't have national security clearance," Jurgen says. "Neither do you. Agent Dubose and I will conduct the search."
"What? The two of you alone? Isn't that dangerous?"
As he and Dubose get up from the sofa, Jurgen says, "It's what we do. Don't worry about us. May we have the keys, Reverend Gordon?" The minister glances at the whiskey, forgoes a taste, gets to his feet, fishes a set of 3 keys from a pocket, but hesitates to relinquish them.
"What if they've got guns?"
Jurgen holds out one hand for the keys.
"We don't believe they're armed." "Yes, but what if they are? Couldn't a SWAT team seal off the building and wait them out? Wouldn't that be safer?" "Preacher, listen. Just give us the keys,"
Dubose says, in a tone of voice that always makes him look even bigger than he is.
"If someone were shot," says Gordon M. Gordon, "that would have terrible ramifications for the Mission of Light, bad publicity, lawsuits, liabilities."
Reaching under his coat to draw a pistol from the belt holster in the small of his back, Dubose says,
"The only liability at the moment is you,"
and he shoots Gordon once in the head. The Reverend seems to fold down into a pile, as if he is not a thing of flesh and blood, but an inflatable figure like those that some people add to their Halloween decorations. Face wound guy, to terrify the kiddies. He lies, billowed and folded, with an incurvate countenance, between the armchair and the footstool, taking up less space in death than seems consistent with his size when alive. Carter Jurgen indicates the gun.
"Is that a Glock 26? "Yeah, loaded with full-jacket hollow points."
"Obviously, but there's something different about the grip."
"A Pierce grip extension. It really improves the draw speed."
"It's a drop gun?" Jurgen asks, by which he's inquiring if the pistol has no history and therefore can't be traced.
"For sure. We give it to that little shit Sanjay Shukla, and when this is done, Preacher Gordon is just one more kill credited to our writer friend."
For the moment, Dubose returns the compact auto to the small of his back.
"I tried to let the talky son of a bitch preacher make nice with us."
"I know," Jurgen says.
You gave him every chance. It was up to him.
It always is, Juergen says, as he picks up the keys that were dropped by the dead man. Dubose says,
You touch anything?
Just the doorbell, and I already wiped it. Taking one last look at the dead man, Dubose declares,
After all this, the Shukla brats damn well better be hiding over there at the church.
34. The theater lobby was about 20 feet square and drenched with ornamentation. The concave ceiling featured coffers brightened by trompe-l'oeil paintings of dawn skies ablaze with cerulean blue, coral, and golden light. Each luminous figuration on the chandeliers was of creamy glass, shaped like some large-petaled mythical flower. Gilded bronze appliques and alabaster inlays brightened columns of black marble surmounted by highly ornate capitals. The walls were paneled with ruby silk. Surrounded by this excess of French decor, dressed for bad electronic dance music in a 21st century hookup bar, Ms. Petra Quist sat erect in the office chair, as if it were a weird minimalist time machine that had transported her to Paris in 1850.
I don't hate Simon, she repeated.
Sitting face to face with her captive, Jane said, I despise him, and I haven't even met him yet. Looking as if she might spit again, but subverting the urge into a sneer of contempt, Petra said,
Maybe you've got an anger problem.
You're right about that, Jane agreed. Some days I think I don't have nearly enough of it.
You're a seriously crazy bitch, you know?
I respect the opinion of an expert.
What?
Come on now, girl. Simon is a slimeball, and you know it.
If you really never met him, what's your problem?
Instead of answering, Jane said, So Sugar Daddy gives you everything, huh? Money, jewelry, clothes, limousines to ride around in, all the usual compensation.
Compensation? What's that supposed to mean?
Doesn't matter what I mean, what I think. What matters is if you're clear-eyed about your situation or deluded. Although only 26, Petra had been drinking for enough years and in enough quantity that she'd developed a tolerance for booze that allowed her to rock the clubs with her girl crew for 6 hours and, though hammered, nevertheless appear almost sober. But the conversation had quickly gotten too complex and too intense for her blood alcohol level.
Situation?
Leaning forward, with genuine, if vinegary, sympathy, Jane said, Are you so easily deceived you think your relationship with him has a long, rosy future? Or do you realize you're a whore? Considering the dictionary of crude obscenities that this girl had hurled at Jane while raging after her with a broken bottle in the kitchen, her reaction to this comparatively genteel insult was proof that she did indeed harbor illusions about how Simon Yegg regarded her. Hatred knotted her lovely face. Unshed tears of hurt and anger shimmered in her eyes. She spat at her captor again and missed, as before. If you keep that up, Jane said, you'll dehydrate. Do you know dehydration kills? Petra sprayed words instead of saliva.
Who do you think you are, bitch? What gives you a right to judge me? If there's a worn-out, stinking skank sitting here, you're it.
He's never going to marry you, girl.
Shows what you know. He's getting me a ring. He says he's not the marrying kind, never has been, but I've melted him, melted his heart. So shut your ignorant, filthy mouth and just go away.
As for his not being the marrying kind, Jane said, I'm sure his 4 wives would agree with him. More martinis than were prudent now required Petra to process any fresh bit of important data through a brain that effortlessly produced obscenities and lies and self-deceit, but that needed to explore a new fact in the manner that a lifelong blind woman, by touch alone, might feel her way to an understanding of the purpose of a mysterious artifact. She moved her tongue around her mouth as though searching for words, and finally found a few. What a load of crap. 4 wives? You think I'm stupid? He marries rich women and takes them for most of what they have, breaks them psychologically if he can, and throws them away. Although Petra interrupted with expressions of disbelief, Jane told her about Sarah Holdstack, the ice water baths, the contempt of the men urinating in the tub, the tasering, and the rest of it. Other wives were gang-raped by his associates, to break them, make them relent. He didn't really need their money. He's rich himself. It's some kind of sick sport to him. There aren't 4 ex-wives, Petra insisted. There aren't 4 or 40 or even 1. You're a liar, that's all. One of them is agoraphobic, so afraid of the world she can't leave her little house. 2 of the others were eventually murdered, maybe because they started to regain their self-esteem, work up the courage to confront him about what he'd done. Petra closed her eyes and sagged in the office chair. You're such a rotten liar. Just a lying liar is all you are. I'm not going to listen anymore. Not letting you in my head. I'm deaf. Stone deaf. Go away! Your life depends on listening, girl. I'm using Simon to get at his half-brother, a very bad guy with powerful allies. He doesn't have a brother, half or whole. A miracle. She hears. His brother is named Booth Hendrickson. They don't advertise it, because Booth and his pals push government business to Simon's enterprises. The limo company is the least of it, but he has a fat contract to drive Justice Department officials and other D.C. muckety-mucks when they're in Southern California. Eyes tight shut, lips pressed together, Petra Quist pretended deafness. 26 years old, going on 13. You think you won't tell me what I want to know about Simon, but you will. One way or the other, you will. Petra's pout and a tremor at one corner of her mouth suggested less fear than self-pity. Jane said, When through Simon I get at Booth, which I will. And when I get from Booth what I need to know, which I will. These people are going to be in a desperate cover-their-ass mode. Simon's going to think you didn't do enough to resist me. More important, he's going to realize, because of me, you know too much. If he doesn't slit your throat, kid, he'll pay the guy who does. Things are so damn good. The best ever, and then you come along. It's not right. It's not fair. What is it with you? You're so hateful. My husband was a fine man. Nick. My Nick was the best. These power-crazy people killed him. Although Petra clung to denial, the weight of detail in Jane's story seemed to have loosened the knot of her disbelief. Eyes still closed, she shook her head. I don't want to know. What good does knowing do me? My little boy's in hiding. They'll kill him if they find him. Unless you're as crazy as you sound, none of this is true. It's true. Open your eyes and look at me. It's true. Petra opened her eyes. If there was anything to be read in them other than self-pity and hatred and anger, Jane couldn't see it. Whoever you are, you're a liar. And if you aren't, which you are, but if you aren't, shit. Then whether I spill to you or don't, I'm dead. In other words, she had just said, show me a way out, give me hope, and maybe I'll help you. Simon keeps big money in the house. In a safe somewhere, Jane said. His kind always do. I don't know about any big money safe. Jane waited a beat and let a note of tenderness into her voice. There've been times I've been lost. There seemed no obvious road ahead. But a lost girl? Any lost girl. She doesn't need to be lost forever. I'll make him tell me where the money is. I don't need it. After I'm done here, you take the money and go. Go where? I got nowhere to go. A couple 100,000, maybe more. With that, you can go anywhere you want, somewhere you've never been and nobody knows you. Stop being Petra Quist. You changed your name before, change it again. And stay the hell away from men like him. Find a new way.
What new way?
Jane leaned forward on the padded bench and put her left hand over one of the child woman's zip-tied hands. A new way to be. The way you are? Even if I'd never shown up, chances are you'd be dead by 30. You said Simon's good to you. Gives you everything. He's sweet. But you've had moments, haven't you? Moments when you sensed real evil in him? Violence. After a hesitation, Petra broke eye contact. She tipped her head back and gazed up at the trompe-l'oeil cloud forms through which a colorful dawn broke perpetually. Even in an interrogation more intense than this one, even when physical threats and worse were involved, the objective was always to persuade the subject rather than to force submission by fear of brute force. In nearly every inquest of this nature, there came a point when the examinee was ready to cooperate but hadn't said so, when, in fact, the decision to provide the information remained as yet more subconscious than fully realized. The interrogator needed to be able to recognize such a moment and not step on it with additional questions or, worst of all, with intimidation, because until the subject had come all the way into the light, she could so easily change her mind and stay on the dark side. Still searching the faux clouds, Petra said, "Sometimes he hurts me, but he doesn't mean to." 35. The candle flames twisted and unfurled and fluttered in the cheap glassware, the soft amber light ceaselessly ebbing and flowing in waveforms across the table in the church kitchen, their pale reflections quivering in the brushed stainless steel of the nearby refrigerator, like a trio of spirits writhing in some visible but inaccessible dimension parallel to the one in which Tanuja and Sanjay lived. The twins sat catty-corner to each other as they ate ham and cheese sandwiches slathered with mayonnaise, 2 each, for they were ravenous, and potato chips. Their flight from a nightmare posse had been bizarre and terrifying as they'd raced from the eastern canyons into the heavily populated cities of mid-county and the coast. But now that they had found sanctuary, however temporary, the experience seemed less terrifying than fairy-tale spooky, less bizarre than fantastic, like some adventure concocted by a modern equivalent of the Brothers Grimm, or at least so it seemed to Tanuja. As in all such tales of fantasy, they had come to that moment of respite in which the most humble circumstances seemed all the warmer for being unpretentious, and in contrast to the extraordinary drama that had preceded it, when homely food seemed to be the most delicious meal ever put before them, because it had been earned by their cleverness and bravery. During the first sandwich, such was their extreme hunger and their desire to steep in the coziness of this haven that they barely talked. As they ate the second sandwiches more slowly, they could hardly stop talking, rehashing what they'd been through, speculating on the meaning of it, considering their options. Throughout their conversation, on the table lay the 2 ampules that Tanuja had scooped up after she had felled Link Crossley and his 2 henchmen with insecticide. Within those glass containers, in the candlelight, the cloudy amber fluid glimmered like some magical elixir that would grant them extra-mundane powers. The pulsing candle flames created an illusion of shifting currents within that elixir, but there was real movement as well. The tiny particles clouding the fluid were falling out of suspension and adhering to one another in tangled thread-like formations that kept slowly dissolving and reforming in new configurations. Here and there along the threads were what at first appeared to be knots, but that, on closer inspection, almost seemed to resemble elements on a silicon microchip. These, too, dissolved even as others similar to them began to accrete elsewhere in the web of threads. Sanjay pondered the ampules. Maybe this stuff was stored in that container of dry ice to keep it stable. When it warms up, it starts doing this. Leaning into the candle glow, Tanuja said, "Yeah, but what exactly is it doing? Turning putrid or something?" "It kind of looks like all the tiny particles are trying to come together to form something. Though how could they do that undirected?" "Form what?" Sanjay frowned. "They were going to inject me with this." "Form what?" Tanuja repeated. "Something. I don't know. Nothing good." While making the sandwiches, they had found a bar of dark chocolate and had at once determined to save some of the champagne to have with it. When Tanuja had eaten her share of the candy, as her brother poured the last of the champagne in her glass, the aromatic bubbles fizzing, she said, "I need to use the ladies' room." He pushed his chair back from the table to accompany her. No, she said. "Not unless you need the men's. I remember the way." "Enjoy your chocolate, Choti Bai." She rose from her chair and picked up one of the tumblers that contained a candle. "When I get back, we absolutely have to decide what we do in the morning. I won't sleep tonight if we don't have a plan." "We could have the plan of all plans," Sanjay said, "and I doubt I'd sleep anyway." At the doorway to the hall, she glanced back and saw her brother leaning over the ampules, peering intently at the contents. By some trick of candlelight, the tangled threads within the amber fluid appeared to cast the faintest web of trembling shadows across his sweet brown face. 36. "Hurts you?" Jane said. "How does he hurt you?" With her head still tipped back, face turned to the coffered vault of the theater lobby, Petra Quist closed her eyes, and behind the lids they moved as if following events in a disturbing dream. "He doesn't mean to. He just he gets too excited. He's like a boy sometimes, the way he gets so excited." "How does he hurt you?" Jane persisted. "I'm a little drunk. I'm dead tired. I want to sleep." "How does he hurt you?" "It's not like he really hurts me." "You said he did, sometimes." "Yeah, but, not bad. Not so it marks me." "How? Come on, girl, you want to tell me." After a silence, shaped by tension yet as still as kiln-fired porcelain, Petra spoke softly, though she didn't whisper. Her voice grew quieter than before and somehow distant, as if the essence of her retreated from the outer regions of her body, from the world of ceaseless sensations assaulting her 5 senses. "He slaps me." "Your face?" "It stings, but never marks. He never marks me. He never would." "What else?" "Sometimes, one hand around my throat, holding me down." "Choking you?" "No. A little, but I can breathe. It's scary is all, but I can breathe a little. He never marks me. Never would. He's good to me." Thunders of silence suggested an inner storm, and the blank, upturned face served as a mask behind which anguish hid. She was drunk, and she might be tired, but in spite of what she said, she didn't want to sleep. Her silence was not a final statement, but instead a pause for gathering. "Sometimes he calls me names and, says things he doesn't mean. And he's so rough. But only, because he gets so excited is all. He never marks me." Jane said, "All this, holding you down by the throat, slapping you, being rough. You mean it's during sex?
Yeah. Not every time, but sometimes. He doesn't mean it. He's always sorry afterward. He buys me Tiffany to apologize. He can be so sweet, like a little boy.
This troubled child in a woman's body had made revelations that Jane could use to push some of Simon's buttons in an interrogation, although nothing yet with which she could effectively whipsaw him. Bound by more than zip ties, by ligatures of times past, trapped between the idea of a thrilling libertine life and the grim reality as she lived it, head tipped back and slender throat exposed to Jane, Petra now disclosed a fact that might be used to break her cruel lover, though she didn't understand the importance of it. From the internal distance into which she had retreated, her voice came colored by melancholy.
Funny how things are. You figure nobody can really hurt you anymore. You've been hit with it all. And then some stupid thing that shouldn't matter does. Like, it's not when he's rough that hurts me, you know? Not hurts me so it matters. What hurts me is the weird thing when sometimes he forgets my name and calls me by hers, and she's just a damn machine.
37. Into darkness Tanuja carried light, the glass tumbler warm in her hand, luminous, candle-cast shapes without form pulsing on the hallway walls. Ahead of her, absolute blackness beyond the reach of the humble lamp. This building drew into it the hush of the church to which it stood connected, the quiet of those empty pews and that shadowed altar. The only sounds were the faint squeak of her sneakers on the waxed vinyl floor and the occasional sputter as the candle flame found impurities in the wick. The restroom doors did not feature automatic closures. The one at the women's lavatory stood half open. She pushed it wider and did not close it after she crossed the threshold. In this smaller space, with reflective glossy white laminate walls and mirrors, more light seemed to swell from the candle, and the shadows largely retreated. There were 2 sinks in a cove on the left side of the room, 2 on the right, and 4 enclosed stalls against the back wall. She went to the cove on the right and set the candle on the counter between those 2 sinks. In addition to the back wall, the side walls of the cove were also lined with mirrors, each reflecting the reflection in the other, flickering candles ordered to infinity. Tanuja went into the nearest stall. Just enough candlelight bounced off the low ceiling to provide guidance. She tended to business and flushed the toilet. She returned to one of the sinks and cranked on the water and pumped liquid soap from the bottle. The water was hot, and from her lathered hands rose the rich orange fragrance of the soap. When she turned off the water and pulled a couple paper towels from the dispenser, she looked at her face in the back mirror, half expecting the stresses of the night to have visibly aged her. Food and drink had done their job, however, so that she didn't even appear tired. The candle before her, and its legions of reflections, rendered her eyes less dark-adapted than they had been in the hallway. When movement in the back mirror suggested a presence behind her, she thought at first it must be illusory, nothing more than shadow and light dancing to the soundless rhythm of the throbbing candle flame. But her confusion lasted only a moment. Whether he had entered through the open door to the hall while the water rushing into the sink masked his arrival, or whether he had been in one of the other stalls, he was there, and he was real. A youngish man, blonde hair that looked almost white in the spectral light. He loomed less than an arm's length away, and though she wanted to believe that he was an innocent parishioner who, for whatever reason, had remained behind after the play, she knew that he was no one that benign. She started to turn, but felt the poles of a handheld taser pressed hard into the small of her back. Although the cold steel pins failed to pierce her t-shirt, the garment didn't provide enough insulation to protect her, and she received a shock that disrupted nerve path messaging throughout her body. The sound that escaped her was like the faint lament of some small night creature seized in the talons of an owl. She seemed not to collapse so much as shiver to the floor, as if unraveling from her bones, there to shudder uncontrollably and gasp for breath that her lungs would not expand to receive. The attacker pressed the taser to her abdomen and shocked her again, and pressed it to her neck for a third blast, which was when she passed out. 38. Turning her face to Jane and opening her eyes, Petra Quist said, "Annabelle. Sometimes in the sack, he calls me Annabelle, just like the house computer. Weird, huh?" "Have you asked him why?" "He doesn't know why. He says it doesn't matter, it's nothing. But it's something to me." Leaning forward, touching the girl's hand again, Jane said, "Sometimes they hurt us most when they don't know they're hurting us at all. In fact, that's why it hurts, because they don't even know us well enough to understand." "That's some true shit. How can he be in my arms, in me, and call me, you know, a machine name?" "Do you know, with the program he has," Jane explained, "each homeowner can customize the service name of the house computer?" The party girl's blue eyes were clear, her stare direct, but she was still peering at the world from the bottom of a martini glass, a frown of puzzlement. "What's that mean, or matter?" "He could name it anything from Abby to Zoe, so he named it after some woman he knows." Whatever might happen here in the next few hours, Petra must realize that she had no future with Simon, and yet she reacted in a proprietary manner. "What damn woman? Why didn't he tell me about the bitch?" "If I were you, I'd ask him. Hell, I'd make him tell me. But listen, sweetie, maybe this is important. Exactly when does he call you Annabelle?" "I told you, like only sometimes, in the sack." "When he climaxes?" "No." "Well, I'm not sure, but I don't think ever then." Her gaze turned to the zip tie that secured her left hand to the chair. "When he slaps me, clamps a hand around my throat. When he's rough." Her voice feathered away into silence, and it seemed as if her mind had taken wing through a dark woods of memory. In time, Petra said, "Yeah. When he calls me Annabelle, there's always this anger. It's a little scary, but it's not me he's angry with. I always thought he was angry with himself for not, you know, being able. Mostly he's super ready, though sometimes not, but I'm hearing him now, how he sounds, and maybe it's not all anger, maybe mostly hatred. So bitter how he says her name, and then he's rough with me, and if he's rough enough, then he's ready and able." "Able to get an erection," Jane clarified. "Poor Simon," said Petra with seeming sympathy. "How awful for him when he's got trouble with it." 39. In the wake of some nameless catastrophe that had extinguished the lights of the city and its surrounding settlements, fires leaped in man-made craters, and undulatory ashes rose on hot currents into a night watched over by a sinister, smiling moon. But mostly there was darkness and smoke and a greasy odor not to be contemplated. Bier carriers bore the deceased upon their weary shoulders, and Brahmins officiated in the otherworldly light, as sweating cremators in loincloths stoked the flames. Here, in the Shamshan Ghat, where dead bodies were burned, uncountable mourners roamed less than half seen, to whom Tanuja must be as shadowy as they were to her, cries of grief issuing from their shadow mouths. She was in Mumbai again, not as a child, but as a woman, yet somehow it was the night her parents had perished in the plane crash, and though the plane had gone down far from India, she knew they were inexplicably here, among these victims of this unnamed cataclysm. Although they must be dead, Tanuja grew ever more desperate to find dear Bap and Mai, for it was urgent that, in death, they reach out to Sanjay, as she at the moment could not, reach out and warn him that he was in great peril. Waking from the dream, she needed a moment to realize she was lying on the restroom floor. She smelled hot candle wax and orange-scented soap. The man who had tasered her stepped into view and stood over her and reached down, offering assistance. She didn't want to touch him, but when she shied from his hand, he seized her by the wrist and yanked her into a sitting position.
"Get off your ass," he said, "or I'll drag you out of here by your hair."
She found her strength, rose, swayed, regained her equilibrium, and put one hand to her neck to learn the nature of something that constricted her. A collar. Her attacker pulled on a lead, and the collar tightened. While she had lain unconscious, he'd put her on a leash, as if she were a dog. After 7 years during which she and her brother had been ensnared by their aunt and uncle, the devious Chatterjees, freedom was no less essential than air to Tanuja Shukla. She prided herself on being a woman who coped with any situation, who was not easily alarmed. But a fright akin to panic now seized her. Heart knocking as though she'd run miles, she fumbled for the clasp on the collar but could not release it.
"Leave the candle," her captor said. "Don't think you can throw it in my face. We're going to the kitchen. You know the way."
As they approached the door to the hallway, she shouted a warning to Sanjay, and her keeper slapped her hard upside the head. She cried out again, "Sanjay, run! Run!" and the man whipped the end of the leash across her face.
"Don't be stupid," he said. "It's too late."
Stepping out of the restroom, Tanuja hoped desperately he'd not meant that her beloved brother had been captured, but instead that Sanjay had already escaped, that it was too late for them to get their filthy hands on him. With the lavatory behind them, darkness shrouded the first hallway, which seemed like a passage to Gehenna, where demons bred and all hope must be shed. She knew they entered the intersection of the two halls, when to the left she saw a doorway defined by a faint aura of wick light. The kitchen. When she crossed that threshold, her keeper at her back, she saw this was indeed Gehenna, and she wept silently at the sight of Sanjay sitting at the table in defeat. His shirt was torn, his hair disarranged, as if he'd struggled against the hulking man who stood beside his chair. In the glow of the 2 remaining candles, Tanuja could see the collar around his neck, the leash drawn taut down the back of his chair and tied securely to the stretcher bar between the 2 back legs. 40. "I'm sorry about this, but it's necessary," Jane said, as from her tote bag she withdrew a prepared ball of gauze and a roll of duct tape. "Although I don't think Simon could hear you from the foyer upstairs, I can't risk you calling out a warning. Once I've got him in the theater, I'll come back and strip off the tape, take out the gag, so you'll be more comfortable." "You can trust me," Petra said. "I get it now. My situation." "That sure was quick, huh? I was blind, but now I see." "I'm not scamming you. I really get it. The only way out for me is your way." "I believe you do get it, kid, but you've got Simon under your skin." "No, that's over. He hits you, chokes you, gets rough with you, and I don't know what other ways, but when you're sitting here alone, without me to focus you on that one way out, you'll slip loose from your common sense and drift back toward him." The girl was sufficiently self-aware not to argue. She said only, "Maybe not. Maybe isn't good enough." As though a hangover now pincered its way through her skull, hours ahead of schedule, the girl's face paled under its light coat of foundation and powder blush. She had lip-printed the most recent martini glasses with much of her Maybelline, and the natural pink of her mouth now grayed a little, as if with the memory of her night on the town, of all that she had drunk and said and done. "Later," Jane promised. "When I've opened his safe and put his money in front of you, I'll let you have a look at him and decide whether you want him or the cash and a new start. I can try to trust you then, because when I've finished with him, I think you'll rather have the money."
"What are you going to do to him?"
"That depends on Simon. Whether it's a cakewalk or a firewalk is up to him. Now let me put this gauze in your mouth. If you try to bite me, I'll slap you harder than Simon does, and I'll damn sure leave a mark. Or 3.
Petra opened her mouth, but then turned her head aside.
"Wait, I have to go potty. I need to pee." "There's no time for that. You'll have to hold it."
"How long?"
"Until you can't anymore."
"That is so wrong."
"It is. It's wrong," Jane agreed. "But with Simon arriving soon, that's the way it has to be."
"You're a total bitch."
"You've said as much several times before, and I haven't once disagreed, have I? Now open your mouth." Petra took the gauze gag without trying to bite. Jane patched the girl's mouth shut with a rectangle of duct tape, and then wound a longer strip twice around her head to secure the first. 41. The creep who collared Tanuja was no prize, but he didn't scare her as much as did his partner. The bigger man stood maybe 6'5" and weighed about 230 pounds, but it wasn't just his formidable size that disturbed her. His cold stare impaled her with his contempt. He was graceful for such a giant, but his every move was oiled with arrogance, as if during all the years since he had been born into the world, he'd never seen one smallest reason to doubt he was superior to everything and everyone in it. He radiated a potential for sudden violence, no less than did a tiger, with its ears pricked and nostrils flared and fangs bared as it watched a lame gazelle. The dishes, champagne glasses and ampules having been cleared from the table, they were replaced now with rubber tubing to be used as a tourniquet, and foil-wrapped antiseptic wipes with which to sterilize the point of injection. Tanuja sat catty-corner to Sanjay, as she had when they'd been eating, now bound neck to stretcher bar as he was. Her dear Choti Bai said he was sorry, as though by some mistake solely his, he'd brought these two down on them. The giant advised them to be quiet if they didn't want to have their tongues cut out, and although the threat was over the top, no feverish imagination was required to envision him fulfilling it with the deft use of a scalpel. The smaller man, blond with blue eyes, had a prep school air, though he appeared to be in his 30s. Now he placed on the table an insulated cooler, identical to the one that Link Crossley's buddy with caterpillar eyebrows had brought to their house earlier in the night. After slipping his hands into a pair of cotton gloves, the preppy took from the cooler 2 hypodermic syringes, a few plastic-wrapped objects that Tanuja could not identify, and then a 9-inch square stainless steel box that was maybe 8 inches deep. When he opened the lid of the box, dry ice exhaled a frosty breath that winnowed away in the warm air and candlelight. Tanuja felt as if she were dreaming a nightmare that she had dreamed before. From the steel box, the preppy withdrew 6 insulated sleeves with Velcro closures. He shut the box and stripped off the gloves. Sanjay tried to pull away when the big man began to tie the tourniquet around his right arm, but resistance only earned him a blow to the face with the heel of the giant's hand, which snapped Sanjay's head back and stunned him, as might have any other man's point-blank punch with a tightly closed fist. Tanuja saw a thread of blood issue from one of her brother's nostrils. She tried to get up, but the leash secured her to the chair so that she couldn't stand. The preppy turned on the kitchen lights so that his partner might better see the target blood vessel in Sanjay's arm. With the efficiency of a trained phlebotomist, the big man used the hypodermic needle to insert a cannula into the vein, then set the needle aside. He punctured the seal on the first of the cold ampules and fitted it to the valve on the cannula. He held the ampule in an elevated position and opened the valve to whatever setting might be required. By intravenous infusion, the cloudy amber fluid began to move from the glass ampule into Sanjay's bloodstream, its nature unknown, its purpose unfathomed. Tanuja urgently wanted to know what, to understand why, but there was no point in asking, for these men would not tell her, and there was nothing to be gained by screaming, because no one would hear her in time, nor any way to resist that would long forestall whatever fate filled those ampules. She felt 10 years old again, in fresh receipt of the news of their parents' long fall from the sky, in the shadow of her smiling aunt Ashima Chatterjee, for whom a sister's untimely death was less a grievous loss than a golden opportunity. As a child, she had found the world mysterious and forbidding, wound through with more darkness than light, had perceived threats coiled everywhere, from the attic to the space under her bed, from an open woods at noon to the front yard at night. Sanjay, too, had early on been of a noirish sensibility, and yet it was because of him that Tanuja had over time been able to put her countless fears behind her, to reconceive the world as a place of wonder, brimming with magical possibilities, to have such conviction in that revised conception that her career as a writer flowered from it. By his kindness, by his caring, by his patient and wise instruction, her little brother, with 2 minutes less experience of this life, had been her therapist, her spiritual guide, teaching her the truth and power of free will to make of this world more than it seemed to be, more even than it was, and thereby purge the darkness of all threat and find in it as much magic as in the light. Only a year or so ago, she had realized that Sanjay's noirish point of view had remained, primarily the way he perceived this life. Though he believed in free will and was never in a mood as dark as any in his writing, he didn't see a world with wonder brimming and magical possibilities as he had so passionately, persistently encouraged her to see it. In a family with too much stoicism, with too little love expressed, and following the plane's fall into the sea with no love at all, Sanjay openly adored his sister. He was troubled that so much frightened her and so little enchanted. One day, he resolved to banish her fears and see her grow in happiness. He had pretended that the vision of a wondrous world full of miracles and marvels was his to share, and he had championed it with such enthusiasm that his pretense had become her truth, her unshakable conviction. She and Sanjay had been conceived in the same moment, had come into the world together, and she could not imagine her life unspooling past the moment when her Choti Bai no longer breathed. As she watched the third ampule drain through the cannula into her brother's arm, Tanuja welcomed the infusion of the remaining 3 into herself. For regardless of what might now have been done to Sanjay, she must follow him into the unknown, and, if given the chance, be for him what he had always been for her. The hateful Rakshasa finished the first phase of his demonic task by removing the cannula from Sanjay's arm. He didn't bother to press a band-aid over the needle puncture, but allowed a button of blood to form in the crook of the elbow, and a scarlet thread to slowly unravel from it, like a misplaced stigmata. Tanuja didn't resist, nor did she allow them the satisfaction of seeing her fear, as the preppy applied the tourniquet to her right arm. He palpated the visible veins to find the most generous one and swabbed the skin with the sterilizing pad. The big man came around the table, carrying another cannula, the second hypodermic, and 3 large ampules. 42. At 23 minutes past midnight, headlights swept off the street and arced onto the circular driveway, followed by a gleaming black Cadillac limousine with heavily tinted windows. The long car motored to the portico with surprisingly little engine noise, as menacing as it was elegant. The quiet limo seemed even somewhat eerie at this hour and in these circumstances, as if skull-faced death had traded in his classic horse-drawn carriage for a modern conveyance and would step out with a silver scythe, wearing not a hooded cloak but a Tom Ford suit. Standing back from the foyer window, Jane Hawk watched as the chauffeur opened a starboard door and Simon Yegg appeared. He was attired not in a suit, but in red and white sneakers, tan chinos, a brightly striped rugby shirt, an unzipped leather jacket, and a pink baseball cap with a large number 3 on it. A 46-year-old white guy who thought he could pull off the look of a cool black rapper half his age. The limo glided away as Simon unlocked the deadbolt. The alarm sounded as he stepped into the house. Jane stood on the hinge side of the door, concealed from him.
Annabelle, disarm security. 5651 star.
The alarm fell silent, and Annabelle informed him that it was disarmed, whereupon he said,
Annabelle, follow me with light.
As the chandelier brightened, Simon Yegg closed the door and saw Jane holding the 6-ounce plastic bottle at arm's length. She sprayed his nose and mouth with chloroform, and he dropped with a swish of clothing, like a basketball through a net, although when he hit the floor, he had no bounce in him. She hadn't been able to use chloroform with the girl because she'd needed to interrogate her in a timely manner. She had hours to devote to Yegg if she needed them. Chloroform was highly volatile. To be sure that he remained unconscious, she put a double thickness of paper towels over his face, trapping the fumes. He wasn't having a breathing problem. At the security system keypad, Jane set the alarm in the home mode. She returned to the front door, engaged the Schlage deadbolt, and peered out the window. The limousine was long gone. In the pale penumbra of a street lamp, a slinking coyote turned its luminous yellow eyes toward the house, as if it sensed her watching. Muscular, 5'10", weighing about 180 pounds, Simon posed a greater logistics problem than had Petra Quist. There were always ways to accomplish such tricky tasks, however, and in this case, the problem himself had thoughtfully provided her with the solution. From the garage, she had earlier brought up the mechanic's sled. She rolled it to his side and locked the wheels. 180 pounds of inert Yegg was a lot of dead weight. Getting him onto the board required treating him as if he were several loosely connected sacks of potatoes, and after 4 or 5 minutes of struggle, she got the job done. The board was too short to hold all of him. His legs were off the sled from mid-thigh down, but the drag factor wouldn't slow her too much. To prevent his arms from sliding off the board, she undid the belt on his Gucci chinos, shoved his hands under the waistband, and cinched the belt tight. He lay there as if fondling himself. To fashion a pull for the sled, she had employed one of the extension cords that she'd found stored in a garage cabinet. After flipping up the built-in chocks on the wheels, she pulled Simon Yegg to the main elevator, leaving the baseball cap on the foyer floor. Descending to the basement, she lifted the paper towels and checked the color in his face and made sure he was still breathing well. Then she replaced the towels and lightly spritzed them with more chloroform. In the theater, the carpet somewhat resisted the squeaking wheels, and when Jane pulled the sled into the lobby, Petra sat up straight, eyes wide. The girl worked her jaws, perhaps trying to shift the wad of saliva-soaked gauze in her mouth. She made urgent noises that, through the duct tape, were not words. Jane propped open the door between the lobby and the theater. She maneuvered the sled into the main room. There were 3 rows of chairs, 5 per row, but they were neither traditional theater seats nor in harmony with the French theme. These adjustable loungers, upholstered in leather, appeared more conducive to sleep than to cinema. The rows of chairs were flanked by wide aisles. Because the floor sloped down to a stage and a big screen, currently out of sight behind a burgundy velvet curtain trimmed with enormous tassels, gravity more than overcame the impediment of the carpet. Between the front row and the stage, an 8-foot-wide flat area extended the width of the theater. She parked the sled there, where earlier she had left 3 more extension cords, the workbench stool from the garage, a Bernzomatic butane lighter with a long flexible neck that she had found in a kitchen drawer, and half a dozen 16-ounce bottles of water. She passed the first of the extension cords under the sled and used it as a rope to secure Simon Yegg's upper arms to the board. In similar fashion, she strapped down his waist and then his legs. The rubber on the cords didn't allow knots to be drawn as tight as she preferred them. Therefore, with the butane lighter, she fused them into knots that couldn't be undone, using some of the water in one of the bottles each time the melting rubber began to flame. She plucked the paper towels off the wife-killer's face and tossed them aside. A faint, moist residue of chloroform lent a sheen to his upper lip, which evaporated even as she watched, and a few tiny drops of dew sparkled in his nose hairs. Simon would regain consciousness in 10 to 15 minutes. 43. After Tanuja Shukla receives her nanomachine control mechanism, Carter Jurgen gathers up the empty ampules and other debris, and he returns everything to the cooler, leaving no significant evidence behind. He goes to the women's restroom and returns with the candle glass that was left there. He sets it on the table with the other 2 and turns off the overhead fluorescents, preferring to pass the waiting period in this softer and more atmospheric light. Dubose stands by the kitchen sink, smoking a joint, taking deep breaths and holding them and expelling them less with a sigh than with a gruff, bearish exhalation, all the while watching the girl. Jurgen supposes he knows what that means. This waiting period isn't likely to be as tedious as it has been during other recent conversions. He settles at the table with his iPad and goes online to explore hotel possibilities for a Caribbean vacation that he's hoping to take in September. But for Dubose's smoking and what little noises Jurgen makes, the church kitchen is quiet. The twins now understand that any question will receive a blow rather than an answer, as will any comment or argument. They are powerless, and they are acutely aware of it. All the Shukla moxie has evaporated. They don't know what the injections have done to them, and fear of the unknown is paralyzing. If they aren't in despair, if they haven't utterly abandoned hope, they are despondent, with no current capacity for hope. Part of the reason they do not speak is no doubt because they fear that their voices will sound weak and lost, that hearing themselves will only further discourage them. Sooner than Jurgen expects, Dubose pinches out the remainder of the joint, drops it in a jacket pocket, and crosses the room to the girl. He unties the leash from the stretcher bar and tells her to get up. When she hesitates, he jerks hard on the leash, as if he's an impatient child and she's a pull toy that's wedged immobile. She rises from the chair, and her brother says anxiously, "What's happening? What are you doing?" Jurgen leans forward, grabs the kid's left ear, twists it hard enough to crush a little cartilage and make his point. Sanjay tries to pull his head away, but Jurgen won't allow that. As Dubose leads the girl toward the hallway door, she looks back and says her brother's name, not as if calling for his help, but as if saying goodbye. Then she and Dubose are gone. When Jurgen lets go of the ear, Sanjay tries to thrust to his feet, as if there might be some slightest chance that the leash will snap, or the collar come undone, or the dinette chair disintegrate as he thrashes valiantly in it. He transitions directly from despondency to that energized form of despair called desperation. Although he surges from stoic immobility into a screaming rage, his fury will not gain him anything, for he is furious less with Dubose than with himself, with his helplessness, which will endure for the rest of his life. Jurgen puts aside his iPad to watch Sanjay, who for the moment is more entertaining than any Caribbean vacation. In but a minute, Sanjay exhausts himself and sags in the chair, slick with sweat. He is like a horse that, having been thrown into a panic by a snake, has stamped and reared so often to no avail that it has no strength remaining for anything other than the tremors coursing through it from throttle to thigh, its blind terror otherwise expressed only in its eyes, which seem to swell in their sockets, encircled by an extraordinary field of white, the irises like twin craters in twin moons. Such are Sanjay's eyes when Carter Jurgen says, "In a way, she did this to herself, to you. The two of you were on the Hamlet list to be adjusted, but you weren't near the top until her novel was published 3 weeks ago. Alecto Rising. The response of certain critics and too many deeply affected readers led the computer to move you to the top of the list." Jurgen is not sure that Sanjay can make sense of what he hears, so deeply is he sunk in misery, his mind turning round and round on a descending spiral path of grief and guilt. But Jurgen and Dubose have won the day, and there's no point in achieving a win if you can't have some fun with it. Her novel will inspire the worst ideas among impressionable younger generations. The computer identifies it as potentially a dangerous, iconic work. So it's fitting, don't you think, that the two of you will now be tasked with discrediting it and all your other writing, ensuring that every word the two of you have put on paper will go out of print forever. Sanjay's gaze fixed on the nearest of the candles, the faux fire bright in his eyes, which might never again be alive with a true fire. It used to take 8 to 12 hours after injection for the control mechanism to fully form across the brain. Only in the last few days have we been using a new version of the secret sauce that completes the job in 4 hours. Millions of brain-tropic molecular machines swimming upstream toward those 3 pounds of tissue in your skull. Sanjay Shukla is only secondarily the body in this chair before me. The essential you is those 3 pounds. Can you feel those millions of invaders swimming through you, and at the same time, toward you? I am fascinated by it all. I wonder, when they pass through the walls of cerebral capillaries and into the very tissue of the brain, when they begin to link up and form a web across the various lobes, in the final hour of your independence, before everything settles down up there, will you feel as if spiders are creeping inside your skull? Sanjay's eyes turn from the candle and meet Jurgen's stare. In a whisper, he declares, "You're insane." "Sticks and stones," Jurgen replies. "Evil," Sanjay says. "Not all madmen are evil, but all evil men are mad." Jurgen smiles. "You shouldn't speak so disparagingly of someone who will shortly be your absolute master." 44. Jane returned from the theater to the lobby and released the chocks on the wheels of the office chair. She rolled Petra Quist into the theater and parked her in the shadows behind the back row of seats, where she could see and hear what was to come. Then she fixed the wheels in place once more. After unwinding the duct tape, Jane waited while the party girl worked the sodden mass of gauze between her teeth and expelled it into her lap. Considering that Simon Yegg made a habit of hurting her and that she claimed to be over him, Petra seemed unduly worried about his well-being, almost breathless with concern. "My God, what have you done to him? Did you kill him already? His face was covered. Wasn't his face covered?" "It's not covered now," Jane said, directing Petra's attention to her nuclear love machine below, bound like Gulliver in Lilliput. She had adjusted the theater lighting so that only the stage and the area immediately in front of it were illuminated. He's just asleep, recovering from an encounter with chloroform. What are you going to do to him? Not a fraction of what he deserves. He's not all bad. I mean, he's not so nice sometimes, but he's not a hopeless shit. Jane said, "Listen, I've brought you into this so you can hear him and maybe learn something. Lying down there, Simon's not at an angle where he can see you, even if he turns his head, even if you weren't in the dark up here. Among other things, you'll learn what he really thinks about you. It'll be worth hearing. But if you can't keep your mouth shut, I'll gag and duct tape you again." "No, don't, I can't. I thought I was going to puke and choke on it, you know?" "Then be silent." "Okay, I will. But please, please, please let me go potty." Those blue eyes were so pellucid that they seemed like windows to a soul in all its truth. But artful cunning was required to meet eye to eye for as long as this and seem guileless. Jane put a hand to her captive's head, and the girl flinched. She wanted only to smooth the disarranged hair back from Petra's forehead, which she did, before saying, "Sorry, but I don't trust you yet. In spite of all your attitude, you have so little self-esteem that you'll go on needing Simon until you have even less respect for him than you have for yourself." Sudden color pinked the girl's pale cheeks, and her chin thrust forward. She seemed about to pull the trigger on her temper, but she restrained herself, opting for a look of pitiable distress. "I really gotta pee." "It's not my chair," Jane said, "so have at it." 45. Sanjay Shukla finds no hope in the candlelight, and yet another reason for despair in Carter Jurgen's eyes, and so he turns his attention to the open door through which Radley Dubose led Tanuja. In a voice breaking with anguish, he says, "Where has he taken my sister?" "If Pastor Gordon has an office here," says Jurgen, "it's a cozy space with all the amenities. He didn't strike me as one of those clergy who believes there's any point to a vow of poverty. Mainly, my partner will want a nice big sofa." The thin sound that escapes the younger twin suggests an intensity of grief that Jurgen has never heard before. "You don't have to worry that I might have any such intentions, Sanjay. That good old boy was raised in backwoods West Virginia. I wasn't. Oh, yes, he was accepted at Princeton and earned a degree, but the standards expected of Princeton grads, if any standards are expected at all, are magnitudes below those of Harvard alumni. I'd rather be partnered with one of my own kind, but I must admit he does keep things interesting." The girl's first cry seems to issue from a greater distance than is in fact the case, and it sounds like the forlorn voice of some exotic night bird, though lonelier and eerier than a loon's call, and more miserable than the moaning of an ibis. Jurgen's buttoned-up old-school father, Carlton, has long been a member of New England's preeminent bird-watching club, one of his many cultured interests. Inevitably, some of the elder Jurgen's deep knowledge of all things avian has rubbed off on his son, although by his university days Carter's interests were quite different from those of his old man. Tanuja's protests no longer sound bird-like in any way, nor distant. They are shrill and terrible. She is apparently resisting with all her strength, though considering Dubose's size and the ferocity of his appetites, resistance is futile. Kicking violently at the floor, Sanjay rocks the chair backward from the table and attempts to stand, but the taut collar-and-leash tether makes it impossible for him to unbend his body from a sitting position and thrust to his feet. He can neither release the collar nor reach far enough behind and down to the knot at the stretcher bar. The chair topples onto its side, bearing him with it. He yanks on the arms of it as though he will break them off with his bare hands, but the frame of the chair is welded steel. The minimal restraint allows the illusion of easy escape. Therefore, the truth of his helplessness is all the more frustrating. He is furious in his anguish, in his excruciating grief, managing to rattle the chair in a half-circle to no useful purpose. Throughout this, he never shouts or screams, but grunts and hisses and snarls in this dumb animal striving, breathing ever more noisily, until at last he is no longer able to deny his impotence. He lies on his side, in the cage of his chair, immobilized and weeping miserably. If the sister continues to make any noise, her protests are of little volume and contained within some room farther along the hall, where what was inevitable has come to pass. Carter Jurgen rises from his chair and stands over Sanjay, gazing down at him.
It's not as bad as you think. It won't haunt you the rest of your life. You won't forever be eaten by guilt. In fact, though your sister is traumatized and filled with shame now, she'll have entirely recovered by dawn. No trauma, no shame. Once your control mechanisms self-assemble and you've become adjusted people, I only need to tell you and her to forget everything that occurred tonight, and all of it will be gone from memory, including me, including my partner and what he's done. A thing that can't be remembered, well, that's as good as if it never happened.
46. Cinema Parisian. The area in front of the stage and the apron of the stage itself lighted as if for live entertainment to precede the movie. The front row of seats in half-light, the second row in shadow, the third in darkness draped. And at the highest point of the theater, shrouded in gloom, the lone member of the audience, Petra Quist, perhaps a candidate for redemption, perhaps beyond reclamation. Jane placed the workshop stool beside the mechanic's sled and sat there, as Simon Yegg muttered, his facial expression morphing to reflect the rapidly changing circumstances in one of the vivid and macabre dreams that sometimes made an ordeal of chloroform sleep. He startled awake, blinked at her towering over him, mumbled, "No," and closed his eyes as though he could refuse this reality and receive another. He repeated this exercise.
No. 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 Hell no.
Each time becoming more aware of his hard circumstances, testing the extension cords that bound him until he came to the realization that there was but one world for him, whereupon he said in rapid order,
"This sucks. Who are you? What's this about? You're the walking dead. You realize that? You're as dead gets."
Jane said, "Given your situation, you talk some amazing trash. But I guess maybe you've got a good reason to pretend you're full-on macho." He clearly didn't like what she said, but he failed to comment on her implication.
"You can't scare me. I don't scare. You got me. Good. That was smart, the way you got me like this. Real smart. So let's deal. You want money? Everyone wants money. So okay, I got money. Though you should live long enough to spend a dime."
After a silence, smiling as if he amused her, Jane said, "Maybe I'm not here for money. Maybe this is about the Hamlet list."
"The what?"
"Maybe it's about these bastards who call themselves the Techno-Arcadians, like 13-year-old nerd boys meeting in a clubhouse in a tree."
"You sure you have the right address, honey? Maybe this would make sense to somebody next door, but it's just noise to me."
His confusion seemed genuine. His brother, Booth, big man in the Department of Justice, had been steering government business to him for years, but that didn't mean he trusted Simon enough to involve him in the conspiracy that had killed her Nick. She said, "Or maybe I'm here on behalf of your ex-wives." He didn't need to hesitate to formulate a deceitful comeback.
"They took me to the cleaners. What more could they want?"
"They took you?" Not the way I hear it.
Everybody has her story.
He realized that in addition to the cords binding him, his hands were in his pants and cinched tight under his belt.
"I got a circulation problem here. My fingers are numb."
Word on the street says it's not your fingers that's numb.
What does that even mean? He dared to ask. Are you a crackhead, bitch? You freebasing cocaine or something? You've maybe got a psychological problem, honey. Don't bring me that. I'm no psychiatrist. Let's get this done. Let's talk money.
Trammeled beyond any hope of escape, flat on his back, gazing up at her on the high stool, he had to be disoriented. On the ladder of fear, other men might have been on the step labeled dread or even terror. Simon didn't appear to have gotten as high as mild disquiet. Techniques for managing fear and subverting it into positive energy could be taught, but Simon's attitude and responses did not suggest he'd been through such instruction. Instead, his apparent confidence was in fact unalloyed arrogance, and his fearlessness more likely had its roots in solipsism, the belief that in all of the world he alone was truly real, the center of the universe, and its only story, while other people were just furnishings, mere provisions of which he could make any use he wished. In her serial killing and mass murder cases with the Bureau, she had encountered more than a few sociopaths like him. Because of his delusional view of reality, there were strings she might use to manipulate him. However, it was necessary always to recognize his twisted genius and his cunning, for such a man could be dangerous, no matter how thoroughly he had been tied down and immobilized. "Everybody has her story," Jane quoted him. "Except your first ex, Marlowe, who has no story these days because she was beaten to death in Paris."
I loved that girl. She was my world, she truly was. She was sweet, but she had no common sense. What the hell was my Marlowe doing in a radical Muslim neighborhood anyway? Looking for a rich sheik?
And Alexis has no story anymore either. She was pushed off a cliff in Yosemite. 300 feet is a long way to fall, knowing you'll be dead on impact.
Pushed? Whoever said pushed? She and some idiot boyfriend were hiking on an insanely dangerous trail. They were casual hikers. They didn't have the skill for it. Made me sick when I heard about it. Just sick to my stomach. Heartsick. I was in Hawaii at the time. Ruined Hawaii for me. Sure, our marriage didn't work out, and that was mostly my fault. I'm not proud of sometimes thinking with my little head instead of my big one. I'm no choir boy. But I loved that girl. And it hurts me bad. Her life was cut so short.
Jane had the urge to get off the stool and step on his throat, put all her weight into it, and hear his esophagus collapse with a satisfying crunch. Such was the response that his kind too often elicited, because his mission in life wasn't what he thought, wasn't to be the unconquered hero of an epic story of power and triumph. His role was to anger others and dispirit them, and, if possible, foster in them a desire to descend to his level and tempt them to act with a viciousness equal to his. She did not crush his throat, but the desire to do so remained. "I guess it also hurts you when you think what's happened to your ex, Dana. How she's totally agoraphobic now, so afraid of the wider world that she can't leave her house, lives such a prescribed existence. She's more isolated than a nun in a cloistered order." Somehow, by attitude alone, Simon almost succeeded in making it seem that he was in the higher position, looking down on her.
Don't be such a snarky bitch. It's tiresome. If you know Dana, you know what a tragedy that is. Not just the whole agoraphobia thing, but Dana herself. I mean, she's smart as a whip and so compassionate. She loves people, all people, not the tiniest bone of prejudice in that girl. But for all her virtues, and there's a lot more than I've mentioned, in spite of her many virtues, she's always been a little off. You hear what I'm saying? I fell hard in love with her, who wouldn't? So I didn't see the problem for a while, but then it became undeniable. She was always a little off true north, like only 2 or 3 degrees off, but Over time it gets worse, until she's not going anywhere on the compass that people like you and me would recognize. She's off into some weird territory. I feel so bad for her."
He paused in his odd mix of encomiums and self-justifications to cock his head and regard Jane from a slightly different angle, like an earthbound broken-winged bird turning one eye toward the sky to calculate the likelihood of single-wing flight. After a moment of silence, he said,
"You're not here about Dana or Alexis or Marlowe. My Sarah sent you, didn't she?"
"Sarah Holdsteck? Wife number 4? I know that part of your history, but I've never even spoken to her," Jane lied. Briefly, but only briefly puzzled, he said,
"This isn't about any ex-wife. So is it Petra? No, it can't be. Don't tell me Petra's brought in some radical feminist muscle to break some money out of me. I wouldn't have figured Petra capable of that kind of thing."
"Why wouldn't you think her capable of it?" He shrugged, as best he could in his restraints.
"She's a fun kid, and she's smart enough, but she doesn't have it in her to look out for herself."
"Yeah? Well, a little earlier tonight she came at me with a broken vodka bottle, tried to slash my face."
"No shit. She really did?"
He appeared delighted by the image that those words had painted in his mind.
"Of course, after a girls' night out she would have been drunk, and she can always hold her own when it's just girl on girl. You gotta tell me, sugar, what did you do to piss her off?"
"I liked bitch better."
"What?"
"Don't call me sugar."
"Yeah, you're one of those types. I get it. But what did you do to piss off Petra?"
"I needed her to tell me some things about you, and she didn't feel in a mood to cooperate."
"Where is she now?"
"Dead," Jane lied. "She came at me hard, and I shot her."
"You're shitting me."
"Her body's in the kitchen."
"Damn. That's some of the sorriest news I've heard in a while. She was really hot. The word hot doesn't do her justice. She was a fine, fine piece of girl."
He sighed and shook his head.
"You're not here because of the wives, and not here because of Petra. You're here for you. So then why all this talk? Let's do business."
"What did you mean Petra can hold her own when it's just girl on girl?"
"What's it matter now?"
"Humor me. I'm the curious type."
"I've never been tied up for a gossip session before." "Okay, all right. With a guy, any guy. She was like putty, just rolled over no matter what. Did what she was told, drunk or sober or in between. Did what she was told, took what she was told to take, and liked it. Never complained, no matter what."
Jane leaned forward on her stool and peered down as if to read him more closely. "No matter what? So, did you hit her?"
"Hit her? Hell no. I can get all the girls I want without ever hitting them. What's wrong with you talking trash like that? We're making progress, correcting the record, slowly coming to terms, and now you diss me like this? Did you hit her? I don't take offense easy, but that one's over the line. Did you come here just to insult me, or you want something worth the risks you've taken?"
Jane got off the stool. She walked away from him and then back toward him, rolling her shoulders, stretching her neck. "2 things I want. First, tell me where the cash is, and don't play any games with this, because I'm not Petra. I don't roll over."
Maybe I look stupid right now, but I'm not. I give you one wrong number, you'll come back here and start cutting me, or using a pair of pliers on my balls. I got no leverage. All I want is we do our business and get you gone."
After he told her where to find the safe and divulged the combination, she said, "You just want me gone. But what about Petra?
Will you hang that murder on me? There won't be a body by tomorrow morning, he said. It'll be ground up sludge poured in a pond at a sewage treatment plant. She's the kind no one'll miss. Even those dumbass bitches she goes club hopping with. In a month, they won't remember her name. So she went off to Puerto Vallarta or Vegas or Mars with some other stud, just slutting her way to an early grave. So what? Who cares? Nobody. She's nothing.
She had parked Petra in the back of the theater because she wanted her to hear the truth of Simon from his lips, in the hope that the girl might ask herself what had gone wrong with her, that she'd involve herself with such a man. But in Petra's fragile condition, Simon's acid contempt might do her more harm than good, and it was regrettable that she'd had to hear it. Jane asked, "You sure you can get the sewage treatment plant thing done?"
Haven't you been telling me how I'm great at making women go away? And does it seem like I worry about cops? Let me tell you, honey, I'm so connected I could get a police escort to that sewage plant.
Jane knelt on the floor beside him. She could see that he preferred her at a distance. "I'm curious about something."
You're a damn cat with all your curiosity.
"Why did you name the house computer Annabelle?"
What's that got to do with the price of beans? Go get the money you came for, honey.
Money, honey. Ryman Simon. Of all the names in the world, why name the house computer Annabelle? It's a simple question. Isn't that a simple question?
Nothing about you is simple, is it? I didn't mean honey. It's just how I talk. I'll go back to bitch, make us both happy. Okay, all right. The system doesn't come with a set name. You have to give it one. I could have called it anything.
But you called it Annabelle. Your mother's name is Annabelle. Does it make you feel special to be able to tell your mother what to do, and she always obeys? For the first time, he was nervous. In spite of his solipsism, perhaps he began to be troubled by the thought that even if he was the only real person in existence, even if the universe had been created solely as a vehicle for him to tell his story, his fate could take an unexpected turn for the worse. 47. Still kneeling beside Simon Yegg, Jane pressed one finger to the dimple in his chin. "Just like that actor back in the day, Kirk Douglas. When you were little, did your mommy put her finger in your chin dimple and call you adorable?" As he had said, he wasn't stupid. He knew where this must be going, and it was forbidden territory. His expression did not betray the anger that he wanted to conceal from her, but his eyes belied the impression of unconcern and self-control that he worked hard to project. Thus far, they had been as opaque as the eyes of a ventriloquist's dummy, but now they revealed an inhuman fury. If he had not been tied down, he would have killed Jane to prevent her from pursuing her current line of inquiry. She wiped her chin-probing finger on his rugby shirt. "Tell me now, how much do you hate your mother?"
You're off true north yourself. You're totally off the map. My mother's a great lady.
"How much do you hate and fear your mother?" she persisted.
Just shove it. Shut your mouth. You don't know her.
"But I know about her. 4 husbands, each an effete wuss, a trust fund baby from the day he was born. Each of them had just scads and scads of inherited wealth."
You don't go there. You don't go to family. Ever.
4 divorces. She gets everything she wants. More than she wants. They give her whatever it takes. They're in terror of her.
They all loved her, Simon insisted. Not a one of them ever said a word against her. Not one word. Not ever.
Flat on his back, he suddenly couldn't swallow his saliva as fast as it formed. He choked and coughed. Strings of spittle sputtered between his lips, spattered his chin. Jane watched this brief episode with interest, because it had meaning for her. The 3 pairs of salivary glands in the mouth secrete 3 pints of saliva every day. The purposes of saliva are to moisten food for swallowing, help keep teeth clean, convert complex starches into sugars, and minimize acidity in the mouth. The production of this fluid can be accelerated by the sight or smell of delicious food, also by nausea, among other things. Although it's frequently written that someone's mouth went dry with fear, it is more likely that extreme fear, which contributes to acidity in the mouth, will trigger a sudden flood of saliva, which is a balancing alkaline. Jane said, "In the years following those divorces, one of her husbands committed suicide. The note he left behind claimed he had come to hate himself for his cowardice and weakness, so he believed he needed to suffer. He made his death especially hard for himself by using a barbed wire noose. Another took a vacation to Jamaica, where his body was found hacked apart with a machete, pieces of it arranged in various elaborately drawn voodoo vaves in an old Koontz hut used for occult ceremonies. Another, your father, died during an evening at a friend's house, when a home invasion robbery went bad. His friend was shot to death, and he himself was burned to death when the intruders, who were never caught, set the place ablaze to cover their crimes. You'd be amazed, Ryman Simon, at how much security her remaining ex has. Even though your dear mom is now 75 and he's 86, why, the President of the United States doesn't have that much security." Simon swallowed hard, licked his wet lips.
You're taking facts and making them into something they're not. It's all distortion.
If you don't hate and fear your mother, why did you tell your wives she was long dead? I know you told Dana because I talked to her, so I figure you told the other 3 the same. He sounded tubercular, words rising like bubbles through the saliva that slurried down his throat.
You get away from me. Stay away from me.
He turned his face from her.
I won't listen anymore.
Every one of your 4 wives was the image of your mother, uncannily like her.
You're talking shit now. Crazy shit now.
All of them the same height and weight, all with raven black hair, all with blue eyes, just like your mother in her youth. There, on the floor before the stage, the light fall favored his supine performance as he turned his head toward her again, his face a mask of astonishment and abhorrence. Words eluded him as he worked his mouth in search of them. Sociopaths were good actors. Lacking all feelings other than self-love, they were nevertheless able to fake a panoply of emotions that in other people were real. This man wasn't half as accomplished a thespian as others Jane had known. However, his stifled speech and his nuanced expression of shock far exceeded the highest level of performance of which he'd previously shown himself capable. Although he surely knew that he was doing to wealthy women what Annabel had done to wealthy men, Jane could believe that he might not have been consciously aware of choosing only mother figures to abuse and break and loot. Sociopaths were as efficient in the human ocean as sharks in their water world. They were humming engines of need, untroubled by any doubt about their rightness, and imbued with such a strong sense of superiority that they could not conceive that failure might be a possibility. They were empty vessels. Their minds were hollow spheres of certitude. Yet each of them believed he had more facets than a treasure of well-cut diamonds, and was certain he knew those countless aspects of himself in full detail, though all he, or she, knew was what he wanted and how to get it with ruthless action. Therefore, this first crack in Simon's armor, this rare moment of psychological insight that badly rattled his self-image, was an opportunity Jane must seize before he repaired it with the mortar of delusion. She pressed him. Petra's the same weight, height, body type as your mother, blue eyes like your mother. She's a blonde, but there are times, aren't there, when she wears a wig for you? The wig was a guess. Petra had not mentioned it. Simon's eyes widened with further shock. His face twisted with hatred and alarm. His slack mouth spilled forth a thin drool, proving the truth of what she'd said. You can't be a man with it unless you hit them or break them or steal from them. All you can do with it is pee. Your hands are in your pants, and your fingers aren't numb, so why don't you feel for it? See what condition it's in, if you can even find it. He choked on excess saliva and coughed, and found the words that had eluded him, all of them obscene, vicious, a torrent of invective. Jane rose from beside him and sat on the stool once more. She gazed down at him, not with an expression of disgust, but with an indifference that would nettle him more. As if she had considered stepping on him, yes, but had decided that crushing him wasn't worth soiling her shoe. His curses dried up, and he lay in wordless passion of the darkest character. Theater light pooled in his baleful eyes, fading their color, yet his gaze seemed to sharpen the longer he regarded her, as though in his helplessness he sought to tap the godlike power that every sociopath believed would one day manifest in himself, and behead her with his stare. 2 things, Jane reminded him. The money is the least of them. The second thing I want is your brother, your half-brother, Booth Hendrickson. If Simon was surprised, he didn't show it, and he remained silent. Perhaps he understood that his fearlessness had been revealed as pretense, that he had been diminished in her eyes, and would be further reduced in her estimation if, when speaking, he again became intemperate. Even though he was lying in bonds, he needed her to be afraid of him, not because he was formulating a plan to exploit her fear and turn the tables on her, but because he needed to believe that when he wanted to disquiet other people, he could alarm them enough to elicit their respect. Being an evoker of apprehension was a core part of a sociopath's self-image. She said, "Your brother's flying in from D.C. on an FBI jet he commandeered for his work at the Department of Justice. He'll land at Orange County Airport, the private plane terminal, at about 10:30 tomorrow morning. One of your company's limos will pick him up. Don't deny it. Researching you, I hacked your company. I saw the booking for him. So what I want is, you pull your scheduled chauffeur off the job, and I'll supply the driver." He said, "No." "No? You really think no is an option?"
Time comes, I'm gonna put a hand up your snatch and rip your guts out through it.
So you skipped high school biology, huh? He sheathed his dagger eyes. "Anyway," she said, "your hands are still in your pants. Find any little thing yet? Maybe if you think about punching your mother in the face, that'll work better than Viagra." He hated her too much to keep his eyes closed. The sight of her filled him with homicidal fantasies, one of his favorite forms of entertainment. From the breast pocket of her sport coat, Jane removed a micro-cassette recorder, smaller than a pack of cigarettes. "Everything we said is on this."
Why do I give a shit? I'm telling you, I'm wired into so much protection the cops will shine my shoes if I ask.
Maybe I know cops who don't shine shoes. Cops or no cops, I'll hand a copy of this to your mom, in another recorder, ready to play. She lives under her maiden name, Annabelle Claridge, half the year on an estate in La Jolla, half on a waterfront estate in Lake Tahoe, Nevada. When I give it to her, I'll suggest if she gets a gift box on Mother's Day, she should call the bomb squad to open it. Throughout their tete-a-tete, Simon's complexion had been florid to one degree or another. Now, he paled. "I could leave you like you are for the weekend," Jane said, "and be in La Jolla in little more than an hour. Your mommy would be able to have a listen over and over again before you'd have a chance to explain yourself. Do you think you might get just a spanking? Or do you maybe wish you had presidential-level security like the one of her 4 husbands who's managed to stay alive? He needed only a moment to consider the situation.
What are you going to do to Booth?
Just ask him a few questions.
If you do anything to him, the biggest damn hurt you can imagine is going to come down on you. I don't know his world, what he does in it, and I don't want to know. But he's in with the biggest movers and shakers, and they look out for their own.
I'm trembling.
Yeah, well, I'm serious. You're going to be one sorry-ass bitch if you so much as muss his hair.
Jane got off the stool. As she explained how she expected him to assist her, she walked slowly twice around the mechanic's sled, studying him as if he were some bizarre sea beast that she had found on the beach. When Jane was finished with her explanation, Simon said,
I need to piss.
This theater, she said, is the swankiest urinal in California. 48. In the garage, to the left of the workbench, stood a 16-foot-long bank of 7-foot-tall cabinets, a single built-in unit with 4 doors. Behind the first 3 doors were shelves stocked with parts and supplies for the repair and maintenance of Simon's car collection. Behind the 4th, an empty space without shelves offered only a pole near the top from which coveralls and other garments might be hung, though nothing hung there now. Jane stepped in front of the open door adjacent to the empty unit. In her right hand she held a plastic thumb-size electronic key, blind-stamped with the word HID, the initials of the company that had provided it. She'd found the key in Simon's desk, just where he had promised it would be. Holding it at arm's length, she pointed it at the cornice rail of the cabinet above the open door and moved it left to right until a single beep signified that a code reader had approved the key. A series of concealed lock bolts clacked open, and the side walls of the cabinet whisked pneumatically out of the way, to the left, taking with them the loaded shelves, which now filled the previously empty 4th unit, as if they had always been there. When Jane stepped into the now empty 3rd space, her weight triggered a lock release, and the back wall of the cabinet, inch-thick steel clad in wood, whisked to the right, revealing a walk-in safe about 14 feet from front to back and 20 feet from side to side. Overhead lights brightened automatically as she entered the vault. 3 walls were lined with 2-foot-deep shelves, and in the center of the space stood an 8-foot square work island with a stainless steel top. Some of the shelves were unused, but others held cardboard file boxes, guns, ammunition, cartons containing she knew not what, and the 2 high-end 4-inch-deep titanium alloy attaché cases stored where Simon had said they would be. She put the cases on the work island and opened them using the combination locks. Each contained banded $10,000 stacks of $100 bills, each bundle vacuum-packed in waterproof plastic using a food-saver sealing appliance. In weeks past, she'd invaded a few homes of the self-described Arcadians and always found cash, on average $200,000 per residence. Usually there were forged passports as well, in a variety of names, and credit cards to match. Considering that they were people of extreme arrogance who saw themselves as the rightful makers and rulers of a brave new world in which they could murder those whom they deemed bad influences on the culture and enslave hundreds of thousands, if not millions of others with nanomachine brain implants, Jane found it telling that they all took the precaution of squirreling away the cash and credentials to support a hasty exit from the country, to get them to wherever they had secreted fortunes to sustain them in the aftermath of failure. Under the egoism that armored them, beneath the layers of pride and conceit and disdain, at the center of the rotten fruit that was their hateful conviction, nestled a seed of doubt. Simon Yegg apparently wasn't one of the Arcadians. He didn't resort to noble talk about saving civilization as a justification for using people. He just ruthlessly used them. Maybe intuition warned him that the consequences of his actions required that he be prepared to flee the authorities in some crisis. Or maybe his half-brother had hinted at possible ugly consequences of the work in which he was involved. For whatever reason, Simon had stashed passports and other forged ID in each attaché, and he'd set aside more get-out-of-Dodge cash than any Arcadian. $480,000, half in each titanium case. 49. With Sanjay Shukla strapped in it, Carter Jurgen turns the dinette chair off its side and tips it up onto 4 feet once more. He spends the next 2 hours alternately using his laptop to scout possible Caribbean vacations and studying the young writer who sits in wet-eyed silence when he isn't weeping. The tears seem excessive, but perhaps a successful writer must be more sensitive than makes sense to a non-writer. Growing bored with the Caribbean, Jurgen opens himself to a more exotic getaway in the South Pacific and begins to investigate Tahiti. At last, Radley DuBose returns with Tanuja. After what must have been a vigorous workout, the big man ought to appear sated, a little loose in the joints, his eyes heavy-lidded, his face softer in the afterglow of such a release. But DuBose looks as edgy as ever and remains darkly energized, still the West Virginia golem that he has always been, as if shaped from mud, invoked with life by some ill-advised ceremony, and sent forth on a mission of revenge. The girl seems weary, but not broken. Her hair is in disarray, one sleeve ripped off her t-shirt, the collar torn along the stitch line. When leading her to a seat at the table, DuBose jerks too hard on her leash. In a furious silence, she pivots to him and strikes his massive chest with her fists, tries for his face, but fails to land a blow there. He grabs her by the neck, jams her in the chair, and ties her leash to the stretcher bar. For his part, DuBose is amused by Tanuja's rebellion. He seldom either laughs or smiles, and now his amusement is conveyed to Jurgen only by raised eyebrows and a shake of the head. He leans against the counter by the sink and fishes the half-finished hand-rolled cigarette from his jacket pocket. He preps the joint and fires it and takes a deep drag, staring into space, as he did before the idea of doing the girl began to be irresistible. Now that Tanuja is seated within the candlelight, Jurgen sees that her lower lip is swollen, blood coagulated in one split corner. When she speaks to her brother, however, her speech is not thick from the injury. Softly and with grave tenderness, she says, "Sanjay? Choti bai?" He cannot look at her. He sits with his head bowed, and when she says Choti bai, whatever that means, his weeping, which has recently been quiet, becomes a wretched sobbing. "Choti bai," she repeats. "It's all right." "No," Sanjay says. "Oh, God, no." "Look at me. You have no blame," she says. When he can't bear to face her, she says what sounds like, "Peripona." This so affects Sanjay that he gasps and looks up at her and says, "Benji, no, I don't deserve your respect or anyone's." "Peripona," she insists. Curious, Jurgen says, "What does that mean, Peripona?" The girl turns her head to stare at him, and though she is shackled to the chair, the ferocity in her eyes and the loathing in her voice chill Jurgen when she says, "Go fuck yourself, you disgusting pig." This elicits a small laugh from DuBose, and though the chill lingers in Jurgen's bones, he smiles and nods and says, "Indulge yourself in a little rebellion." He consults his wristwatch. You don't have much more time for it. 50. Earlier, Leaving Simon Yegg firmly bound at the foot of the stage, Jane had rolled Petra Quist out of the theater and into the lobby once more. Although the girl had not wet herself, she no longer professed an urgent need to pee. She hadn't been voluble and challenging as before, but reserved, taciturn, and sober. Now Jane returned with a black and yellow four-wheeled Rimowa suitcase that she had taken the liberty of packing, with a couple changes of clothes and what she thought were the essential items from Petra's share of the master bathroom drawers. She stood it by the candy counter. She also brought a pair of sneakers, socks, jeans, a sweater, a leather jacket, and Petra's purse, all of which she put in the half-bath adjacent to the lobby, so that the girl could dress in more practical gear for what might lie ahead. Jane brought as well one of the titanium attaché cases that contained $240,000. She placed it on the upholstered bench in front of the office chair to which Petra remained shackled. She would keep the second case. The quest for truth upon which she had embarked was also a kind of war, and wars were expensive. She sat on the bench beside that treasure. In the short and sleeveless dress, Petra still appeared to be all long legs and slender arms, but she did not, as before, evoke thoughts of fashion models and party girls. Her powerful sexuality, bestowed so generously on her by nature, which she so diligently maintained and enhanced, had for the moment ebbed. Time seemed to have carried her backward through its forward flow, washing from her all iniquitous experience and corruption, so that she had become a gangling, awkward child. She sat with head half-bowed, eyes open, but perhaps seeing some memory of another time and place. A bluish bruise shadowed the line of her jaw on the right side of her face and half her chin. No doubt a result of the blow she'd taken from Jane's forearm when she'd been jammed against the refrigerator in the kitchen. "Some people," Jane said, "will tell you Simon is a vicious swine, a woman-hater, a sleazy thief, a self-absorbed narcissist, and they're half right. He's all those things, but he's something worse." Petra said nothing. "He's one of those dangerous people that we call sociopaths. He fakes being human, because he lacks all the emotions you and I feel. He cares only about himself, and if he felt he could get away with it, he would commit any atrocity you can imagine, without remorse." There seemed to be no anger in this girl, no bitterness arising from how dismissively Simon had spoken of her. Rather, she appeared to be shaken by the realization of how naive she had been. Perhaps she thought it not possible to imagine a way forward. Events had unmoored her. She must feel adrift. "Some believe sociopaths are born that way," Jane said, "and others believe they're made that way by dreadful parenting, nature or nurture. I think it's both. Some are born that way, and some are made. In Simon's case, I suspect he was born sociopathic, the son of a sociopathic mother, and then made worse by her. Now he knows you told me stuff about him that he didn't want known. If I turn him loose after this thing with his brother is done, and if you're still where he can find you, he will kill you, Petra, and he will make it a very hard death." After a silence, the girl met Jane's eyes. "Do you think it's true? What he said about Felicity and Chandra and them?" "Felicity and Chandra who?" "My crew. You know, my girlfriends. He said if I go missing, like, in a month, they won't remember my name. That's shit for sure, don't you think?" Jane considered her words carefully. "Remember your name? Of course they will. Miss the free limo? Yes. And I bet you buy a lot more drinks for them than they buy for you, so they'll miss that. But care that you're gone? What do you think?" Petra broke eye contact, glanced at the door to the theater. Sweetie, Jane said, it's not that you aren't memorable. God knows you'd be hard to forget. But tell me true, if one of them dropped out of your crew and just went away, would you care? The girl opened her mouth to respond, frowned, said nothing. A life of superficial pleasures can be exciting, a lot of fun, even thrilling, for a while. But if you party every day, they soon aren't parties anymore. They're desperation. And if all you do with your friends is party, then your friends are really strangers. Petra closed her eyes and hung her head, perhaps thinking about what might have been, what had been, and to what end her 26 years now pointed. She whispered, "Where do I go from here?" "I don't know. And no one can tell you where. You've got to find the way yourself. But this may help." The sound of the latches opening on the attaché case raised Petra's head and opened her eyes. "It's nearly $250,000, Jane said, regarding the cash with a solemnity that defied interpretation. The girl at last said, "What if all that money undoes me?" "Simon's not going to report it stolen." "No. I mean, what if I take it and slide back into all the usual shit? Not with Simon, but with some other guy." "If you can ask that question, then you probably won't slide. No guarantee, though. Life doesn't come with one." Jane closed the case. From her tote bag, she removed a pair of scissors. She cut the zip tie binding the captive's right wrist to the arm of the chair. "I'm not your enemy. Never was. Now that you're not drunk, I'm counting on you to remember that." She gave the scissors to Petra. "Just the same, I'll move back a ways while you free yourself. Use the half-bath to freshen up and change clothes. I'll wait." As the girl cut the plastic strap on her left wrist and then leaned forward to feel under the chair for the ties that bound her ankles, she said, "That stuff about their mother made me half sick, you know? I feel dirty if I was like her to him. Is the brother that twisted?" "You don't want to know about the brother," Jane said. Getting up from the chair, putting the scissors on the bench beside the attaché case, Petra appeared unsteady, muscles cramped. "I guess I don't want to know your name, either." "You've got that right." 51. In the church kitchen, the silence of grief and the stillness of dread, the brother's guilt and the sister's forgiveness no longer spoken but palpable. 2 of the 3 dwindling candles guttering in their glasses, flames twisting and leaping as if to take flight from their wicks and morph into butterflies, lambent light and rippling shadows tattooing ever-changing patterns across the faces of the twins, faces as spectral as any appearing in a séance. As if he is the last judgment embodied in a dark and fierce form, Radley Dubose comes to the table and speaks to Carter Jurgen. "It might have happened by now. Let's try the trigger and be done with them if we can." Those adjusted persons injected with previous iterations of the command mechanism have been accessed and controlled by the phrase, "Play Manchurian with me," a reference to the famous 1959 novel by Richard Condon, a thriller about brainwashing. That was a little joke of Dr. Bertold Schenck's, the recently deceased genius behind this application of nanotechnology. Jane Hawk has learned that unlocking sentence. Therefore, all the adjusted people thus controlled are being reprogrammed as quickly as possible. For new conversions, a fresh set of triggering words is installed with the latest generation of the command mechanism. From across the table, Jurgen regards the twins and says, "Uncle Ira is not Uncle Ira." He doesn't know who chose these new keywords. The sentence is from Invasion of the Body Snatchers by Jack Finney, a 1955 novel, twice filmed well, about an alien life form that perfectly mimics specific people, takes their place, and disposes of them. The analogy is not as apt as is the reference to the Condon novel, but not every Arcadian is as keen of wit as the late Dr. Shennek. Sanjay responds a fraction of a second before Tanuja, but both say, "Yes, all right," which is the correct programmed response. The brain implant has self-assembled, and the twins now possess only the illusion of free will.
"Lovely," says Jurgen, pleased that after the long pursuit and so much inconvenience, the conversion of the Shuklas into adjusted people has ended well. Brother and sister appear to be as alert as ever, but they are in a kind of trance, where they will remain until Jurgen or Dubose releases them with the words Auf Wiedersehen, which in German mean until we meet again. Jurgen says, "You must do precisely as you're told. Do you understand?" The twins reply, "Yes," in unison. Dubose releases them from their collars and leashes. As instructed by Carter Jurgen, the Shuklas wash the dishes and glassware they used for their dinner and put everything away. They neither speak to each other nor exchange a glance, as efficient as two ants operating according to genetically prescribed roles. "We're going to drive you home now," Jurgen tells them. "All right," they reply. One of the candles gutters out. Jurgen extinguishes the other two, and the Shuklas carry the warm glasses out of the building, so that nothing too unusual will be found in the morning, thus focusing the attention of the police largely on the rectory, where Reverend Gordon M. Gordon's material body lies in the absence of his soul. 52. Dressed more demurely in jeans and a sweater, Petra Quist was once more graceful, her brief regression to childlike awkwardness behind her. She wheeled the Ramoa bag with her right hand and carried the attaché case in her left, preceding Jane into the garage and to the Cadillac Escalade, the least attention-getting vehicle in Simon's collection. She loaded the suitcase through the tailgate, but put the money on the front passenger seat. "Use the Cadillac only for a few hours," Jane advised, "until you're where you can rent a car. You should be safe then. I'll make sure Simon doesn't even think about looking for you. His brother and the people the brother's involved with, they don't have a reason to be interested in Simon's ex-girlfriend. They're no threat to you." Petra regarded Jane for a long moment, her expression that of someone puzzling over the meaning of a line spoken in a foreign language. "I tried to slash you with a broken bottle. You were drunk. But I more than paid you back. How's your jaw?" Petra touched the bruise with her fingertips. "Not too bad. But the thing is, I don't know how to say thank you." Jane smiled. "Yes, you do. Don't backslide. Find a new way. Be truly happy. If I were you, I'd stay away from the glamorous places, the glamorous businesses you've been in. That's not life. It's only an imitation of life. Find a place that's real, some town that looks like it came out of a 50s sitcom, with people who might even be who they seem to be. Never before in my whole life did anyone do something for me without wanting something bigger in return." As Petra walked around to the driver's door and opened it, Jane followed. "You don't mean never in your life." "I do. I mean it. And it's true." Hearing a trace of melancholy in the girl's voice, Jane found it necessary to say, "None of my business, but do you know when it all started going bad for you?" "Oh, yeah. Yeah. I know the year. I know the day, the hour. A long, long time ago." "Maybe it's good that you know. If it was a mystery, if it was forgotten, well, you can't exorcise a demon if you don't know its name. And even then, maybe you can't exorcise it. Maybe you can't. But you don't know till you try." Petra nodded. She started to speak, stopped herself.
Then, in a voice thick with emotion that she was clearly intent on repressing, she said, "Nice shoes." "They're nothing special, just Rockport walkers." "Yeah, I know. But they're tough. They last. They do the job." Jane said, "All you can ask of a shoe." Looking up from the Rockports, Petra said, "I'll never forget this. This. Right now." "Neither will I," Jane said. Petra got in the Escalade and closed the door and started the engine. Using a remote control, she raised the segmented roll-up. With the engine noise racketing off the low concrete ceiling and the walls, Jane watched the Cadillac cruise out into the night. 53. In a trance state, the twins are told by Radley Dubose to sleep until they are awakened by their names. They sit in the back seat of the Range Rover in their safety harnesses, eyes closed. Her head is tipped slightly to the right. His chin rests on his chest. Although they must be exhausted after such a long and stressful night, theirs is a most unnatural sleep, commanded upon them, and perhaps their dreams, if any, are of a kind that no one but adjusted people can experience. Jurgen drives east, out of the more populated cities of West County, toward the rural hills and canyons in the east, taking the Shuklas home. Their Hyundai Santa Fe Sport, which they had abandoned at the burned-out ruins of Honeydale stables, had earlier been returned to the garage at their house. A crew had removed every trace of the events in their kitchen, including the liberal splashes of hornet-killing insecticide that the girl had used to free her brother from Lincoln Crossley and the others. Soon, the twins will begin the final chapter of their lives, a murderous frenzy that will make big news and imprint their names on the public mind as the names of monsters. Tanuja's recent novel, which is not a bestseller yet but has generated buzz and has the potential, according to the Hamlet List program, to shape an entire generation's moral perspective, will be forever anathema, despised and unread. Jurgen glances at Dubose. "You mind telling me something?" "She was good. Lubricious, you would say at Harvard." "I assumed she was good." "So why ask?" "Why not wait for her control mechanism to be operative?" "Spare me the phony New England gentility." "I don't know what you mean." "Son of a Boston Brahmin, so refined that he's mystified by the crude behavior of the backwoods boy." "Once she was adjusted, she would have obeyed your every command. You could have avoided the struggle." Dubose turns and tilts his bearish head and regards Jurgen from under a ledge of brow, his expression so rich with sarcasm that no words are necessary to convey his meaning. "So I guess I'm to infer," says Jurgen, "that the struggle made it better for you." "There you go." "Well, I don't know." "You never had it that way?" "Don't bullshit me." "Never," says Jurgen. "I like things easy." "But the way she is now, it'd be like doing it with a robot." "A very attractive robot." "Then when we get them back to their place, go for it." "No offense, Radley, but not just after you've been in there." This elicits from Dubose a rare laugh, low and sour. "Isn't it a little weird to be so fastidious after everything we did tonight?" "Well, just the same, I'll pass. Anyway, we only did our job." Dubose says, "Making the world a better place." 54. Jane Hawk had slept late Friday morning and taken a nap in the afternoon in preparation for all that she'd done in the past 12 hours. By 4:30 Saturday morning, after saying goodbye to Petra Quist, she wanted a few hours' sleep to be ready for Booth Hendrickson when he arrived in Orange County from Washington 6 hours hence. But she was wound tight, not in the least drowsy. Simon Yegg, with no hope of freeing himself, marinated in his own juices in the theater, she had no need to watch over him. In the kitchen, cautious of the shattered glass, she found another bottle of Belvedere, Coca-Cola, and an ice maker full of cubes in the shape of half-moons. She built a drink and carried it into the study, where she turned on the desk lamp. Near the lamp stood an iPod. She considered reviewing its playlist, but music might mask other sounds that she needed to hear. She was an accomplished pianist, as had been her murdered mother, and as her mother-murdering father still was. Just recently, he'd toured to the acclaim of adoring fans when, if the truth were known, he ought to have been rotting in prison for the past 19 years. To Jane, music had always been nearly as essential as food, listening to it and bringing it forth from a Steinway. She might have tried to make a career of recordings and concerts, except that a grand piano, with its lid raised by the prop stick, too often reminded her of an open coffin. Her mother's coffin, an association not conducive to a performance of concert hall quality. She didn't need analysis or Freudian jargon to understand why she had chosen instead a career in law enforcement. As she sipped the vodka and Coke, she withdrew half of a broken cameo locket from a pocket of her jeans. A woman's face in profile, carved from soapstone, embedded in a silver oval. Her lovely little boy, Travis, founded on the water-washed stones beside the creek behind the house where he was being secretly sheltered by friends. Travis had convinced himself that the woman on the locket was the very image of his mother. To him, it was an omen of her ultimate triumph and return to him, but also a talisman that would protect her from all harm as long as she carried it. To Jane, this piece of a locket with half a hinge attached was enchanted and precious, not because she believed that it had magical powers, but because it had been given to her by her child, Nick's son, who had been conceived in love and brought into the world with the hope he would find in it the wonder, the joy, and the truth of things that make a life worth living. When she held the locket and closed her eyes, she could see Travis as clearly as if he were in the room with her, the shy little boy who shared the precise shade of his father's blue eyes, with tousled hair, a sweet smile, and the intelligence that sometimes made him seem like a little man waiting patiently to be done with childhood. Maybe it was the vodka, or maybe the locket that soon settled a calm on her. When she finished the drink, she returned the cameo to her pocket and set the alarm feature on her wristwatch. She rose from the desk and turned off the lamp and stretched out on the sofa. She asked that her dreams, if any, be bright visions of her child. But for a girl who had at the age of 9 discovered her mother's bloody corpse in a bathtub, and almost 19 years later found her husband in a similar condition, dreams were more often dark than bright. 55. More than 40,000 feet above the surface of the earth, with the sun behind the plain, a distant and receding darkness in the west beyond the curve of the planet, the reassuring drone of 2 powerful Rolls-Royce turbofan engines, almost 90,000 pounds of craft and fuel cruising well in excess of 500 miles per hour, a grand defiance of gravity. The scrabbling multitudes of humanity toiled far below, feverish in their often pointless and nearly always misguided strivings, unaware of the change fast coming to their world. This is a thrilling time to be alive, especially if you are Booth Hendrickson, the lone passenger in a Gulfstream 5 configured to carry 14 in addition to crew. He finds it rewarding to be known by the grandees of Washington and their grubbing minions, not merely as an attorney highly placed in the Department of Justice, but also as a go-to man who can arrange discreet off-the-record meetings between highly placed officials in any of the security services and law enforcement agencies, and with selected other poobahs in the maze of bureaucracies. It is even more satisfying to be within the inner circle of the techno-Arcadians, of whom 98% of those grandees, minions, and poobahs are ignorant. His power, in fact, far greater than they know. Not a little of the satisfaction comes from the perks that he is able to bestow upon himself, such as this splendid aircraft. The Gulfstream is owned by the FBI and, as specified in the original appropriations bill, is intended especially to facilitate urgent investigations involving acts of terrorism. Such is Hendrickson's authority that he needs merely to claim, without supporting details or documentation, that his business is both urgent and related to uncovering some nefarious scheme involving white supremacists or Islamic radicals, and the jet is his. He has just received a late breakfast, prepared and served by the steward. A crab omelet made with duck eggs, a serving of sliced potatoes deep-fried in coconut oil, buttery baby carrots al dente and flavored with thyme, brioche toast. The food is delicious, but the wine disquiets him. When making flight arrangements the previous afternoon, he'd specified farniente Chardonnay for breakfast. He is served instead a Pinot Grigio of only moderate distinction, and it is a shade too sweet to accompany the omelet. Although the steward is apologetic, he has no explanation for how this could have happened. There is no Chardonnay aboard, and Hendrickson must make do with the Pinot Grigio. Instead of the 2 glasses that he might have allowed himself, he drinks only 1. He is not a superstitious man. He does not have any regard for portents of calamity, for omens foretelling either good or evil. He doesn't accept the existence of gods or fate or luck. He believes only in himself, in the efficacy of raw power, and in the plastic nature of a material world that can be bent to a strong man's will. Nevertheless, as he finishes breakfast with mandarin orange slices under shavings of dark chocolate, the disquiet inspired by the wine only grows. He listens to the Rolls-Royce engines for any change in pitch that might suggest some mechanical problem in its early stages. After the meal, when he tries to work on his laptop, he can't resist consulting a variety of sources for weather reports in expectation of turbulence ahead. Hour by hour, all the way across the country, although he repeatedly counsels himself that this apprehension is groundless, he can banish it only temporarily. He finds himself repeatedly reviewing news stories about the recent bizarre death of a billionaire who was a founder of the Arcadians. He revisits digitally archived evidence of Jane Hawk's presence at the site in San Francisco where the death of that man occurred, in spite of heavy security. Because this is evidence that he has studied previously, and from which he can't possibly gain new insights, he must admit that this bitch of bitches has gotten under his skin. When Hendrickson arrives in California, as he disembarks from the jet at the private craft terminal at the Orange County Airport and sees his limousine and driver waiting on the tarmac, which his status allows, his apprehension swells into alarm. His half-brother, Simon, seems to have sent him a subtle message that all is not what it appears to be. In fact, it is so subtle that no one else would recognize it as a warning, a shrewdly conceived and softly rung alarm only brothers might hear, and perhaps only brothers who had survived a mother like theirs and been bonded by the experience. Suddenly, the situation requires vigilance, tactical elegance, and cunning. Hendrickson acknowledges some fear, but he is also electrified by the possibility that Jane Hawk has made a grave mistake. If someone is trying to get at him through Simon, it is surely Jane Hawk, because she recently became aware that Hendrickson is a techno-Arcadian, one of the most effective spears of the revolution. If he plays this right, if he stays calm, stays cool, he may be the one to kill her. Part 2. Migraine Jane. 1. At 8:45 that Saturday morning, Gilberto Mendez, former Marine, mortician, about to be chauffeur impersonator, had parked his Chevy Suburban in a quiet residential neighborhood under a lacy pepper tree beaded with tiny pink corns, where he could be sure there were no traffic cameras. He wore well-polished black shoes, a black suit, a crisp white shirt, a black tie, and a double-peaked black cap with a short bill. The pants were of a suit purchased a month previously, but the matching coat was from 2 years earlier, when he had been 40 pounds above his ideal weight instead of just 20. The extra room in the coat allowed for the concealment of the shoulder rig and the Heckler & Koch .45 compact that Jane had given him. Setting out on foot for a public park 5 blocks away, he thought that he looked somewhat out of place, though none of the people he encountered, sweating runners, smiling dog walkers, kids on skateboards, gave him a second look. The sky was the very blue of the birthing blanket that his wife, Carmela, had purchased in anticipation of their 4th child, whom she now carried into her 3rd trimester. The rain of the previous night had washed a brighter green into the trees, more dazzling colors into the flowers, and the lawns were almost as unreal as artificial turf. This was a wonderful day to be alive, which was a thought that perhaps occurred to a mortician more often than to people in other lines of work. In a certain Middle East hellhole, he had known a day when a devout chaplain questioned the value of it, or even the value of all days that time had thus far dealt out or ever would. Gilberto was not as devout as that good man, yet there were moments in even the most terrible hours when he saw the beauty of the world that the worst of humanity's actions couldn't obscure. An enchanting pattern of purple shadow and soft light on the stone floor of an ancient courtyard, a white bird in flight against a golden dawn. And such moments assured him there would be days when all darkness, not just that of night, would remain at bay. Although he carried a firearm into this bright morning, it was a wonderful day to be alive, in part because he would again fulfill that sacred warrior's pledge, Semper Fi, made not just to country, but also to freedom and to comrades in arms. The park contained a playing field on which a group of young girls were already darting through a game of soccer. Majestic old oaks, crowned like a conclave of kings, shaded tables and benches on a picnic ground. In a parking lot, by a lake shimmering as if it were a pool of mercury, the white Cadillac stood where Jane had promised he would find it. With whatever explanation, the owner of the limo company had ordered an employee to leave it there. The vehicle wasn't locked. After putting on a pair of driving gloves to ensure he would leave no fingerprints, Gilberto opened the door, lifted the floor mat, and found an electronic key taped there. When he settled behind the wheel, he hesitated to close the door, ostensibly because a newly sprung breeze stirred the jasmine espaliered across the wall of a nearby park maintenance building and carried its fragrance to be savored. In truth, he delayed because it seemed that when he closed the door, he might be shutting himself off from his future, from his wife and daughters, from the unborn son he might never see. The scent of jasmine, however, was the olfactory equivalent of a white bird in flight against a golden dawn. He said, "Semper Fi," and closed the door and started the engine. 2. At 8:30 that morning, Jane Hawk had been awakened by the alarm function of her wristwatch. She got off the sofa and went to the window in Simon Yegg's study. She stood for a while in the early light, which elsewhere fell on her child and on the grave of her husband, and to her it was the light of a love that conjoined them regardless of distance and time, in life and death. She felt no need for further sleep, nor any weariness. In the bathroom connected to the study, she washed her face and adjusted her raven-haired wig. She removed her colored contacts and floated them in solution in their carrying case, and with the end of that eclipse, her eyes were bluer than oceans when she met them in the mirror. She went downstairs to the theater, where Simon lay bound and reeking of urine. As if emptying his bladder had stimulated his liver to produce a flood of bile, his face swelled with rage, both pale and florid, like the mottled scales of some exotic serpent. His bloodshot eyes welled with such festered and virulent malignity that they could not have appeared more alien if they'd had the vertical irises of a snake's eyes. At the sound of her approach, he spewed bitter curses and threats. When she stepped into view, Simon strained mightily against the restraints that had foiled him all night, rattling the wheeled board under him. As she stood over him, watching, he seethed at her, told her what parts of her anatomy he would cut off while she still lived, and into which of her orifices he would cram what he butchered from her. Strangely, his ordeal had only strengthened his sociopathic certainty that he was the axis around which the universe turned, that he couldn't die, because his death would be not just the end of him, but the end of all. The suffering that he currently endured was perhaps, to his way of thinking, some test of fortitude prescribed by the unknown masters of the game of life, and he would pass it and triumph and break her as she could never hope to break him. His fury seemed demonic, and therefore inexhaustible, and it burned undiminished when he recognized the crucial change in her appearance, though he was stricken speechless. Her height, her strong but slender form, and her raven hair were as before, but he evidently didn't recognize her similarities to his mother, until her eyes, too, were those of Annabel. "Blue," he said, as if some alchemic wonder had been performed. A base substance transmuted into the equivalent of gold. And though fury still drew his face taut and made his jaw muscles bulge, though his pulse was visible in his temples, he continued to be silenced by whatever psychotic computations consumed him. "I came to tell you," Jane said, "that if anything goes wrong with this, and it turns out your brother was alerted by some trick of yours, there will be consequences. At the very least, I'll come back here with a hammer and kneecap you. If anything bad happens to the friend who's helping me, or if Booth calls down the troops on this place, I'll take the time to shoot off your pecker, and I'll be smiling all the way out of the house as I listen to you screaming down the path to hell." So many conflicting emotions contested with his anger that his face had a kaleidoscopic quality, features shifting ceaselessly into subtle new arrangements. His eyes were slitted and glassy, feverish, avoiding her now, settling on various points within his view, but fixing on nothing for longer than a second. Jane ceased to be able to read him. As if it were a moon within his skull, Simon's mind had turned toward her its cold and cratered dark side, on which no light reflected. He lay in tortured silence until she had nearly reached the back of the theater, and then he called to her as if her name were the same as a smutty word for vagina. He made an obscene promise of extreme and personal violence, but she was not moved, because she had heard the same from others who, like him, were all talk and no performance. 3. When Booth Hendrickson disembarks from the Gulfstream 5 and sees the white Cadillac limousine awaiting him in the Southern California sun, the vehicle is both an affront and a warning. In his estimation, a white limo is for weddings, proms, and bachelorette parties, for bar mitzvah boys to horse around in with their friends between the synagogue and the reception that follows. People of accomplishment and serious purpose should be met by a black car, with windows tinted even darker than the law allows, and in his case, always by a stretched black Mercedes. Simon's contract with the Department of Justice requires that his stable include 2 Mercedes limousines for those of high rank who might have business between San Diego and Los Angeles. Hendrickson is certain that Simon would never offend him like this. Therefore, the car is more than just transportation. It is a message to the effect that the morning will not unfold as expected. Beside the prom wagon stands a chauffeur, not either of the two usually sent for him, both of whom are also unofficial muscle. This guy wears a black suit, as all Simon's drivers are attired. However, he also wears a black two-peaked cap with a short, shiny bill, though those who have driven Hendrickson previously wore no hat. He also sports a pair of wraparound sunglasses, which ordinarily a driver would not put on until behind the wheel, if at all. The inescapable conclusion is that the hat is meant to conceal the driver's hairline, which can be a helpful identifying factor if later one needs to look through mug books of suspects' photographs. The sunglasses are part of his disguise as well, a simple way to conceal his eye color, to make it difficult to discern and remember the set of his eyes, the shape of his nose. "Mr. Hendrickson?" the chauffeur inquires. Resisting an urge to lament the car, Hendrickson says, "Yes." "My name is Charles. I hope you had a restful flight, sir." "Good weather all the way." Charles opens the rear door of the limo. "If you'll wait in the comfort of the car, sir, I'll get your luggage from the steward." "I have only 2 bags and a laptop. I've been sitting all the way across the continent. I'd rather stand a few minutes and enjoy the fresh air." "Yes, sir. Of course," Charles says, and proceeds to the jet, where the steward has appeared at the top of the portable stairs. As far as the open door allows Hendrickson to see, no one waits for him in the passenger compartment of the limo. He warily surveys the tarmac surrounding the private aircraft terminal, the parked planes, the variety of battery-powered service vehicles attending them, mechanics and luggage handlers and embarking passengers, seeking those who might be Shanghaiers in league with the chauffeur, but he sees no one who appears particularly suspicious, because all of them look suspicious. A few people notice him, which means they are not individuals of concern. Any operative who has him under surveillance will be at pains to avoid looking at him. No doubt he attracts their interest because he's tall, handsome, with a stylish mane of salt-and-pepper hair, the very image of success, authority, and erudition. Inevitably, he thinks back to the missing Chardonnay and the inappropriate Pinot Grigio. Could it be that some drug was given to him in the wine? To what purpose? Perhaps it is some new delayed-effect sedative that requires 5 or 6 hours to work, that will drop him into a sudden, helpless sleep when he's in the limo and at the mercy of the driver. Or perhaps the damn stuff lingers in the system an inordinately long time, so that when he unwittingly drinks another doctored beverage hours later, the two will combine in his blood to form both a sedative and a truth serum, compelling him to divulge all his secrets while in a drugged sleep. That scenario might seem unlikely, even absurd, to a layman unfamiliar with the technological advances that have occurred in the fields of espionage and national security during the past decade. But Booth Hendrickson is well aware that, week by week, the unlikely is waxing into fact, and the impossible is waning into the probable. He regrets not having bodyguards. For 3 reasons, he doesn't travel with security. First, in spite of all his power, his face is unknown to the general public. He doesn't need to worry about being accosted by some deranged proponent of limited government or an earnest but disturbed advocate for the proposition that animals should be allowed to vote, or any of the other human debris that is becoming an ever larger part of the population. Second, the men on a security detail might testify in court about where Booth goes and with whom he speaks. A man in his position can't risk constant witnesses. Third, he carries a gun, knows how to use it, and has confidence in his innate, if untested, talent for physical violence and daring do. Anyway, fretting about the Pinot Grigio is most likely a step too far into the paranoia zone. For all her cleverness, Jane Hawk can't have breached the security around the Bureau's jets, which are hangared in a location unknown to most agents. Besides, providing Pinot Grigio in place of the wanted Chardonnay only calls attention to the substitution. If Hawk or anyone else meant to drug him, they would have used the Chardonnay. Unless a difference in the acid-alkaline balance between the Chardonnay and the Pinot Grigio makes the former an inappropriate medium for the drug. The chauffeur and the Gulfstream steward together transfer the luggage from the jet to the trunk of the limousine, except for the laptop, which is given to Hendrickson at his request. He watches the two men with an eye for any evidence that they have known each other prior to this encounter, for any small sign of familiarity that indicates collusion. He sees none, but that might mean only that they are well practiced in deceit. This is a world of dissemblers and impostors, and Hendrickson's mission particularly requires him to swim in a sea of duplicity and subterfuge. Paranoia isn't only justifiable, but essential if he is to survive. The trick is not to allow healthy paranoia to escalate into panic. The steward wishes him well before departing, and the chauffeur steps to the open rear door of the limousine, intending to close it once Hendrickson has entered the vehicle.
"Charles," Hendrickson says, "I'm sure you know the itinerary and schedule." "Yes, sir. First to Mr. Yegg's house for lunch, then to Pelican Hill Resort at 3 o'clock for check-in."
He can conceive of no excuse to avoid boarding the limousine. And if it is in fact Jane Hawk at work here, he must go along with this to some extent and not fumble the opportunity to capture or kill her. As he settles in the plushly upholstered seat, the door closes with a solid thunk. 4. Jane, in Simon Yegg's study, at his desk, using his computer, entered the telecom company's network by a back door. Just then, her disposable phone rang. She picked it up from the desk. "Yes?" She recognized Gilberto's voice when he said,
"He's landed. I'm watching the plane be taxied onto the apron."
"You have the remote?"
"It was in the cup holder where you said it would be."
"Let's make it happen." The mortician hung up, and Jane returned her attention to the computer screen, to the exquisite architecture of the telecom provider's integrated systems. Before she'd gone on leave from the FBI following Nick's death, she had known a sweet, funny, white-hat hacker who was employed by the Bureau, Vikram Rangnekar. From time to time, Vikram took a ride into black hat territory when instructed to do so by the director or by some highly placed person in the Department of Justice. In spite of Jane being a married woman, Vikram had an unrequited crush on her and delighted in showing her what he had created, my wicked little babies, with the sanction of his superiors. Although Jane had been a by-the-book agent who never resorted to illegal methods, she couldn't resist learning who was corrupt over at Justice and what they were up to. She allowed Vikram to take her on tours of his black hat installations, which was, for him, the equivalent of a male peacock spreading and shaking its magnificent tail of iridescent feathers. Some of his wicked little babies were back doors by which he could easily and secretly invade the computer networks of every major telecom provider. By various means, he'd installed a rootkit, a powerful malware program, in each of those companies' systems. The rootkit functioned at such low levels that Vikram could navigate those networks without leaving tracks, and the most skilled IT security specialists would be unlikely to detect his activity even while he was buccaneering through their systems. He had shown Jane how to exploit those back doors, and for all his peacocking, he had received only a kiss on the cheek, which, it seemed, was more than he'd expected. Because every computer had an identifier built into it and could be located in real time by track-to-source programs, she did not own a laptop or other computer, not since she had gone on the run. For the same reason, she used only disposable cell phones. 2 days earlier, in short sessions, sitting at the public access computers in a series of libraries, she had opened Vikram's back doors and had gone searching those company records for Booth Hendrickson's telecom accounts. The Department of Justice provided a smartphone for him, and he owned a second that he paid for himself. Now, with Simon's computer, Jane entered those account files and deleted Hendrickson's private number, terminated it with extreme prejudice, which should at once have caused a cascade of changes through the strata of the company's system, resulting in immediate deactivation of the number and cancellation of service. She turned her attention next to the account provided to him by the Department of Justice. 5. As the Cadillac limousine pulls away from the terminal, Booth Hendrickson requests that the driver close the partition between himself and the passenger cabin. Booth needs to make an urgent phone call, for which he requires privacy. If the driver is an imposter, and if he suspects that perhaps Booth has identified him as such, he nevertheless complies with the request. Booth and Simon have different worthless fathers, therefore different surnames. They have taken pains to obscure that they are half-brothers, lest some diligent inspector general at Justice, or at another department where Booth exercises authority, might one day discover that tens of millions of dollars in public funds have been, by contract, funneled into Simon's various enterprises by his kin, in violation of several federal statutes. He and Simon tend to discuss everything face-to-face. When they speak by phone, which is rare, they either rely on disposables, or Booth uses his personal smartphone, never the one provided by the Department of Justice. Now, he discovers that the preferred phone is not working. The screen brightens but is blank. No telecom name, no signature music. With no other choice, he tries his business phone, but with the same result. He is not carrying a disposable. The days when limousines provided a phone in the passenger cabin are long gone. As the Cadillac slows to a stop at a traffic light, Hendrickson tries the door beside him. Of course, it's locked. Safety regulations and insurance company provisions require that a limousine driver control the locks on the passenger compartment when the vehicle is in transit, and release them only when parked, lest some idiot drunk or willful child should open a door and spill out into traffic. Although Booth has his laptop, he entertains no illusion that he will be able to send a text message precisely as, by chance, they pass through the spillover zone from an unsecured Wi-Fi network. And even if he can send a text message, no one will read it in time to help him, as Simon's house is but 15 minutes from the airport. He withdraws the pistol from the shoulder holster under his suit coat. 6. As Simon earlier revealed to Jane, the limo driver customarily brought Booth directly into the garage, rather than drop him at the front door. The brothers were discreet about their relationship, and preferred that Booth not be seen by neighbors. Jane carried her tote down to the garage. She didn't turn on the lights, but found her way to the workbench with her small LED flashlight. She put the tote on the bench and took the spray bottle of chloroform from it and slipped the bottle into a jacket pocket. A stepladder hung on the wall. She took it down and opened it under the ceiling fixture that would light automatically when the garage door began to ascend. The fixture was a high-security model, sealed so that the cover could not be unscrewed. She retrieved a hammer from the tool collection, climbed the ladder, smashed the hard plastic fixture, and smashed the LED bulb beneath. After putting the ladder and hammer away, she used a push broom to sweep the debris into a corner. She opened the door on the section of the storage cabinets that stood empty, through which she'd earlier accessed the vault where the attaché cases of cash had been stored. She didn't step inside right away, but switched off the flashlight and waited in the dark for the sound of the limo in the driveway. In all likelihood, Hendrickson would have a gun. Jane and Gilberto were armed as well, but the last thing they wanted was a close-quarters firefight. So she had a plan. Plans were comforting, as long as you always remembered that even the best plans seldom unfolded as intended. As soon as Gilberto drove into the garage, he would use a remote control to close the big door, and he'd get out of the limo, leaving the engine running, and the ventilation system set not on air conditioning or heat, but on fresh air. As the segmented door lowered, the incoming sunshine would diminish, and he would proceed to the front of the vehicle, open the hood, and switch on his own small flashlight. Because the passenger compartment doors would be locked with the master control, Hendrickson would be unable to exit the limo. When the big door fully closed, the subterranean garage would fall into complete darkness. At that point, Jane would step out of the cabinet and make her way to Gilberto. Because of the privacy panel between the passenger compartment and the driver's seat, Hendrickson would not be able to see what was happening at the front of the Cadillac. At that moment, if not before, he would know that he'd fallen into a trap, but he wouldn't be able to see anyone to shoot at through the side or rear windows. He might start firing wildly, blowing out windows, but that seemed unlikely. He would want to conserve his ammunition for the moment when he finally had a target. By the time Jane arrived at the car, Gilberto would have identified the air intake for the ventilation system. She would spray most of the remaining chloroform into that aperture. Maybe the concentration of the chemical within the vehicle would not be such that Hendrickson would entirely lose consciousness, but it was all but certain that he'd at least be disoriented and easily disarmed. But now, no slightest thread of light was woven through the black fabric of the garage. Jane stood in the dark, and the dark stood in her, the latter being the darkness of both her past actions and lethal potential. And looming over all was the darkness that her restless mind could not escape considering, the darkness beyond the world, into which had been taken her mother and her husband, perhaps there to await her, into which she'd sent bad and brutal men, perhaps there to await her. 7. South of the airport, the limousine accelerates on MacArthur Boulevard, past business parks where some of the nation's most successful corporations have offices. The grounds are beautifully landscaped, but seen through the heavily tinted windows, the trees lack full color, and the lawns appear bronze. The sleek glass buildings darkle skyward and seem to torque, as if some heretofore unknown cosmic force is passing in waves of distortion through the world, leaving behind a grim new reality. Booth Hendrickson is accustomed to having subordinates at his disposal, armed men comfortable with extreme violence, platoons of attorneys to use the law as a bludgeon, entire bureaucracies adept at destroying his enemies with 10,000 paper cuts. Sometimes in the act of coitus, and more often in dreams, he thinks of himself as a cunning wolf in human form. Although he has no doubt that he is always the leader of those with whom he runs, he is no lone wolf, and is at his best in a pack, where there is power in numbers and a shared sense of purpose, rightness, destiny. The pistol in his hand, a Kimber Ultra CDP-2 in 9mm, weighs less than 2 pounds, even with 8 rounds in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. It is all he can rely on in the absence of a pack. He moves from the forward-facing seat to the longer starboard-facing bench on his left and slides toward the driver's compartment. When the limo stops at a traffic light, if he fires 4 times through the partition into the back of the chauffeur's head, no. If he kills the driver, Booth will remain trapped in this locked compartment. Lacking a foot on the brake and with a corpse slumped against the steering wheel, the car will drift into oncoming traffic. Maybe he can break out the privacy panel in the center of the partition, reach through and put a gun to the driver's head, demand that he unlock the doors. But what if the panel doesn't give easily? What if it doesn't give at all? Or what if he can break out the panel, but the instant that he reaches through, the alerted driver tasers him to shock the pistol out of his hand, or slashes him with a knife? He puts the Kimber on the seat. He tries both of his phones again. Neither works. The limo is cruising at 50 miles per hour, maybe faster. In minutes, they will be at Simon's house. If Jane Hawk is there, and she will be there, he's certain now that she will be there, she'll interrogate him. She's captured and grilled several other Arcadians, individuals who seemed too cunning to be taken prisoner, too tough to be cracked, and she's broken them all, gotten from them what she wanted. She's even gotten to David James Michael, the billionaire who was a founder of the Techno-Arcadian movement, although he had been wrapped in multiple layers of security. If she can take down DJ, in spite of all his resources, she can get her hands on anyone. Until now, Hendrickson has never felt more than fleetingly vulnerable in his adult life, not since his mother ruthlessly forged him throughout his childhood. She has made him into the closest thing to one of Nietzsche's race of supermen that any mortal can be. Annabelle has bent poor Simon, cracked him, almost broken him. Made of far stronger stuff than his half-brother, Booth was the ideal base material she needed to shape a son of steel. In addition, he hasn't felt vulnerable because he has never imagined that Jane Hawk can know of his role in the conspiracy. He now realizes there's one way she might have deduced his involvement, but that is for later consideration. If she captures him, she will not break him. Not him. If she is an irresistible force, she will find that he is an immovable object. Nevertheless, he prefers to escape her clutches and avoid the unpleasantness that other Arcadians have experienced at her hands. The only reason to let himself be taken to her is to kill her. But he isn't likely to be able to do that when she has orchestrated his abduction and enjoys the advantage. He pockets the dead phones and picks up the pistol just as a cloud moves off the sun and a stream of warm light pours through a cutout in the limousine roof. A square of glass, or acrylic, hinged on one side and seated in a rubber gasket to seal out foul weather, is not a sunroof, but an escape hatch. Some years earlier, a party of 6 or 8 women, out for a birthday celebration, had instead been chauffeured into tragedy, not in one of Simon's cars, but in that of another company. A fire had broken out in the undercarriage, and in a flash penetrated the passenger compartment. For whatever reason, the driver had not pulled off the highway fast enough in response to the women's screams, had not been quick enough to unlock the doors. In less than a minute, all were afire. None survived. Since then, new limousines in California were required to have escape hatches. Exiting by that route will be fraught with risk. Besides, he regrets that he is wearing a suit, a shirt, and a tie by Dior Homme, with Paul Malone shoes, an ensemble that cost him more than $5,400. Some, if not all, of these garments will be damaged. He holsters the pistol. Once more, the limo slows, possibly for a red traffic light. In expectation, Hendrickson rises from the seat and stands in a crouch, swaying with the movement of the vehicle, getting a grip on the handle that will release the escape hatch. The car comes to a full stop. He twists the handle. The hatch drops open. When he stands to his full height, his head and shoulders are out of the limo. He straddles the cabin, one foot on a seat, one on the bar, rattling the glassware and dislodging cubes from the ice bin as he thrusts farther out of the car, gets his arms through the hatch, levers up, drags himself onto the roof. 8. Until the words hatch release appeared on the dashboard display simultaneously with a triple beep warning sound, Gilberto Mendez had no indication that his passenger suspected he was being abducted. Gilberto put down the privacy panel and turned, and saw kicking feet disappear through the ceiling. He heard Hendrickson on the roof, heard him coming off it and down the starboard side of the car. Although stopped at a red light, 5 vehicles back from the intersection, in the middle lane of 3 lanes of traffic, Gilberto threw open the door and got out, reaching under his suit coat to put a hand on the Heckler & Koch. Crazy as it would be, he nonetheless expected a worst-case scenario, Hendrickson coming around the car with a gun, a public shootout. But then he saw the man on the farther side of the limousine, dodging between 2 sedans in lane number 1, hurrying forward between the waiting vehicles and the sidewalk. 9. Booth Hendrickson is on the run in a Dior Homme suit and Paul Malone shoes, already gasping for breath, his dignity offended, nauseated by the thought of being captured, of being subjected to torture and mockery. Once the venomous hawk bitch gets to them, powerful and well-protected Arcadians like Booth Hendrickson have been found, dead in a long-abandoned rat-infested factory, dead in their own heavily guarded residences, shattered and dead on a public street after a 9-story fall. There's nothing supernatural about her. She's just a pleb like billions of others, just a good-looking piece of tail who suffers from the delusion that she was born with rights other than those that her betters choose to bestow on her, polluting the world with her every breath. The only reason she's been able to take down so many of Booth's associates is because she's gone batshit insane with revenge. Insanity makes her bold, fearless, unpredictable. That's Hendrickson's analysis, although, in the quick, maybe her kind of insanity is just as fearsome as any supernatural power. He hurries uphill, along the line of vehicles waiting to turn right at the intersection. He tries the front passenger door on a Tesla, startling the driver. Locked. On to a silver Lexus SUV. Yanks open the door. A little girl holding a plush toy toad regards him wide-eyed. No good. Booth slams the door. He looks back and across lanes to the Cadillac limo, where the driver stands watching, not yet coming after him. He moves on to a brand of car he doesn't know, maybe a Honda, maybe a Toyota. He has no interest in brands that aren't advertised in the luxury-oriented magazines he reads, and he opens the front door. The driver is a 20-something woman in jeans, cowgirl shirt with decorative stitching, red neckerchief, and something like a half-size Stetson. A cowboy hat, in a car, and she appears frightened. Flashing his Department of Justice ID, he says, FBI, because no one is impressed by the letters DOJ. Anyway, the DOJ oversees the Bureau. I need your assistance. I need your car, he declares as he clambers into the passenger seat and pulls shut the door. Her fright instead proves to be righteous indignation when she snatches from the dashboard a bobblehead statue of some cartoon character Hendrickson doesn't recognize and starts bashing him with it. Hey, 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 get out! Get the hell out! Infuriated that she would resist a legitimate law enforcement official, he tears the bobblehead out of her grip and throws it into the back seat as with his right hand he draws his pistol. The traffic light turns green and car horns blare. He demands, "Turn right! Move! Move! Move!" The chauffeur appears at the driver's door, and Booth squeezes off a shot, blowing out that window. Because she hasn't seen the chauffeur, the cowgirl thinks her assailant has fired a warning shot to force her cooperation. She shouts, "Shit!" and tramps on the gas and takes the corner in a wide turn. 10. Of all the people in the numerous vehicles lined up in 3 lanes, many must have seen Hendrickson bail out of the limousine and try to jack a car, an extraordinary moment of street theater, but no one other than Gilberto made any effort to intervene, an effort that nearly got him shot. Speckled with window glass, dodging cars as impatient motorists swerved around him, he hurried back to the limo and got behind the wheel and pulled shut the door. He set out in pursuit of the yellow Subaru that Hendrickson had carjacked. When he turned off MacArthur Boulevard onto Bison, he saw the Subaru ahead of him. closer than he expected, moving erratically from lane to lane. The burner phone that Jane had provided lay on the seat beside him. Driving with one hand, he keyed in the number of her burner. She took the call. Yeah?
Somehow he knew. He went out the emergency hatch in the roof.
Where are you?
He carjacked this woman. I'm following. On Bison, headed toward Jamboree.
She'll have a phone, Jane said.
Yeah. You better split.
Splitting, she said. Call you in a few minutes. 11. The cowgirl is agitated, which is understandable, and she's frightened, which she ought to be, but more than anything, she's angry, glancing at him with exasperation so hot that he can almost feel it. Make a U-turn, he tells her.
Here! Do it! Here!
She swings the car toward a break in the median, and now they are heading back down Bison toward MacArthur Boulevard, where the traffic light ahead of them is red.
You trashed my window! That's gonna cost me!
Her purse is resting between her thigh and the console. When Hendrickson takes it, she tries to snatch it back. He raps her knuckles sharply with the barrel of the pistol.
Just drive, damn it! That's my money! You can't have it!
I don't want your money. I'm FBI.
Give me my money! I only want your phone. I'm FBI! Get your own freaking phone! Keep your hands on the wheel!
She grabs for the iPhone. He jams the pistol against her neck.
Are you stupid? You kill me, who drives?
I will,
sitting in your blood. You're no FBI. What are you stopping for? You think maybe for the red light? Screw the red light. Keep going.
When she doesn't tramp the accelerator, he moves the pistol from her throat to her temple.
Now, bitch!
6 lanes of traffic, 3 westbound and 3 eastbound, flash past on MacArthur. She lays on the horn as she takes the plunge, as if anyone will hear it in time to stop. Although Booth commands her to do this, he at once regrets his imprudence, fording this Amazon of traffic not with the stout heart of an adventurer, but in sudden fright. His alarm is so primitive that a hurtling 18-wheeler seems like a living leviathan that will scoop them into its maw and swallow them. Horns blare, brakes shriek, but they reach the farther shore after just 2 near misses, so maybe his luck is changing.
Take 73 south, he orders.
Why? Where? He raps the side of her head with the barrel of the pistol hard enough to hurt, to knock a little sense into her.
You don't need to know where. Faster, damn it! Put the pedal down!
As they descend the entrance ramp to State Highway 73, he quickly makes a call with her iPhone, keying in the emergency number for a multi-agency task force, dubbed J-Spotter, which is coordinating efforts to apprehend Jane Hawk. It's a rare example of cooperation between 5 entities that otherwise jealously guard their jurisdictions: the FBI, Homeland Security, the NSA, the CIA, and the Environmental Protection Agency. Their vast combined resources, money, personnel, satellites, aircraft, vehicles, armaments, in combination with local police departments, allow them to put a team in the vicinity of any Hawk sighting anywhere in the country within half an hour, perhaps in some locations as soon as 10 minutes.
Faster!
Hendrickson shouts.
I'm already speedin'. Doesn't matter. I'm FBI.
That's steamin' bullshit, she says, but she's sufficiently frightened of the gun to put the car up to 80. The heads of the 5 agencies in the coalition aren't aware that the impetus to create J-Spotter came from techno-Arcadians in their ranks, and that members of the conspiracy fully control the task force. While the stated purpose of this effort is to arrest Jane Hawk and prosecute her for murder, treason, and other trumped-up charges, the Arcadians intend to inject her with a control mechanism to learn who might have been assisting her, and then kill her in such a way as to make her death appear to be the result of natural causes. When Hendrickson's call is answered on the second ring, he announces himself not by name, but by a 7-digit identifier. He specifies the guard-gated community in which Simon lives, gives the address of the house, and finishes by saying, "Blackbird is there now, but not for long." Their code name for Jane Hawk is Blackbird.
I'm 5 minutes out. Give me backup.
Booth Hendrickson relishes, thrives on, the power and the perks of his position, but he delights as well, perhaps equally, in the trappings of such clandestine work, the code names and passwords and hush-hush and hugger-mugger, the secrets within secrets, the ciphers and signals and signs. There's a quality of play about it all, which is exhilarating to one who, throughout his blighted childhood, was never allowed much playtime. When he terminates the call, he tucks the iPhone in a coat pocket, which incenses the cowgirl. "That's my phone! I paid for that phone!" "Be good, you'll get a new one free from the government." "I want that one! Give me it!" "Take the next exit." "Hey, asshole, this is America!" "America is over and done," he declares, putting the gun to her head again.
"The hell it is! Take this exit!"
12. Jane had been in the blind black garage when Gilberto Mendez called. Having carjacked some woman, Hendrickson would most likely get his captive's cell phone, which upended the entire plan. A minute later, upstairs in the kitchen, she recovered the lunchbox-sized MedExpress carrier she had left there on first touring the house, and once more hurried to the garage, where she switched on the lights. Although she'd come to the house on foot, she didn't have time to hike out of the community and all the way back to her Explorer Sport, which she'd left near an all-night supermarket in a shopping center parking lot. Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, Mercedes GL 550. In a workbench drawer, Jane found the key to the Mercedes SUV. From the perfboard display of tools, she took 2 screwdrivers, one with a regular blade, one with a Phillips head. 13. With State Highway 73 behind them, racing west on Newport Coast Drive, weaving lane to lane, the cowgirl leans into the steering wheel, jaws clenched as though she's afflicted with tetanus. As argumentative as she has been, she is that silent now. Her silence is at first welcome, but then suspicious. Booth Hendrickson dislikes her even more than he dislikes other people, and he attributes her silence to the feverish scheming of a bird-brain twit. "Don't do anything stupid," he advises. "Fascist bastard. Just drive. Get around these cars. Lay on the horn." She hammers the horn but says, "Nazi turd." Hendrickson doesn't take such insults lightly. No one has ever called him a fascist or a Nazi until now. Those are words he uses against others. "Honey, if you dress like a rodeo shit-kicker, better not be calling other people names." "Communist bloodsucker." "What's with the ridiculous half-size Stetson?" he counters. "Couldn't you afford the grown-up cowgirl look?" "It's a uniform, you asswipe. I work in a theme restaurant, and I recognize your type." "My type. Big-talking, cheap-tipping, commie Nazi jerk." He wants so badly to hit her with the pistol, break out a couple teeth, but instead he snatches up his Department of Justice ID and shakes it at her and says, "Take the next right turn." "You ever really work a day in your life?" she asks. "Right turn." She brakes hard, fishtails the car, slides onto the new street, as if she's the offspring of demolition derby drivers. "You sucked on your mama's tit till you could suck on a government tit." If they weren't 1 minute away from the front gate to the guarded community in which Simon lives, 1 minute away from nailing Jane Hawk, he would shoot this impudent bitch. Instead, in a voice he wishes were more in his control, he says, "Drive as if your life depends on it." 14. Jane, in the stolen Mercedes SUV, 30 seconds from the front gate, was brought to a halt by a double-hopper truck pulling into the street from a vacant lot, where excavation was underway for the construction of a house. Each of its twin hoppers was mounded with a few tons of dirt that inescapably reminded her of recent graves not yet grassed. The driver had to maneuver the big vehicle back and forth to get it fully into the uphill lane, and only then did Jane have room to risk oncoming traffic and get around the behemoth. She topped the hill, crossed the crest, and sped down the other side, into the exit lane for the front gate. The electronic eye that monitored oncoming vehicles seemed slow on the uptake, so that she came to a full stop before the barrier began to roll aside. Trees had recently been trimmed, and a fragment of a yellowed palm frond had blown into the recessed track, so that the gate wheels stuttered against it, chewed at it, and finally began to roll through it. Jane believed that with free will and fortitude, anything within the laws of nature could be accomplished. She did not believe in luck, good or bad, but at moments like this, when obstructions were repeatedly raised at the most inconvenient times during the most urgent tasks, a chill of recognition whispered through her, for she discerned intention behind the impediments put in her way, could feel the mystery of the world's dark governance beyond what was to be seen. She drove through the open gate, past the guardhouse, between flanking colonnades of towering palm trees, fast along the entry drive that connected the community to the public road. She arrived at the stop sign just as the yellow Subaru appeared to her left, coming downhill at high speed. 15. By the Subaru's erratic movements, Gilberto had deduced that in spite of Hendrickson's gun, there must be a continuing battle of wills being fought between him and the driver, if not also to some degree an ongoing physical contest. At first, he'd been able to see the woman and her kidnapper seeming to strike each other, but then the bright yellow car spun 180 degrees on Bison and plunged recklessly through the cross-traffic on MacArthur Boulevard. By the time he followed in the limo, with a modicum of caution, onto State Highway 73, they were well ahead of him. Although the Subaru didn't weave from lane to lane as before, it sometimes drifted onto the shoulder before returning to the pavement. Rather than try to close the gap that had opened between him and the car, Gilberto remained as far back as he dared, hoping that Hendrickson might not realize he was being tailed. There was every reason to expect that, having split the scene in such a dramatic fashion, the man assumed his escape to be complete, and was too preoccupied with his resisting hostage to discover otherwise. Gilberto considered using his burner phone to call 911 and report the carjacking, but he would be sicking the cops on a kidnapper that he himself had kidnapped. There were maybe 10,000 ways that could go wrong for him. Besides, he quickly realized that Hendrickson was heading toward the southern end of Newport Beach, where Hendrickson's brother lived in one of the several guard-gated communities in a neighborhood known as Newport Coast. He was trying to get to Jane before she ghosted away from Simon Yegg's place. Gilberto considered phoning her, decided against it. She'd be moving fast, her hands full. Anyway, she didn't need a warning. She already expected that Hendrickson would have used his hostage's phone to report her location to the battalions searching for her. When the Subaru left State Highway 73 at Newport Coast Drive without reducing speed, in fact, accelerating with much blowing of its horn, Gilberto closed part of the gap between them. 16. In his phone call to Jane, Gilberto hadn't mentioned the make or color of the car that Hendrickson had jacked, but as she braked at the stop sign and saw the lemon-yellow Subaru streaking along the descending curve of pavement, coming in from her left as fast as any angry hornet, there was about it an aura of menace, a threat of ruin, that spoke to the ear of her intuition, and behind it, farther uphill, in immediate confirmation, came a white Cadillac limousine. If Hendrickson at first intended to have his captive driver swing hard right into the entrance lane, he must have recognized the GL 550 as from his brother's collection. The car braked and began to turn, but then corrected, aiming for the Mercedes. Jane reacted just quickly enough, shifting into reverse. Brief banshee wails issued from the tires of both vehicles as the Mercedes smoked backward on the blacktop, and as the Subaru imprinted skid marks before rocking to a stop athwart the two-lane community drive. Gun in both hands, Hendrickson erupted from the car, clearly intending to open fire on Jane, but only then becoming aware of the limousine, a juggernaut in the wake of the Subaru. He squeezed off 2 shots at the caddy. Starburst pocks appeared in the smooth sweep of windshield. A 3rd round entirely dissolved the glass. Jane put the Mercedes in park, exited fast and low, using the door as a shield, drawing her heckler. Hendrickson hitched and stumbled sideways, out of the path of the incoming limo. The grinding of disc brakes and the shriek of tires molting skins of rubber on the pavement raised the expectation of a violent crash. But the impact of car and car was almost discreet, a crisp crumpling of metal, the crack of fractured plastic, the tinkle of shattered headlights cascading across the roadway. As Jane came out from behind the open door of the Mercedes, she was relieved to see Gilberto scramble from the limousine, his pistol in hand. 2 of them against Hendrickson, drawing down on him from different directions. The bastard would have to surrender. Good. The last thing she wanted to do was kill him. She had other uses for him. As Hendrickson reeled away from the crash and regained his balance, Jane was about to order him to drop the gun, when the driver of the Subaru, booted, jeaned, wearing a rhinestone cowboy shirt, intervened. Something like a scaled-down western hat fell from the woman's head as she launched at Hendrickson and leaped onto his back. Her long legs clamped around his middle, as if this were a rodeo ring and he the bull that must be ridden. The impact staggered him, almost took him to his knees, and the gun flew from his grip. His rider pulled fiercely on his mane of hair with her left hand and pounded on the side of his face with her right. Gilberto scooped the weapon off the blacktop before Hendrickson could retrieve it. Jane holstered her pistol and withdrew the bottle of chloroform from a jacket pocket. If Hendrickson had ever been trained in physical combat, he remembered nothing he'd been taught. Bent under the weight of his assailant, he weaved in a circle, trying to reach back and tear her off, like some mad turtle offended by its own shell. His strength quickly deserted him, and he collapsed onto his side, taking his rider with him. Even as Hendrickson went down, Jane dropped to her knees before him. He rolled his head and glared up at her, his patrician features distorted so grotesquely by rage that he resembled a gargoyle fallen from a high parapet. His mouth twisted in a snarl, but before one word of invective could escape him, she sprayed him with chloroform, and he passed out. 17. As if he'd read Jane's mind, Gilberto hurried to the GL550, boarded it, pulled a U-turn, and reversed toward Jane, where she knelt beside Hendrickson. Having been witness to car crash, gunfire, and struggle, the guard in the community gatehouse, about 70 feet away, might already be on the phone to the police. If Hendrickson had reported Jane's whereabouts with his hostage's cell phone, far more dangerous specimens than the local cops were on the way. Hendrickson had no sooner passed out, nose and mouth wet with chloroform, than the scrappy girl in Western garb clambering over him extracted an iPhone from one of his coat pockets. "I need that phone," Jane said, as the GL550 braked behind her. The cowgirl said, "I worked hard for it. You ever work hard or you just shoot people for what you want?" "I'll buy it," Jane said, putting up the tailgate of the 550. "Buy it? Like that makes any sense." The girl stepped aside while Jane rolled Hendrickson onto his back, and Gilberto took hold of him by the ankles. $10,000. Jane and Gilberto lifted Hendrickson into the back of the SUV. "Throw in that red scarf and I'll pay cash." "It's not a scarf, it's a neckerchief. What are you doing with that bastard?" "You don't want to know." Jane asked Gilberto to get 3 packets from the attaché case on the front seat. The girl glared at Hendrickson in the cargo space of the SUV. "He belongs in jail, what he did to me." Gilberto appeared with 3 banded blocks of cash and gave one to the girl at Jane's direction. $10,000 for the phone and the neckerchief, Jane offered. The girl's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "It's real, and it's not hot money. You'll have to trust me." "Who trusts anyone anymore?" Nevertheless, the girl handed over the iPhone. She slipped off the kerchief and surrendered that, too. "This other 20,000, Jane said, as she put the scarf over Hendrickson's face and sprayed it lightly with chloroform, "is for saying my friend here wasn't Hispanic. He was a tall, blonde, white dude. And this wasn't a white GL-550. It looked silver. And this guy wasn't chloroformed. We abducted him at gunpoint. Although she took the 20,000 that Gilberto offered, the girl appeared fretful. "What's it called? Lying for money?" "It's called politics," Jane said. "Better hide the cash." As Gilberto hurried to the driver's door and Jane closed the tailgate, the girl stuffed 2 packets in her bra and shoved the third down the front of her jeans, into her underpants. "If you're gonna hurt that commie Nazi piece of shit, hurt him some for me." "Deal." "Who are you, anyway?" "Dorothy," Jane lied. The girl said, "I'm Jane." "Of course you are," Jane said, climbed into the passenger seat, and closed the door. 18. They drove north on Pacific Coast Highway, where ragged blankets of grass and scrub covered the sandy soil to the left of the road. Beyond that rough and prickly shore, a pale beach smoothed into a sea glinting with infinite knives of sunlight, but shadowed by its ceaseless heavings. In Corona del Mar, with the sea lost to sight, they heard the first siren, saw the flashing light bar atop a southbound Newport Beach police cruiser. Traffic deferred to it, and the siren waned. The residential neighborhood west of the Coast Highway was known as the Village, picturesque streets of lovely houses leading down toward a bluff where parks overlooked the ocean. Gilberto pulled to the curb in a quiet block, and while he remained behind the wheel with the engine running, Jane got out with the 2 screwdrivers she had taken from the garage at Simon Yegg's house. Border to border, from sea to shining sea, police cars and other government vehicles had for some time been equipped with 360-degree license plate scanning systems that recorded the numbers of the vehicles around them, whether parked or in motion, transmitting them 24/7 to regional archives, which in turn shared the information with the National Security Agency's vast intelligence troves in its million-square-foot Utah data center. Authorities could track a fugitive by a license plate number if the vehicle happened to be scanned often enough during its journey from point A to point Z. Now that Jane's original plan had been upended by events, she and Gilberto needed to transfer Booth Hendrickson from the Mercedes to Gilberto's Chevrolet Suburban and then ditch the super-hot GL-550. But they didn't dare do so if a series of scans would later allow the Arcadians to connect the 2 vehicles and put the entire Mendez family on a kill or convert list. Driving without the SUV's tags, they were at some risk, but the alternative was more certain to lead to disaster. An ordinary screwdriver was sufficient to detach the license plates. Jane removed them boldly, without looking around furtively, as if she had a perfectly legitimate reason for doing so. More sirens arose in the distance. The sky resounded with the chop-chop-chop of the rotary wing of a helicopter. In fact, when she looked up, she saw one helo to the west, following the shoreline, a standard police aircraft, and a larger chopper with a military profile coming in from the northeast, both heading south toward Newport Coast. She got into the Mercedes. She tucked the license plates and the screwdrivers under the seat. "Let's scoot." This vehicle was still a death trap. They had to be rid of it soon. The authorities would quickly learn that she had escaped in Simon's GL-550. 10 minutes after that, by satellite, they would be tracking its position by the locator built into its GPS. 19. Like a vision out of Edgar Allan Poe's most fevered and eerie imaginings, the 3-story building thrust against the sky, as if it were the house of Usher, heaving up from the tarn that once claimed it. A night scene concurrent with the bright daylight all around, yet resistant to the sun's revelation. Hulking, shadow-filled and shadow-casting, soot-stained and fissured, its shattered windows looking in upon cavernous darkness, partly collapsed yet looming with menace, it was like some haunted palace through which a hideous throng stormed ceaselessly in silence. The high school had been the site of a Saturday night rally for peace, even though the nation wasn't at war with anyone other than stateless bands of terrorists. In the 8 months since the event, how and why a peace protest could have turned violent hadn't been explained to anyone's satisfaction. There might have been a speaker who, while supportive of the crowd's anti-war sentiment, did not 100% agree with their assessment of those groups and individuals most despised as warmongers. In these days of desperate and unreasoned passions, even a well-meaning speaker might inadvertently enrage a crowd with a few ill-chosen words. Some said the flashpoint had something to do with Israel. Others said it was about the dissing of a champion of some South American revolution. Still others insisted that it hadn't been political at all, that a contingent of racists had infiltrated the gathering and seized the sound system to spew their hate, though some survivors had no such memories. As yet, no definitive answer had been provided regarding the identity of those who'd brought Molotov cocktails and quantities of jellied gasoline to a peace rally, or why so many attendees were carrying guns at an event intended to promote brotherhood and understanding. If a gymnasium that seated 1,200 hadn't been 200 people over that capacity, if some of the doors serving it had not been blockaded, the death toll might not have reached 300. If the fire alarms had worked, first responders might have arrived in time to save most of the building. In spite of state and federal investigations, the many mysteries of the Independence Day Rally for Peace had grown deeper and more complex with time. Jane knew nothing of the truth of this place, but she suspected that several adjusted people, brains webbed with control mechanisms, perhaps among those named on the Hamlet list, had been sent here to commit suicide and to take with them as many others as they could. The Techno-Arcadians' strategy involved disguising their operations as the work of terrorists and madmen, seeding social chaos so the public would cry out for order. This would allow a steady ratcheting up of security measures and rights restrictions, until such a day that even those who had not been adjusted with brain implants would celebrate the firm but enlightened rule of their betters. Construction fencing surrounded the school and its immediate grounds, but the fabric privacy panels attached to the chain link had in many places been slashed away by the curious. Signs that warned of toxic chemicals and of the unstable nature of the ruins had been defaced with obscene suggestions. The building should have been demolished, but although the ruins had been combed repeatedly for clues, the ongoing federal investigations required that the site be preserved to avoid the destruction of possible evidence. The school backed up to a football field, flanked by stadium seating beyond the view of the street. Gilberto drove the GL 550 across that weedy, untended expanse of ground, gaining speed until he rammed the gate in the fence, broke the cheap hinges, and slammed through the rickety barrier. With shattered headlights and a buckled hood, the Mercedes came to a stop on the former faculty parking lot, where the undulant blacktop had been deformed and imprinted with fern-like patterns by the heat pouring off the burning building. They were about half a mile from the residential street on which Gilberto had parked his Suburban earlier that morning.
"There's a shortcut," he said. "I won't be as much as 10 minutes, maybe a couple minutes less."
Together he and Jane propped the damaged gate in place. It looked reasonably intact in the unlikely event someone chanced by. She returned to the Mercedes and opened the tailgate and took Hendrickson's pulse, which was steady, if somewhat slow. She lifted the red neckerchief and watched his eyes moving under their lids. He muttered wordlessly and yawned. She replaced the cloth and sprayed it lightly with chloroform. The sun was still 40 minutes below the summit of the sky, but the shadow cast by the school seemed longer than it should have been this close to noon. She heard traffic noise in the distance, but nothing nearby. No trilling bird, no settling noises in the ruins. Even the damaged Mercedes and its cooling engine failed to make a sound. as if 300 casualties in one blazing hour had left this area forever a dead zone. In Newport Coast, they would have found and freed Simon by now. They would know that 2 vehicles were missing from his collection. They would have determined that Jane Hawk and a male accomplice had departed the scene in Simon's Mercedes. Thereafter, it would take only a few minutes to get the registration number of the vehicle from the DMV and cross-check with the manufacturer's records to obtain the unique signal of the GPS. It was too much to hope that the minor damage caused by the impact with the gate in the construction fencing had disabled the GPS to the extent of silencing the transponder by which the Mercedes could be tracked. The wolves would soon be coming. 20. Tanuja Shukla woke, opened her eyes without lifting her head from the pillow, and saw it was 11:19 a.m. on Saturday. The clock must be wrong. She never slept so late. Besides, she remained tired to the bone, as though, after an exhausting day, she had been asleep only 2 or 3 hours. She was wearing her wristwatch. She never wore it to bed. But there it was, on her wrist. The watch and clock concurred. She threw back the covers and sat on the edge of the mattress. Her pajamas were damp with sweat and clung to her body. A soreness at one corner of her mouth. She put a hand to her lips. Dried blood crumbled against her fingertips. For a moment she was mystified. But then she remembered the fall. Last night, standing in the wet dark, soaked and chilled and lonely and wildly happy, cataloguing the details of the foul weather as well as her physical and emotional responses to it, the better to write about the journey of the lead character in her novelette. The storm spoke through the medium of the nearby ancient oak, each leaf a tongue empowered by raindrops, the tree telling the storm's story in a chorus of soft clicks and hisses. When she had returned to the house, she'd slipped on the rain-puddled, glossy paint of the back porch floor, slipped and fell face first into one of the rocking chairs, the arm of one of the chairs. Stupid of her. Clumsy. She would need to eat and drink with care for the next couple days. Now, as she got up from the bed, she felt sticky, dirty, and sore in places that the fall did not fully explain. An odor clung to her separate from the stale smell of her night sweat, a malodor that was familiar, disturbingly familiar, but her past experience of it, where, when, eluded her. As she went into her bathroom, step by step, the odor became a stink, became a stench, and incipient nausea slid around the walls of her stomach. She had felt dirty a moment earlier, but she felt filthy now. She was overcome by an urgent desire for a shower, an almost frantic need to be clean. The compulsion was peculiar. But it meant nothing. Nothing at all. Standing in a forceful spray of water as hot as she could tolerate, scrubbing herself with a soapy washcloth, she winced at the pain in her breasts and discovered that they were bruised. She must have fallen more fully into the chair than she remembered. When she felt clean at last, and the threat of nausea had passed, she continued to linger there, eyes closed, turning slowly, letting the hot shower melt some of the soreness out of her. The sound of the rushing water returned to her a memory of the previous evening's storm. The sky black, the rain like an ink fall where there was no light to color it, the old oak in elaborate black figuration against the deeper black of the night, and sudden movement that was also black on black. 3 robed and hooded figures hurrying through the downpour, like a scene from some film concerning medieval monks engaged in an urgent mission during apocalyptic times. Tanuja's breath caught in her chest, and she opened her eyes, half expecting to see those monks gathered around the shower stall, 3 walls of which were glass, Of course, no hooded figures stood watching her. Such an odd moment. But it meant nothing. Nothing at all. After she'd blown dry her hair and dressed, she went in search of Sanjay. She found him in his study, where the door stood open to the hall. He sat at the computer, his back to her, hunched over the keyboard, typing faster than she had ever before seen him type, as though a scene from his current novel in progress flowed from him on a tide of inspiration. To write fiction well, long periods of intense concentration were nearly as important as talent. She and her brother so respected the creative process that neither would interrupt the other during working hours, except for matters significant and urgent. She went to the kitchen. As she fitted the paper filter in the coffee maker, she detected an astringent chemical odor, the source of which was not at once evident. By the time she put the coffee and a half-teaspoon of cinnamon in the filter, the smell so bothered her that she prowled the room in search of its origin. The kitchen was sparkling. In fact, cleaner than she recalled leaving it the previous night. The offensive odor was not strong, but waned and waxed and waned again. Indeed, it wasn't entirely a bad smell. There was in general a lemony fragrance, like that of the antibacterial spray she used to wipe down the counters, but under it lingered a persistent acridness. She was drawn to the quartz-topped table, where red roses, the stems cut short in a low arrangement, filled a crystal bowl. Neither of the odors came from the flowers, and yet the blooms fascinated her. She stared at the coagulum of blood-red petals for a long moment, until her gaze was drawn to an unlikely object lying on the table beside the bowl. A hypodermic needle. The barrel of the syringe was filled with a cloudy amber fluid. It was an exotic item, but at the same time curiously familiar. A sense of déjà vu overcame her, and the feeling that some moment of a forgotten dream had here manifested in real life. When she reached for the syringe, it ceased to be there on the table, and her fingers closed only on each other. In that instant, she recognized the chemical odor as that of insecticide, specifically spectricide hornet spray. Mystery solved. Except that hornets were not in season. Well, yes, but she and Sanjay did sometimes use the spray for ants. As for the syringe, how strange. But it meant nothing. Nothing at all. Tanuja returned to the coffee maker. She filled the Pyrex pot with water to the 10-cup level, because when Sanjay smelled the coffee brewing, he would want some too. In a few minutes, the kitchen grew redolent of the fine Jamaica blend, and Tanuja breathed deeply of the wonderful aroma while she cracked eggs for an omelette. She wanted some potatoes as well, and bacon, and toast. She was ravenous. 21. At one time there had been security cameras, because in recent decades too many schools were not merely centers of education, but also dens of drug dealing and violence. In the aftermath of the fire, however, there were no cameras intact, and no electricity to power them. Nevertheless, Jane felt watched, and she studied one broken-out window after another, searching for a faint human form in the charry darkness beyond. Her intuition, which she trusted implicitly, told her that no one lurked in the building, but she scanned the windows anyway. Months of being on the run, with enemies who commanded a panoply of surveillance platforms ranging from simple traffic cams to satellites in orbit, had brought her to that point at which healthy Stage 1 paranoia could metastasize into a cancerous Stage 4, which might paralyze her or lead her into fatal misjudgments. When Gilberto returned in 8 minutes, Jane dragged open the damaged gate in the construction fencing to admit him. He backed the Suburban up to the Mercedes GL 550. Together, they moved Hendrickson from one vehicle to the other. She also transferred her tote, the attaché case packed with money, and the MedExpress carrier that she had for a while stowed in one of Simon Yegg's refrigerators. As Jane closed the tailgate, a sudden siren coiled through the morning, close and spiraling louder, surely within a block of the school, much too close for them to escape without being seen. Once spotted, the Suburban would inevitably later be identified because it would be tracked from the school by Arcadian operatives able to review archived video from traffic cameras, its ultimate destination uncovered. When the vehicle was associated with Booth Hendrickson's abduction, with Jane, it would incriminate Gilberto and bring hellfire upon him and his entire family. Their eyes locked, and they froze in anticipation, as though they stood on a hangman's platform with rope around their necks, waiting for trapdoors to fall open beneath their feet. The siren Doppler shifted to lower frequencies as the cops or paramedics or whoever they were passed the school and raced away to whatever crime or car wreck they had been summoned. Gilberto drove, and Jane sat in the back seat, the better to monitor the unconscious captive lying in the cargo area.
"I called Carmela," Gilberto said. "She's taken the kids to visit her sister in Dana Point. They'll stay the weekend."
"I'm so sorry. This is exactly what I didn't want, bringing all this right into your home."
"Not your fault. What happened happened. There's no other option that makes sense."
"I'm still trying to think of one." They crossed the rutted and weedy football field, circled the farther stack of bleachers, turned left into an alley, and slipped away into the suburban sprawl. For the moment, they had eluded the agents of utopia who would, without hesitation or remorse, kill them in the name of social progress. She could think of no viable option other than the one Gilberto offered her. How strangely apt it was to find herself harried to a mortuary to seek refuge with the dead, while in her hands she held the life of this man Hendrickson, who had ordered and or assisted in uncounted murders. 22. Sanjay Shukla sat at his computer in a condition he'd never known before. Not merely inspired to write, but impelled to write, as though he'd been bitten by some exotic mosquito that carried not any wasting disease, but instead a communicable need to create. No, not just a need. The word need implied a lack of something, a deficiency that he might or might not fill. The extreme urgency with which he was motivated to string together words into sentences allowed no choice between might or might not, but incited him to write as if his very existence depended on the quality of what he created. He was gripped not by the need to write, but by the necessity, for there was no alternative to writing. He pounded the keyboard as if fever-driven, raining a tropical storm of words onto the screen, with none of his usual careful crafting. He had awakened from a half-remembered dream seething with kaleidoscopic images of menace and horror. He had at once been obsessed with writing a story about a man who'd been obliged to protect an innocent child and failed to do so, by his failure allowing the child to perish. He had no complete story in mind. He knew only that when the child perished, so did all innocence in the world, whereupon civilization fell into a darkness that would never know a dawn. The narrative flowed from him without a conventional structure, a stream of consciousness rant in the voice of the father who had failed the child. Although Sanjay strove to bring coherence to the story, the English language became a wallow of vexatious snakes that he could not wrangle into a satisfying story. Nevertheless, he wrote at a blistering pace for an hour, 2 hours, 3, until the tips of his fingers were tender from the force with which he'd struck the keys. His neck ached, and a heaviness gathered in his chest as if his heart had swollen with retained blood. He stopped typing and sat in bewilderment. For how long, he did not know, until he smelled coffee brewing, bacon frying. The aromas stirred him as if from a dream, as if he had never fully awakened when he had gone from his bed to his office chair. He saved what he had written and got up and went into the kitchen. At the cooktop, using tongs, Tanuja turned bacon in a frying pan. She looked at him and smiled. "Omelette in the warming drawer. I've made enough for 2. The toast is about to pop up. Butter it, will you? Plenty of butter on mine." Sanjay meant to say that he was starving, but instead he said, "I'm so empty." If she thought his statement strange, she didn't remark on it, but said, "We need to eat, that's all. Just eat, and get on with it," which seemed to him nearly as peculiar as the words that he had spoken. The toast popped up. He buttered it. 23. The mortuary cosmetician was at work in the basement. The assistant mortician and his intern had driven the decedent from the previous night's viewing to the cemetery, where a graveside service would soon be underway. No other viewing had been scheduled until 6 o'clock this evening. The place was as quiet as a funeral home. After stripping off Hendrickson's suit coat and shoulder rig, they strapped him to a gurney on which cadavers were transported, and they wheeled him through the back entrance into the vestibule. With Gilberto at the head of the gurney and Jane at the foot, they bumped it up the stairs to the family apartment on the top floor. The sleek and airy modern decor was in stark contrast to the ornate moldings, heavy velvet draperies, and neo-Gothic furniture on the ground floor. As they wheeled Hendrickson through the living room and along a hallway, Jane said, "What's it like to live with the dead?"
"Same as it is for everyone else," Gilberto replied, "except we realize we live with them. All of us are the dead in waiting, but most people put it out of their mind."
"The kids ever have nightmares?"
"Yeah, but not about the dead."
She left him in the kitchen with Hendrickson and returned to the Suburban to get her tote, the attaché case, and the MedExpress carrier. When she returned to the kitchen, Gilberto had adjusted the gurney, jacking up the back end, so Hendrickson remained strapped across his arms and legs, but reclining at a 45-degree angle, rather than lying flat.
"A mortician doesn't need this feature," Gilberto said, "but they make gurneys mostly for the living, and this is how they come these days. Useful for you, I think."
She checked Hendrickson's pulse, but she didn't at once take the red neckerchief off his face. Gilberto made coffee, strong and black, and poured it for himself and Jane, without sugar. Carmela had left a homemade ricotta pie to cool on a wire rack. Jane ate a large slice as a belated breakfast, while Gilberto adjourned to another room to speak with his wife by phone. By the time Jane finished eating, Hendrickson was muttering to himself. She washed her plate and fork, put them away, refreshed her mug of coffee, and took the scarf off his face. When he opened his pale green eyes, he was still floating on currents of chloroform, unaware that he was strapped down, in no condition to puzzle out her identity, not even fully aware of his own. He smiled dreamily up at her as she stood beside him. In a lotus-eater voice of indolent contentment, he said, "Hey, sexy." "Hey," she said.
"I got a use for that pretty mouth."
"I bet you do, big guy."
"Bring it on down here."
She licked her lips suggestively. He said,
"Uncle Ira is not Uncle Ira."
"Who is he then?" Hendrickson smiled patronizingly. "No, that's not what you're supposed to say." "What am I supposed to say, big guy?"
"You just say, 'All right.'"
"All right," she said.
"Blow me, gorgeous."
She puckered up and blew in his face.
"Funny,"
he said, and laughed softly, and drifted off into the shallows of unconsciousness. Half a minute later, when he opened his eyes again, they were clearer, but he still smiled at her and recognized no danger. "I know you from somewhere." "Want me to refresh your memory?" "I'm all ears." "You people killed my husband, threatened to rape and kill my little boy, and have been trying to kill me for months." Slowly, his smile faded. 24. While Sanjay and Tanuja ate a late breakfast together at the kitchen table, their conversation ranged over a wide spectrum of subjects, as usual, including the novelette that Tanuja was in the middle of writing. Coming in from researching the rain the previous evening, she had slipped and fallen, and now she chewed her food judiciously on the left side of her mouth to give the split lip a chance to heal. Sanjay asked how she felt. She said she felt fine, that at least she hadn't broken a tooth. She asked what had happened to his right ear, which was when he realized that something must be wrong with it. As if the injury hadn't existed until she spoke of it, he felt a soreness, the heat of inflamed tissue. He touched the helix of his ear, the outer rim, and under the skin, loose fragments of broken cartilage ground together like shards of glass. He winced when his touch induced a throbbing in the flesh, and for a moment it seemed not to be his own hand torturing the ear, but the hand of some man seated near him, though no one else was present except he and Tanuja. In his mind's eye, he saw an unfamiliar kitchen, dark but for the quivering light from 3 sinuous tongues of candle flame. In that strange place, Tanuja stood in a doorway, looking back at him with something like sorrow, as she was led away, leashed and collared like a dog. The image assaulted Sanjay vividly, and yet flickered out, as if it had been an illusion of shadow and candlelight. A still, small voice said that it meant nothing. Nothing at all. When he tried to summon that other kitchen to mind again, he couldn't. He must have said something, or his face contorted in a grotesque expression, because with concern his sister asked what was wrong. He assured her nothing was wrong. Nothing at all. Just that the injury to his ear puzzled him, as if he'd been sleepwalking, fell and injured himself without waking. This led to a discussion of somnambulism, which Tanuja had once used as a plot device. By the time they moved on to another subject, the source of his injured ear no longer mattered to either of them, because it meant nothing. Nothing at all. After breakfast, Tanuja retreated to her office to work on the novelette, and Sanjay returned to his computer. A leisurely meal with his sister, accompanied by a spirited conversation, always inspired him when he returned to writing. But not today. Something had been different about their colloquy this time. He had not felt fully engaged, and she seemed distracted too. It was almost as if there was something that she needed to tell him, but she could not bring herself to speak of it, though each had always been frank with the other, each a sympathetic sounding board. Troubled, he called to the screen the stream of consciousness pages he'd written earlier and began to read them. The text was so feverish, non-linear, and bizarre that he couldn't imagine a magazine that would be interested in it, and there was no market for a book-length manuscript of this nature. Although he strove to make of his work a kind of art, he wrote to entertain, and he did not write what would not sell. Yet he had done just that this morning, not merely as an exercise, but with passion. And now, as he read the pages, this story of a man who failed to save a child, and by his failure in some way brought an end to all innocence and freedom, seemed to be some kind of allegory, a symbolical narrative in which nothing was what it appeared to be, written in a deep code, which even he, the writer, could not translate. Spiritualists believed in something called automatic writing, when a medium opened the door of his mind to any spirit that wished to communicate by way of him. What then flowed from pen to paper or keyboard to screen was the work not of the medium, but of an unknown entity speaking through the veil between the worlds of the living and the dead. But Sanjay wasn't a spiritualist and didn't believe in automatic writing. He could not account for these pages with that explanation. The more he read, the more he was affected by what he read, and the more urgently he felt impelled to continue writing this testament, until he came to a moment in the narrative that he did not recall writing, that affected him more powerfully than either the words or the action could explain. The two lead characters, man and child, were born to parents who had emigrated from India. As the child lay dying, he said to the man who had so utterly failed him, "Peripona," which meant, "I touch your feet," which was something that you said and did to someone you venerated, for someone who had earned the greatest respect, for someone before whom you felt such profound love that you humbled yourself completely. Sanjay's eyes were hot with tears. The screen before him blurred. For a while, he wept quietly, prodigiously, struggling to understand what this incomplete story, this flood of words, might mean. It seemed there would be no end either to his tears or to his desperate desire for enlightenment. But eventually the well of tears was drained, and his burning eyes were as dry as they were sore. His need to understand what he had written faded. It had meant nothing. Nothing at all. He sat, staring at the screen, at the lines of words that had a short time ago seemed to be crazed poetry, crammed full of mysterious meaning expressed in elaborate patterns of symbols. Now, they were just words, a witless gush of language, perhaps resulting from a low-grade fever related to an infection, perhaps suggesting a transient ischemic attack, one of those mini-strokes caused by a temporary interruption of blood supply to a part of the brain, rare in someone his age, but not utterly without precedent. Nothing. The words meant nothing. Nothing at all. Sanjay deleted what he'd written. He opened another document, the manuscript he had been working on for 3 months. To settle himself into the mood of the novel and the voice of its narrator, he read the most recently composed chapter. Soon he had recaptured the feel of it. He wrote a new sentence. Another. Eventually he had a paragraph that worked well, and he was doing what he most enjoyed, the work he felt born to do. If there had been a ragged strangeness about the morning, his memory trimmed it into the neatness of ordinary experience. The next paragraph began with an elegant metaphor that surprised and pleased him, and already he was in the flow. His smartphone rang. He took the call. A man said, "Uncle Ira is not Uncle Ira." "Yes, all right," said Sanjay. "I will tell you what must happen this evening, and you will receive these instructions with equanimity. You will be neither afraid nor despairing. You will listen without emotion, and will not ever question the rightness of what must occur. Do you understand?" "Yes." "When I end this call, you'll have no conscious awareness that it ever took place. You will return to whatever you were doing when I phoned, but you will act according to the instructions that you've been given. Do you understand?" "Yes." The man spoke for several minutes. He concluded with the words, "Auf Wiedersehen, Sanjay." "Goodbye," he replied. The next paragraph began with a metaphor that surprised and pleased him, and already he was in the flow, himself again, and back in form, in a dance with his favorite partner, the English language. 25. The black hair is the only element of disguise, and her blue eyes are as striking as Booth Hendrickson has heard them described by others who have been in her company and survived. A solemn-looking block of a man, the chauffeur himself, sans cap and sunglasses, in his unfortunate off-the-rack black suit, sits in a dinette chair. His hair is black, as are his eyes, and the coffee in his mug is so dark that it might have been water dredged from the river Styx. Clearly, he is meant to be intimidating, the crudest kind of muscle, a high school dropout with an IQ barely high enough to allow him to drive a car and pull a trigger. Booth Hendrickson can't be intimidated by such a man, who would no doubt define faux pas as the father of my enemy. He has used dozens like this thug, and, when necessary, has gotten rid of them to avoid any link between himself and what he's ordered them to do. Intelligence and wit will always triumph over brute strength. Intelligence, wit, and powerful connections, the last of which Booth has in abundance. Again, he looks up into the eyes of Jane Hawk and meets her sky-blue stare, and this time does not look away. I phoned in your location, Simon's house. Maybe you skipped minutes before the hammer came down, but they're tracking you 1,000 different ways and closing fast. 1,000, huh? Surely that's hyperbole. He smiles.
I like to hear pretty girls use big words. Which Improve Your Vocabulary in 30 Days course did you take? Did it include the term lèse-majesté? If not, you would be well advised to look it up.
A high crime committed against a sovereign state. Treason, she says. But it isn't applicable. You techno-Arcadians aren't a sovereign state. You're seditionists, totalitarians drunk on the promise of absolute power. You're the treasonist. That she knows they call themselves techno-Arcadians disturbs him. But he's not surprised that she has clawed this fact out of one of the people she's kidnapped and interrogated. With the slightest theatrical touch, she takes an iPhone from a jacket pocket and places it on the table as if it's a Fabergé egg. Evidently, she wants him to ask about it, but he will not. They are in a contest of wills, and he knows how to play these games. He says, "Who's accused of treason and executed for it depends on who controls the press and courts. You don't. Anyway, treason in pursuit of a perfect society is heroic." Her puzzlement is exaggerated, a mocking expression. A perfect society with people enslaved by brain implants? He smiles and rolls his head back and forth on the gurney. Not enslaved. They're given peace, released from worry, given direction they can't otherwise find in their lives. As she unzips a leather tote bag that is standing on the table, Booth glances at the iPhone, wondering what she wants him to ask about it, so that he might ask something entirely different, if he mentions it at all. The phone becomes a secondary consideration when, from the tote, she extracts a large pair of scissors and smiles as she works the gleaming blades. She says, "Given direction, huh? Are there a lot of people who can't figure out how to live their lives? They're adrift? Lost?" Don't play devil's advocate with me, Jane. You know as well as I do, millions waste their lives with drugs, booze. They can't find their way. They're indolent and ignorant and unhappy. By adjusting them, we give them a chance to be happy. Really? Is that what you're doing, Boo? Giving them a chance to be happy? Gee, I don't know. It still looks like slavery to me. He pretends disinterest in the scissoring blades. He sighs. Candidates for adjustment aren't chosen by race, religion, gender, or sexual orientation. No particular group is targeted. It can't be slavery if the purpose of every adjustment is to increase the amount of contentment and happiness in the world. So you're quite the humanitarian, Boo. Maybe even a Nobel Peace Prize in your future. Booth intensely dislikes being called Boo. That is a nickname with which he'd been mocked in his youth. She may have discovered this or intuited it. She thinks that by needling him, ridiculing him, she can unnerve him, just as she will try to unnerve him with the scissors and perhaps other sharp instruments. But he endured so much mockery as a child that he is inured to it. And as for being cut or tortured, she will discover that he has more courage than she supposes, and the endurance of stone. Besides, he knows she prides herself on operating as much as possible within traditional moral boundaries, and will not stoop to physical torture. Not every adjusted person is on your Hamlet list, she says, but those who are, exactly how are they made happier by killing themselves?
I don't select them. The computer does.
The computer model.
That's right. It selected your husband because he was likely to have a wrong-headed political career after leaving the Marines.
Who designed the computer model?
Some exceedingly smart people.
Like Bertold Schenek and David James Michael.
Smarter than you and me, Janie,
he assures her, though he is an intellectual equal to those men, and certainly her superior. She says, Schenek, Michael, both dead. How smart could they have been? He does not deign to answer that snarky non sequitur. He realizes they have taken off his suit coat. It lies jumbled on a counter where it has been tossed as if it's a rag. They should have had enough decency to ensconce a Dior suit coat in a closet on a hanger. The wide strap across his thighs will surely leave severe wrinkles diagonal to the pleats in his pant legs. Using the scissors to point at the iPhone on the table, Jane Hawk says, "Are you wondering about the phone?"
What's to wonder about? It's just a phone, Janie.
It's the one you took from the woman you carjacked. Booth shrugs in his restraints, but a sudden excitement stirs in him, which he must conceal. You used that phone to contact your people and call them down on me, she says. Now I have the number you inputted.
Which is worth nothing to you.
Really? Nothing? Think about it, Boo. He's thinking about it all right. When he called J-Spotter, the team automatically stored the number of that phone. Now that he has gone missing, they can use the number to quickly obtain the unique locator signal the phone produces. It is essentially a GPS transponder that will allow them to track her to this place, sooner than later. She looks at the chauffeur and works the scissors, and he smiles at her, as if he knows what's coming. She moves closer to the gurney, clicking the scissors, trying to get Booth to ask what she's going to do with them, but of course he does not ask. When she pulls on a thick lock of his hair and cuts off a 3 or 4 inch length, Booth is surprised and displeased.
What the hell?
To remember you by, she says, but then drops the hair on the floor. Though I'm afraid I've spoiled your perfect, what do you call it?
What do I call what?
Your do, your stylish hairdo. What do you call it?
Don't be ridiculous.
Do you call it a haircut?
I don't call it anything.
No, you wouldn't call it a haircut. Too common. You probably call it a coiffure. A man of your stature goes to a coiffeuse to be coiffed. A small laugh escapes the black-suited thug. Whether genuine or part of a practiced routine is hard to tell. How much do you pay when you go to the coiffeuse, Boo?
Mockery doesn't work with me,
he assures her. Do you pay $100? Booth does not reply. I've insulted him, she says to the thug at the table. Must be 200 at least, maybe 3. Booth realizes he is staring at the iPhone on the table. He looks away from it, lest she see his interest. She turns to him again. How much do you pay the coiffeuse to cut your hair? She wishes to define him as a shallow elitist, and he refuses to be that person, for he is not that person, not of that class, not of her class, either, not of any class, above all concepts of class, caste, and echelon. He says nothing. In an instant, she goes from ice to fire, her face contorted by rage and flushed with hatred. With a sudden fury, she snarls, "What do you pay for a haircut, asshole?" As she speaks, her right hand arcs high and then down, driving the scissors into the 2-inch thick vinyl-covered mattress, so close to his face that he startles in spite of himself. Vinyl and dense foam padding split as flesh might, and the points of the blades rap against the steel substrate as if against bone. She wants him to believe that the death of her husband and the peril in which her child lives and these long months on the run have driven her to the edge of sanity, that she might snap, butchering him before she quite realizes what she's done. But he knows her too well to be conned by this performance. He has reviewed in detail the cases she solved while an agent of the FBI, a record of brilliant deduction, wise strategies, and smart techniques. For months, she has eluded capture, even though the combined resources of federal, state, and local law enforcement have been committed to the search for her. Her sanity is a stone that can't be cracked. Nevertheless, as the scissors flash past his face and gouge the mattress, he glances at the iPhone, attempting by an act of sheer willpower to summon the SWAT teams that surely must be en route. She leans toward him, her rage gone as abruptly as it came, her unblemished face serene and exquisitely erotic in its serenity. Her lips are 8 or 10 inches from his when she presses the closed blades of the scissors against the lower lid of his left eye. The steel is cold and the point pricking. In almost a whisper, she says, "Do you know why I put the phone on the table, Boo? To give you hope, so that when you hoped, I could take your hope away from you, like you've taken hope from so many people. I hammered a screwdriver blade into the charging port of that phone, Boo. Split the battery. No juice, no locator signal. No one's tracking it. No one's coming to save you." Her eyes are at least 3 shades of blue, alternating in the striations of the irises, those thin circular layers of muscle like the folds of Japanese fans. The kitchen fluorescents treating each grade of pigment differently, so that her stare seems radiant not by reflection, but because of some internal light. Her pupils are black holes, their gravity alarming. She still speaks softly, but now as tenderly as a lover. "Tell me, Booth, what else must I take away from you in order to make you talk? Your eyes, so you can see no evil? What a terrible, terrible loss, considering the delight you take in seeing the evil you do." She moved the scissors to his lips. "Your lying tongue? Then you'd have to answer all my questions in writing while swallowing so much blood." She takes the scissors away from his lips, but doesn't press them to another part of him. Instead, she startles him by reaching back with her left hand and caressing his crotch, fondling his package through his suit pants. "Do you go to Aspasia, Booth?" The elegant and highly secret houses of pleasure, reserved for the wealthiest supporters of the Techno-Arcadian mission, are called Aspasia, named after the mistress of Pericles, the famous statesman and mayor of Athens, circa 400 BC. Booth is disquieted to learn that she knows about Aspasia, as closely guarded a secret as any the Arcadians keep. "There are 4 of them," she whispers. "Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, Washington. Have you tried them all, Booth? I've spent a little time touring the Aspasia in Los Angeles. The revelation that she has been in one of these highly secure palaces of Eros alarms him. and he tells himself that she is lying. The twin colonnades of magnificent phoenix palms that flank the long driveway, she says, the courtyard with its swimming pool as big as a lake. Tens of millions of dollars of art and antiques, so much marble and granite and gilding. It's all so classy that dirty little perpetual adolescents can go there and feel like big, important men. She is not lying. She has been to Aspasia. The truth of her mood is not in the softness with which she speaks and the tenderness with which she teases him through his pants. The truth is in her stare, her eyes now radiant with fury. What she saw at Aspasia has not merely outraged her. She clearly found it an abomination, for she is filled now with loathing, and the light in her eyes is the light of abhorrence. One of the girls in Aspasia is a gorgeous Eurasian, maybe 18, 19. Her name is Lu Ling. Well, you know, that's her whore name, given to her. She doesn't remember her real name, or what she once was, doesn't remember her family, nothing of her past. She doesn't even possess the concept of a past or a future. All that and more has been scrubbed from her mind. She lives only in the moment, Boo, smiling and attentive, without any inhibitions. You might call her a blithe spirit, if there was any spirit left in her. She lives only to submit to those who use her, to satisfy their every desire. Cool, huh? Just thinking about it should fill out the pouch in your briefs, Boo. He dares not speak. He believes now that he has misjudged her capacity for cruelty. Her soft voice fades to a breathless whisper. Do you have extreme desires, Booth? Do you like rough sex? Rougher than rough? Do you like to hear them cry? Bravado and ostentatious assertion of his superiority have in the past always gotten Booth through tight passages. His mind races now as he considers what to say and do. Her face 6 inches from his, her hand still moving sensuously over the crotch of his pants, her warm breath on his face. Mama's boy is terrified of me, isn't he? If he wasn't, there'd be at least some stiffening of his little man, but there's none at all. Terror is a good thing if it makes you face the truth. Agree to tell me everything I want to know about the Arcadians, because if you don't, not even your mind is dark enough to imagine what I'll do to you. If he rats out the Arcadians, they will surely torture and kill him as a turncoat. His fellow conspirators are infinitely more bloody-minded than this bitch, who is still more of a straight arrow than not. In the past few months, she's given him lots of headaches, some of them as fierce as migraines. Maybe she's capable of greater cruelty than he thought, but she will not, unlike certain of his associates, cut out his tongue or cut off his balls. She terrifies him, yes, but bravado and reliance on his superiority are, now as always, his best hope. Fear has flooded his mouth with saliva, and he puts it to good use, spitting copiously in her face from a distance of 6 inches. He expects her contained fury to erupt, expects to be slapped and clawed, but her face is still serene, and she doesn't touch him. She remains bent over him for a moment, and then slowly rises to her full height. She stands in silence, staring down at him without expression. Perhaps a minute passes, during which she does not wipe her face. Pearls of spittle glimmer on her cheeks, her chin, and a slimy, silvery string depends from the tip of her perfect nose. She turns away from him and goes to the sink, but she doesn't pull a paper towel from the holder and blot herself or turn on the water. She stares out the window. Her reaction is so unexpected that Booth's dread grows with the continued silence. He is reluctant to look away from her, but then he rolls his head to the right on the gurney and regards the thug in the black suit, who stares back with eyes as black as those holes in desert sand from which tarantulas burst forth. Jane Hawk turns from the sink and says to her companion, "I'm going to use the bathroom. Quiet him for me while I'm gone."
"Chloroform?" he asks.
"No. Gag him. Tape him." She doesn't look at Booth again, but walks out of the kitchen, his spittle still wet upon her face. Her words replay in Booth's memory. "Not even your mind is dark enough to imagine what I'll do to you." 26. In her office, Tanuja Shukla sat at the computer, moving her lonely character, Subhadra, through a night of wind and rain, on a journey ominous and mysterious, but ultimately magical. The sentences failed to form with the usual felicity, but there was satisfaction in the struggle. Her smartphone ringtone was a few bars of "What a Wonderful World." She smiled and let the music repeat, as she usually did, while she sang, "I see skies of blue and clouds of white." Then she answered it. A vaguely familiar man's voice said,
"Uncle Ira is not Uncle Ira."
"Yes, all right," Tanuja said. She listened to what must happen that evening, and she said she understood, that she would act according to instructions. After he was finished, the caller said,
"Auf Wiedersehen, sweet lips."
"Goodbye," she said, and put aside her phone and returned to the novelette in progress. After a moment, she sang, "I see trees of green and red roses too," as she reached for the phone. But the music did not repeat. No call was incoming. Either the caller had let it ring once before hanging up, or Tanuja had imagined the ringtone. She stared at the phone in puzzlement for a moment. Then she shrugged and returned to her story about Subhadra in the storm. Now and then, she absent-mindedly touched the wounded corner of her mouth, but the bleeding had stopped hours ago, and her fingers always came away dry. 27. In the half-bath, at the sink, Jane washed her face with soap and water and rinsed it and dried with a guest towel. She leaned against the vanity, staring into the mirror, into her eyes, which lately seemed alien to her, and she wondered if she could really do what she intended to do. Even as a young girl, she had never spent a lot of time gazing into mirrors. She could see too much of her mother in her face, so that her reflection was a reminder of grievous loss. Not least of all, the image in the looking-glass reminded her of the confusion and self-doubt and fear and cowardice that had paralyzed her when, as a 9-year-old child, she hadn't been able to accuse her father of murdering her mother, though she'd had good reason to believe. No, she had known that he'd killed her and staged it as a suicide. We grow, we change, we labor to maturity, to what little wisdom we might ever acquire, but always in the mirror is who we were as well as who we are, a harking back, and, yet again, a quiet reckoning. The problem this time was not cowardice. No courage was needed to do to Booth Hendrickson what she intended. Instead, ruthlessness was required. She needed a hardened heart, if not hardened to all the world, at least to those who lacked the ability to see their own humanity in others, who preyed on others, who recognized no right to life except their own, for whom power was no less essential than air and water. The world had always been a crawl with their squamous kind in nuisance numbers, but these days they flourished as never before. After centuries of compounding technological advances had put into their hands more power than kings of old had dreamed, power that should be entrusted only to benign gods. She could not interrogate Hendrickson using the techniques she had found successful with other subjects. His arrogance was both a suit of armor and a fortress. The deepest roots of his psychology, like those of his brother, were snarled in a Gordian knot, first tied in his earliest childhood and elaborated on since then. The man, now in his 40s, might appear to be a mighty oak, but he was rotten at the core, all his limbs and branches deformed. And leafless, if it could be said that leaves were a sign of health. He was a maze of deception, a primal forest of deceit, and she could trust the answers he gave her only at considerable peril. With such a man, she had no choice but to be extraordinarily cruel. Of course, uncountable psychopaths resorted to that same rationalization. She closed her eyes and tried to call to mind her son as she had last seen him, in the ranch-fenced exercise yard adjacent to the stable at Gavin and Jessica Washington's place, where he was hidden away and safe, dappled by sunlight and oak-leaf shadows, standing on a low stool, grooming the mane of the Exmoor pony named Hannah that Gavin and Jessie had recently bought for him, his hair dark and tousled like his father's, and stirring in the light breeze, his eyes the blue of hers, although clear with an innocence that she had lost long ago. In the past, at the end of each of her infrequent visits, he had walked with her to her car and watched as she had driven away. But he could no longer bear parting in that manner. On this most recent occasion, soon after Jane's arrival, he'd made it known, through Jessica, that when the time came for his mother to leave, she should just pretend that she was going out to sit on the porch or into the next room to read, something like that, without saying the word goodbye. And so she had stood for a while, watching him groom Hannah, talking about how quickly he was becoming a confident rider under Gavin's tutelage, about how smart Hannah was, and about how much the pony enjoyed the company of the German shepherds, Duke and Queenie. As always, a moment came when the deep-heart sorrow of leaving him seemed to double in weight each minute she delayed, so that if she didn't go right then, she would never go. But she had learned too many secrets, done too much harm to too many people whose wealth and power were exceeded by their arrogance and by their cherished and implacable malignity. If she walked away from this grim fight, her enemies would never stop hunting for her, and they would eventually find her. Finding her, they would also find him. No foreign country was far enough away, no lifestyle too humble, no false identities too cleverly woven to thwart them in their search. Not when they had numerous eyes in the heavens, maybe 100 million cameras here below, and the growing Internet of Things that would one day give them undetected access to every room on Earth. And so she kissed Travis's cheek as he stood grooming Hannah, and she said that she was going for a walk, and she went into the house by the back door, and out the front door, and to her car, and away, the road before her blurred and darkling as if storm-swept, though the day was blue and bright. Now, in the Mendez family's half-bath, she regarded her mirror image and knew that, without doubt, she would be able to commit the horror she had been contemplating. In the defense of the innocent, not just her son, but also the uncounted others whose souls had been or would be harvested by the Arcadians, she would incur no mortal stain requiring that she stand before the judgment of eternity. However, she would be a fool if she believed that the act she was about to commit would not haunt her for the rest of her life. And she was no fool. 28. In this season, the cooler mornings were for horses, and like other mornings with horses, this last Saturday in March provided idyllic hours of peaceful rhythms, simple nature scenes and graces abundant, with no jarring note or alarming turn until they stopped for a creekside lunch in the shade of cottonwoods. Saturday morning, little more than an hour after first light. Gavin Washington had saddled the stallion, Samson, and young Travis had sat smart upon the pony, Hannah, and together they had ridden into the eastern hills of Orange County, where the chaparral was green from all the recent rain. There were still a few clouds in the wake of the previous night's storm, but they were unraveling like cocoon silk, as if the sky were some great blue-winged wonder that had emerged from them. They didn't talk much when they rode, because horses were a kind of meditation, which Gavin had long appreciated, and which the boy was learning. For a while, they proceeded at a slow walk, with just the clop of hooves, the rattle of dislodged gravelstones, the creaking of the leather saddles, and the occasional whispering of a fitful breeze through sage and feathergrass, avena, and long-stemmed buckwheat. Rabbits startled off the trail into the brush, and lizards watched, wall-eyed, from perches on sun-warmed rock. They picked up the pace to a full walk when they turned north to put the morning sun on their right, but Gavin was not yet ready to let the boy ride at a trot, except in the fenced exercise yard on their property. High overhead, red-tailed hawks were gliding on the rising thermals, hunting mice and like creatures condemned to the rough life of the landbound. The aerial ballet of those predators could be mesmerizing, and Gavin warned Travis to give equal attention to the trail ahead. Although west-leaning shadows of brush and rock still patterned the ground, the day was now warm enough for rattlesnakes. They turned into an eastward-leading canyon, the walls of which sloped gently to a creek too swollen with recent rains to allow Travis to attempt his first fording. But the gentle grade of the ascending canyon floor offered an easy trail, and on their left, the ceaseless slide of surprisingly clear sun-spangled water over smooth stones was pleasing to both the eye and ear. Past 11 o'clock, they came to an open grove of cottonwoods, and dismounted and walked the horses to the creek and held the reins, while Samson and Hannah drank, for the water was clean enough to give Gavin no reason for concern. There had been so much rain this season that the earliest storms had washed the stony creek bed clean of silt and debris. They let the horses graze the sweet grass that flourished in the open grove and beyond, perhaps not just because of the seasonal rains, but because of some aquifer under the canyon floor. They put down a blanket and sat in the shade to eat chicken sandwiches and drink iced tea from thermos bottles.
"Aunt Jessie does good sandwiches," the boy said.
"The entire reason I married her," Gavin said, "was her sandwiches, her homemade ravioli, and her peach pie."
Travis giggled.
"That's bourgeois."
"Oh, is it? Since when did you become a bourgeois expert?"
"You married her 'cause you love her."
Gavin rolled his eyes.
"What man wouldn't love a woman with such sandwiches?"
He heard a curious buzzing noise in the distance, like a power tool of some kind. But when he cocked his head to hear it better, the sound faded away.
"How's your sunscreen holding up, Travis?"
"I'm not burned or nothing."
"We'll apply some more before we set out for home."
Gavin was from birth as dark as fire-scorched mahogany, but the boy had Celtic in him and needed to culture a spring tan slowly.
"I wish I was black like you."
"Tell you what, we'll make you an honorary brother tonight after dinner."
"How's that work?"
"We put some Sam Cooke on the stereo and some shoe polish on you, and we say the magic words."
"That's so silly."
"I'll tell you something true that'll sound even sillier."
"Like what?"
"There used to be whales swimming around these parts."
"More bourgeois, Uncle Gavin."
"All this parched land and even far east into the true desert used to be a great deep sea."
"When?"
"Well, not last month, but 4 million years ago for sure. They found baleen whale fossils in these parts. If you'd been out here eating chicken sandwiches 4 million years ago, you might have ended up like Jonah in the belly of Leviathan."
The buzzing noise returned, and this time it grew steadily louder.
"What's that?"
asked Travis.
Let's have a look.
Gavin got up and moved through the open grove, away from the creek, to the tree line. The buzzing seemed to originate overhead. Using his hand as a visor, he shielded his eyes from the sun, but he didn't need to search the heavens for the sound. Cruising at perhaps 15 miles an hour, the quadcopter drone came from the east, below the canyon wall, like a 10-pound insect, a camera slung beneath it on a stabilization gimbal. Although these canyons and hills seemed remote, they were not far from civilization. Many of Orange County's scores of cities extended fingers into wild territory. On the other hand, he and Travis were not just around the corner from a housing tract of 1,000 homes. They had never encountered a drone out here before. There were numerous legitimate purposes for the intrusive damn things. Realtors filmed for sale properties with them, and surveyors made good use of them. But this was permanent open space, land that would never be given over to houses or office buildings or shopping malls.
"What's it doing?"
Travis asked as the drone approached. They were standing in the last shade of the trees. Gavin said,
"Step back,"
drawing the boy with him deeper into the cover of the cottonwood branches, where they lost sight of the buzzing craft and could not be seen.
"What's it doing?"
the boy asked again.
"Probably some techno-geek playing with his newest toy."
"Way out here?"
"Better out here, where he won't screw up and fly it into someone's car windshield. Come on, let's get back to lunch before ants get what's left of our sandwiches."
They returned to the blanket in the cool shade. The open grove allowed space between the trees. If the drone had flown directly over the woods, the grazing horses might not have been entirely screened from above. Gavin could still hear the buzzing craft in the distance. He finished his sandwich in 2 bites and then brought the horses to a nearby tree. He tied them to lower branches where they now stood in full shade.
"Don't want them getting overheated," he told the boy. "We have brownies for dessert, if you're interested."
"I would have married Aunt Jessie just for her brownies."
"Back off, cowboy. I saw the lady first."
Gavin could hear 2 drones now,